Welcome to Birmingham. We are here live at Resorts World Arena and excited to see the journey continue that started last year in October. Through all of the events in London and around the world, the competition from EMEA, South America, APAC North, APAC South, and in A, it has brought us here to see who will reign supreme. The championship, the pinnacle of Apex Legends esports, is about to begin its true knockout moments, and you are here to witness it all. Whether you're in the stands or watching at home, we welcome you here to the arena. We are so excited to begin what is now the most important day of Apex Legends esports history. 10 teams will sign up for the championship right now. We will also see 10 teams go home today, and 10 teams have a second chance at redemption to play on Sunday and hoist the trophy. But who will it be? That is what we are deciding. So get ready, get excited, get hyped, because I am so excited to see Tiff and Glitter, of course, joining me on the desk, how this transforms. This has been an epic journey for all of these teams, and now it feels like we're truly getting to the moment where they get to stake their claim.
It really has been, and I'm honestly shocked at how quickly we've flown here. We are already sending people home just yesterday, and 10 more teams will join them. It is going to be yet a heartfelt and heartbreaking day, and for those teams that are going to be laying it all down on that stage, I couldn't be more excited to be here to support them.
Mixed emotions, but obviously focus, no matter what you say, Glitter, on getting the job done if you can today.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we see that the winner's bracket can be just as difficult as our match point finals. I mean, we have the top 20 out of that group stage playing here right now, so all of these teams have had phenomenal performances, best of the best so far in the competition. I can't wait to see what happens, because I don't think this is going to be an easy road for any of them.
It's been a great event so far. I know many of you joining us have been walking around, meeting and greeting. For the players, though, it's been a day that definitely transitioned from a hard day for some, and that, of course, yesterday was our elimination bracket, where we already sent 10 teams home of the 40 who joined us at the beginning of the championship. Let's walk through the stories of yesterday's 8 games, Tiff, and I want to start with you, because you cast these first 4 games. What happened? What's the tale to be told?
Well, things started off really crazy with FC Destroy getting that first win with 11 eliminations, and that is how you want to start off your elimination round 1 pathway, because it's all about consistency. But then you double down for that second map, KCP, Sir Del, them playing the entirety of Godrock, doing so well. You can see the happiness on their face, and they needed that. He was on social media saying he wasn't happy with the way Group Series went, and that's how to kick it off. But then after Complexity, Monsoon debuts an original song and then rides that momentum straight into a match 3 victory. But this is where things started to get interesting. I predicted Fnatic to go ahead and win, and just like this, it started in rounds number 4, but then they double down and go back-to-back victories, thus hold 7 dynamic way.
All right, well, you're talking about that dynamic way. It was 15 kills on that back-to-back win. Fnatic looked untouchable at this point, continuing their aggressive streak. That needed to get a good showing in do just that. Okay, we end up with Enterforce 36. They get that win, followed very closely, though, by Complexity after we saw them find success a little bit earlier on. Match number 7 comes around. Onyx, another team that just barely squeak in, find themselves a dub here. That ends up really contributing to where they were in that top 10. But this last match of the day, this is where everything came down to the line, because Pulverex needed to finish high. They go out a little bit early. FC Destroy take the win, but by taking the win, they took out Go Next. That became the savior moment for Pulverex. They squeak through in that 10th position, even tied with Onyx, and we saw this picture on social media. Pulverex bowing down to FC Destroy, knowing that if they had not won, Pulverex would not be where they are, Rain.
It was an incredible moment for Pulverex to see, and sometimes you have those touching opportunities as a region to help someone else from your region enter into what is surely a very important, not only statement to the rest of the world of what you're bringing to the table in the ALGS, but also as an individual, as a competitor, maybe a friend that you've known. On the other side, there is Go Next, though, of course, and I don't know if we wanted to jump back to those standings to see and just honor those 10 teams that now are not going to be with us, but they were one fight away. And that, unfortunately, is not how you are able to close it out. I talked to them, and I think I ended up saying, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out, Tiff, and that's okay. That could be what starts their journey next year. As you can see, 37 points, just shy. A win would have definitely gotten them 3 kills and another 3 points. It would have put Pulverex out. I mean, what a moment, but that's what this esport is made of.
It really is. It will come down to one elimination, 1 point sometimes, and it was just that one fight, one Kraber making the difference, and the next thing you know, Go Next is pinched and unable to move from that, but disguised.
Yep.
They were performing so well on the second half of that series, I almost thought we were gonna live to dupe another day, but now we have to wait for year 4 to get some of that. In riddle order as well, you know, they went through group series, completely contested across multiple maps, Rain.
Yeah, and it was really just a story of a lot of teams, 100 Thieves as well, J-Links Esports, big names in our scene, not having the days that they wanted. Next year, of course, will be their opportunity to do so. But let's take a look at what we have today, because today, yes, there were some teams that a lot of people came here to watch that actually had a bye day. We have never done that in the ALGS thus far in our Split 2 or Split 1 playoffs, but in championships, we've extended it to 5. So the teams you'll see here in the winner's bracket, we're waiting patiently, watching, and excited to go. That will start off now. At 5:30 p.m., we will then do our second elimination round, which will include the 10 teams from yesterday who made it through, and the 10 teams in this bracket who are in the bottom 10 of the standings. So essentially, 10 teams right now have a chance to book their ticket to Sunday. 20 others will have to keep going. And let's take a look at what those teams are right now as we take a look at those participants. Lauren, I'm going to start with you. What a group of, I think, not just performances, but teams that have made it to this championship winners final.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult lobby like we were talking about before. I mean, you obviously have the reigning champs. You've got so many top squads. I mean, obviously TSM, DZ, XSET, but then you're also looking at Alliance. Blackhand has had a phenomenal performance here so far. This is going to be difficult. Optic, there's too many good squads to talk about because they're all so consistent so far, combined with what we've seen out of them in previous seasons. I can't even call this one.
One of the things that is interesting to notice is the lack in Split 2 of South America representation in the championship. They now have 2 teams who have a chance to make it into Sunday, but one team in particular, Start a Fight, has been performing in such a way that we had to take a look at what they were doing behind the scenes to make everything happen. So we sat down with Lusquin and asked him some questions about how he's not only been preparing, but what he thinks about the meta and his team's chances representing SA.
This LAN, we didn't really have any confidence, but this LAN, we haven't really lost any fight. In the group stages, we went for the wins when we could, but mostly we just landed on getting points, racking points up, kills, placements, mostly that. We don't really want to contest because we just don't really have the practice on it. South America is just such a region that doesn't really have any good players, just people that have other jobs and play for more like the fun of it. So our only preparations are in scrims, which aren't really even that good. So we really have to focus up, like do better, always like check on our mistakes. Something that I think that really made our team better was removing Seer from the meta. I think Seer was just such a clutch for most teams, including ours, that when we removed him, like when he was off meta, we just got more game sense, we were better at fighting because like not every team had wall hacks and stuff like that, and that was the ability to stun with Seer, and that was really OP in fights. So we just were able to flow better as a team, like have better synergy, use our character abilities together better, and everything like that.
To 1 and start a fight. Clutch out match number 6.
If any South America team can get in finals, it's a win. South America region is really happy about that. Like a lot of my friends are just messaging me like, wow, how is this happening and everything. We're super happy. We're super stoked to play it. To win, it's pretty hard, but we just need to do our game. Be consistent, get our points, and just close it out. I'm completely confident that we can do that.
Possibly the hope of South America, Start a Fight. They have certainly started those, and they've been fighting quite well, Tiff, so far.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. You think back to their performance in Split 2 playoffs where they actually went out in elimination round 1 from 16th place. So to already come into champs completely changed up, finding your path through the winner's bracket, that's exactly what they wanted. Like I was talking to Dia in the green room and we were talking about how their defensive play style was throughout the group series, and they've been working on changing some of the positions throughout their teams. And now it's actually going to be Jinx being that shot caller while Sleep is more of a fragging, and that's how we've seen it throughout the group series. But even more importantly, was impressive, right? Their coach, Dutch, is an Anglophone, so he speaks in English, and prior to champs, they had practiced learning their comms in English so they can work on improving the conciseness and the effectiveness of it, and now they go back to Portuguese for champs.
That is pretty impressive as well, and you have to not just say that. It's today they have an even bigger challenge. They got here to the winners finals, but they'll be landing near Moist as well, a team that has been performing really well in APAC South, and now on a world stage 2 times in a row, Split 2 and then champs.
Yeah, we can see that we've got the stats across the board here between SAF and Moist actually pretty similar, especially when it comes to the kills and the damage. And if they are going to be landing near each other in that no-name area, could potentially be a little bit of a problem. But if we think all the way back to scrims, it was Sentinels contesting Moist in Overlook as well. Yeah. And Moist pushed Sentinels off of that POI, made sure they claimed it for themselves. So if SAF are going to take the fight to Moist, it could be a risky decision. They might end up playing this one a little bit safer, making sure that neither one of these teams really has to go out early in these winners round matches.
Yeah, MT obviously has more media coverage than I think the entire event because of his 720, 1080 Kraber shot, whatever that was, but Moist certainly have made themselves known on the global stage. They already had, but even more so now when it comes to Apex Legends. But as we head into this winners finals, it's almost impossible to talk storylines. We even hang out with these players and they go, why aren't you mentioning this? Why aren't you mentioning this? There's so many things to talk about. We're getting there, but today I think we've saved a few important ones. So Tiff, who is your one to watch heading into today's winners final?
Well, mine is the team who shall not be named. No, I'm honestly just kidding. My team to watch is TSM, bro. They're on the screen. Verholst, Imperial Howl, Reps. Just such a dominating performance here. You think back to Split 2 playoffs, they were second in winner's bracket, getting some of those advanced starting points. But honestly, we know Big E is clutch. We know Hal is a legend. But I want to talk more specifically about Reps. I will say that I think he's the backbone to that team. He's quite impressive. The ability that he has to get as much assists as humanly possible. Right now, Reps has the most assists in one map of the tournament, 10 on World's Edge playing Fuse. That's how adaptable he is. Now with Seer out of the meta, Reps isn't stuck on Seer. He can play Bangalore, he can play Fuse, he can have some fun, and I'm excited to see what they do here in the winners bracket.
I mean, Les Quinn kind of talked about Seer being removed from the meta and allowing other players to actually have more access to the mechanics of an actual team fight, to flow within the game the way they normally would versus having to now be silenced for 10 seconds, have this stunted type of approach. Reps is one of the best players in Apex. He has been for a very long time. So to see him now actually thriving off the Seer, that bodes well for TSM. But Glitter, I want to talk to you. There's another team that's been standing out from day one that I know you have your eyes on.
Listen, we've been talking about him a lot. I think we need to do it yet again. For me, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Dreamfire. First of all, look at the stats coming out of 3MZ. 36 kills on the board right now. And that's not even counting the fact that they had one of the most dominant performances in groups that we saw in the very first series of the day. And when we take into consideration that 10 of the names that they played with in that lobby were 10 of the biggest names that we're now seeing here in winners, it proves that they can have that type of a performance here in this next stage of the competition. They had 2 massively aggressive wins with 10 and 15 kills apiece, which just shows that they can hang. Now, we've also seen that they've done a fantastic job when it comes to their positioning, getting in early, holding down terrain when they need to, and they are consistent. Almost 50% of their points come from each map, and almost 50% of their points between placement points and kills are even. It's 74 points from placements, 73 from kills. You cannot get more consistent than that.
And you're bringing up a great point, which for those at home, you got to know when you go into match point finals, which this is almost a preview of. and these teams are playing like it. You have to be able to win. You can have 2 great games on World's Edge, have the extra 10 points coming in because you're first, be on match point, but you got to do it on Storm Point then because we switched. So that is the key. Dreamfire looking exceptional in the consistency category. For those of us, though, behind the scenes in the talent, we've had our eyes on most of the teams here. I'm sure we could pick anyone to win this, but we had to go ahead and give our selections of who we thought might take the top spot. We got a few Dark Zeros in there. I'm going Dark Zero as well. Spent a lot of time talking to the guys yesterday, and I think the confidence is ringing true. Tiff, you're joining me there, as well as Genome, which is just getting ridiculous at this point. We already know he's going to do that. We don't even need to question it. But I want to go to you, Glitter. Black Hand. I think that's an interesting pick. To walk me through that a little bit.
Listen, I wanted to at least put my bets on the squad that came second overall out of groups. We saw what a bloodbath groups were, and when it comes to Black Hand, they just got better. They were consistent in the first 2 series and then kind of pulled a Dreamfire in the 70s for their points to close out the series when it comes to those group stages. For me, they looked so much better than what we've seen before out of them in the previous stage of competition that I'm excited to see what they do here today.
Absolutely. TSMs as well. Dojo from Zephyr, which I think would be a great story. LCQ team, it's Timmy. Obviously, those guys were feeling very, very confident. They asked me, what would it feel like if we won? I said, well, it'd be a good story. I would absolutely like to see it. But, of course, they've got to prove it. X-Sets from Jayhawk and Peeps. I like that pick as well. And you got to mention Optic Gaming because I think they have been playing their best all year long. And a nice NRG pick from Bullet. You really could go through the list of the 20 teams and say they might win because they do have a chance. They are the best of the best so far in Apex, but 10 will put themselves into Championship Sunday. 10 will have to play later this afternoon, so stay tuned because that is about to begin. However, for those who want to know what they can get for watching all that action, we got Twitch drops, baby. It is going down. I know you love to get free stuff. Well, here it is, just for watching 60 minutes of today. You will get an ALGS Championship Holo Spray, a chance to earn that as well as all of these other things. The ALGS Championship Gun Charm on Sunday. We'll let you know how that's going to work tomorrow. But very, very excited to see you guys rocking that in game. I know I'm a little bit jealous. Maybe they'll give it to us because we've been working the event, not able to watch on Twitch. We are on Twitch, but it's just been a phenomenal, phenomenal start. We've gone through 3 days already, ladies, and day 4 is about to begin and truly tell us where these teams stand. And of course, I've got 2 guys standing by, ready to kick off this action better than anybody else could. It's on set. It's Gaskin. Let's kick it off, boys. It's Winners Finals.
You can feel the excitement in the room, everybody. It feels a little bit different here in Birmingham today because we are about to go into the winners bracket. Yesterday, unfortunately, was about sending teams home in a way which heartbroke so many of them, but today we get to flip the script. We are sending some teams to the grand final tomorrow, and we're starting off on Storm Point.
Storm Point, which is going to be great news for the likes of Dark Zero, which the desk has already spoken of. Black Hand as well, one of our best performing Storm Point teams, and Start a Fight. Although a potential contest for Start a Fight on Storm Point, it's a little bit worrying for them, but certainly the bigger and better performing teams on SP, they'll be very happy with the first 4 being here.
They certainly will do. And speaking of contests, speaking of teams who are going to be pretty happy with what's going to be going down, we believe that Dojo and TSM will not be contesting when we flip over to World's Edge. So everybody going to have a POI to play. We'd imagine when we flip over to World's Edge, maybe barring 1 or 2 who still might have a little bit of work to do. But focusing here on Storm Point, Dan, you mentioned Dark Zero. They have been phenomenal on this map. The outstanding team, without a doubt, they have been dominating when we've been on SP.
Yeah, they have. 63% of their points have been scored on Storm Point, an average of an extra 5 points per game on Storm Point over World's Edge. And even though they are a team who could definitely show consistency across both maps, the fact they can now lead the way here on Storm Point to open things up, get a confidence builder, get ahead of the curve, then you can relax into World's Edge a little bit, because we do find that World's Edge sometimes slows down that extra little element. You do get people trying to be a little bit more cautious about the rotations, whereas Storm Point can throw up some spanner in the works every now and then.
It certainly can indeed. And then we've got the likes of Optic Gaming, X-Set, understandably talked about, but there's also a few surprises who have come through and really impressed us. Now, Black Hand being one of those for sure.
Yeah, Black Hand, Dreamfire. I mean, every region at the moment is just putting 1 foot forward, and 1 team to be that difference maker who could maybe be a trophy lifter here in Birmingham at the ALGS Championship.
Well, you can already hear the crowd here in Birmingham. They are ready for the action today. We can see right in the back of the rafters as well. It is a full house here in Birmingham. As as we go into our winners bracket. Stormpoint gonna be the place we start. Teams already finding their way down to their POIs, and I'm so excited for the action to kick off.
And you mentioned about World's Edge, there not being a contest between Dojo and TSM. The same here on Stormpoint. Dojo will be moving over towards the area of North Pad and just far west of the wall. However, we'll have to see whether we do see a fight going down now. Oxygen, they look like they could have a little bit of trouble on the horizon.
Certainly could do, and it's going to be realize, I think you were trying to split the POI with them at the moment. Now, there's a lot of loot to work with here at Barometer, but Oxygen Esports, a lot of their Stormpoint performances and big games have come off at the zones that follow them here to Barometer. Being able to play that extreme height and finding yourself contested early on, that's going to hurt, because there might be a situation where you have that taken away, and also Ascend find themselves here.
Yeah, we've got 3 teams down at Barometer now. Realize we're scheduled to drop at High Point with SAF, but perhaps seeing how good SAF have been so far on Stormpoint, they said we don't fancy it, so they've tried to take a little bit of Barometer. Now, Realize, Ascend, and Oxygen all have found space to play here. There isn't a direct fight. They've all managed to get weapons, but it's not going to be a good loot path for any of them, really. Unless you get very lucky in a bin, they're all going to be pretty weak when it comes to what they have available to them.
Well, speaking of zone and speaking of teams who are going to be moving their way there, Checkpoint is a pretty good POI to be dropping at. The same can be said for North Pad, as you see the Dojo. They're going to be dropping over there. We expect to maybe go to the north side of Checkpoint in the trenches here, Dan.
Yeah, trenches is probably where we're going to be finishing, so the likes of Optic Gaming already moving very fast. TSM, I imagine they will start to get on their way soon as well. They have a ring console to work with, so they'll get all of that information. As for Dark Zero, well, I'm sure they are set up and ready. I mean, we talk about teams who can move quick, teams who want to get to these trenches and how difficult these final circles can be, but Dark Zero might already be under a little bit of trouble here. It's Optic Gaming and they're on the other side of this.
Yeah, what an early fight this is. DZ versus Optic Gaming. Nox going to be disappearing with the Trident. And speaking of the Trident, one of the big reasons why Dark Zero have so much success on Stormpoint, not just a great loot pool over at the mill as well, but having that Trident available kind of skips you ahead of a lot of teams on their rotates, and that's why Dark Zero find themselves in a great spot early on here.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising that Dark Zero and Optic are very close, but it is surprising that Dark Zero got there first, considering its mill going past down Beast. But we're going to see a lot of teams probably try the same thing. That western coastline, get a Trident, try and get out and around, try and take over teams. But now Dark Zero and Optic are both there. Teams may struggle a little bit. One team I can see arriving late, Dreamfire, as now TSM also under some stress.
Certainly are, and the Prowlers are having a little bit of a scuffle here as well, trying to get involved. Looks like they will survive for now, but this is going to be TSM taking on NRG in an early fight here. How is already down? Nathan gets that first knock, and now TSM got to think about retreating from this.
This is what happens over towards trenches, because you try and position yourself early, but you're so vulnerable to several different angles, and NRG catching TSM somewhat off guard. You could see Howell was separated from his teammates. He tried to cross to join them, but was unable to do so, and we get our first kill of the winners bracket matchup with Nathan confirming it onto Hal.
So that's TSM having to play this one out as a 2. Not sure if they've got that banner, but for now, you can see the reps and Verholz, the plan is clear. We are going back to the wall, and we want to try, if we have that banner, to get Hal back into the game. Exet also already here, already inside that zone, and you're going to see a lot of this today. In this winners bracket, those quick rotates are going to be vital to team success.
I was lucky enough to have a chat with Fun as well this morning in the hotel, and they said they went over a lot of VOD yesterday. They want to ensure when they get to some of these zones that maybe aren't their priority, that they know how to play out each zone, and they always have a backup plan as well, so they're not panicking in those moments. A very well-coordinated team. They were, at one point, the best team in North America when it was in the online season, but we haven't seen that same form necessarily impact on LAN, but you know full well they have it. You know they're capable of it, and Exet could certainly surprise us today.
On a map overhead, you can see everyone making their way towards the zone as well. FaZe just over at Stormcatcher at the moment. LG, a tough zone for them, dropping over at Fish Farms, but not a rotate that they're going to be surprised by. Sometimes they have to travel quite a way with that edge POI. You've got Ascend going back to Antenna, maybe just to do a little bit more looting and maybe a little bit more work before they head over. And somewhat interesting to see Ascend playing this playstyle. We know they have always been arguably one of the quickest rotating teams we have in the ALGS, so to see them playing a little bit of a different style here, very interesting.
Kind of have to, I guess, when you've got 3 teams all at one POI. Ascend probably felt like they didn't have enough, even though I have seen Ascend before just traverse a map with only Greys and what feels like pistols in their hands. They certainly see where that zone's going and feel like they had to get a little bit more equipment. Now, SAF have also found themselves in the trenches as it is getting very busy. Not much real estate to play with in the trenches at the moment. And as the circle closes, when we get to the later game, it means any corner that you turn, there is going to be a team there waiting for you. So it's about having a plan of attack, knowing when you need to push teams, knowing when you need to retreat away from teams. And sometimes you won't even have the opportunity to retreat. So if you do start a fight, you better believe you've got to finish it.
Well, look at this. TSM hold up at the moment. Not sure if they've managed to get Hal back in. I'm pretty sure they haven't. You can see that one player still eliminated in the top right-hand side of your screen. And they are being gate-kept at the moment for getting Imperial Hal back into this game by Blackhand. Now, this is where you wish you had a Seer. Verhulst knows they're coming, but what can he do about it? Blackhand want to take this fight. The wall will go down, and now Verhulst, he's being singled out. He's trying to escape back to Reps. But Blackhand, having crept up on these final remaining members of TSM, are trying to take this fight, and why wouldn't you?
You can see how awkward it is to fight against a Catalyst, though. You'd imagine in any other circumstance that player goes down. He will finally fall as TSM lose their second. And these are the games that can really matter for you as a team. If you can survive as a solo, if you can get 1 point, but I tell you what, there's more to the party. Here comes Alliance.
Here come Alliance. Might be the party poopers here, finally moving in. Are they going to be able to catch them off guard, though? That's the question. Mozambique is going to be good enough to crack some shields. But Hackis now goes down at Strafing Flame. Turns the fight around. That's 2 dead now, and Alliance tries a third party, but all they've done is fall. Blackhand dominating the wall.
Blackhand are playing out of their minds just as they did a couple of days ago and showing why they are a team that need to be respected. And you can see the hype from Strafing Flame, knows how much and how important it is to take down and win those engagements. Amazing, amazing fight to just flip something on its head like that. Alliance would have thought they were comfortable, but the amount of damage that Hackis took as he entered that building, suddenly they were on the backside.
Just wonder if they thought the Blackhand was still fighting, if that fight was still going on and they were going to get the jump, but how quickly they turned that one around, Dan. And I think we're going to have to start talking about Blackhand more and more as not just a winners bracket goes on, but potentially that grand finals as well, because how many times have we said that they've lost a fight that we've had them on our screens?
And this was always going to be a tough circle for Blackhand, coming from Stormcatcher, having to force their way a little bit further north, and they played it excellently up towards the wall. I think they had a little bit of information that maybe there was a team they could ambush. They got that 1 kill, and then unfortunately for Alliance, they couldn't capitalize. And now elsewhere on Storm Point, LG Chivas, who have had a great consistent tournament so far as well, particularly on Storm Point, they've looked very strong indeed. Looking to try and take advantage of the height that they currently have.
Yes, Oxygen Esports on the other side of this. You've got 2 of the best fighting teams in the entire world trying to go up against each other at the moment. Nobody getting the upper hand. Elsewhere, you can see that Reps is still alive here for TSM. And those Bangalore smokes are keeping him in this game, but you have to wonder if he gets spotted out at some point, surely it will be a low point game for TSM. Except we're trying to chase him down, trying to cut him down, but he still survives.
I mean, regardless, it is going to be a low point game for TSM, but it's whether you can get a point, it's whether you can get a couple of points. They could be the difference maker when you start to look at who's going to be progressing to that grand final and who is going to be heading down to the elimination bracket. Now, this is going to be a tough fight, but TSM do get eliminated. You can see that in the kill feed. Reps finally falls.
Back to this fight then, start a fight. Not involved in this one for once, it's Oxygen taking on LG Chivas. Great damage coming in from Reeds, but there's a cheeky player in the corner. Vayne gets one, Aiden the Destroyer gets another. It looks like Oxygen have the advantage here. It's a 1v2 for LG to try and overcome.
I mean, I would back Oxygen in so many 3v3s. We've seen what they used to be able to do back in Arena. Their roots, where they started everything, but can they complete this fight before other teams potentially get involved? They look clear, it looks very isolated, no one really in the area to join, as Vayne just continues to spray down with the car.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, you would think, for them to finish this fight off. The zone is closing behind them, but not going to be doing too much damage, and they've got plenty of health meds to work with as well. You can see that, to be fair to Jaguarez, he's doing everything he possibly can to stall this fight out. And I tell you what, if he pulls this off, it might be one of the biggest 1v3s we've ever seen.
Yeah, he's trying to use the ring to his advantage here, but unfortunately, Oxygen have got plenty of meds to work with at the moment. Syringes and medkits are plenty, and they're playing it very safe. Now, Blackhand, they've moved on over to the trenches, and they're being griefed at the moment.
Pressure coming in from left left and right. These trenches is a difficult position to play, especially when you're having to play one of these 90-degree corners with teams who can poke you from both sides. But, surprise, surprise, Blackhand have managed to find somewhere to play for now.
I mean, somehow, Easy has just managed to push back the entirety of NRG on his own, as Jaguares is still here, and finally now will get pushed. Oxygen said, we've had enough of you, thank you very much. But unbelievable what I'm seeing from Blackhand. Easy Flash literally 1v3'd NRG and was able to push them back because NRG knew they couldn't take the fight for too long.
Keep your eye on the kill feed, by the way, because Oxygen better hope they have some big meds and the ability to pop them and get out, because they are deep, deep, deep in zone right now as we hit zone 3. So that stalling of the fight from LG might just hurt them a little bit more than they initially thought. Elsewhere, we've got a fight breaking out here in his FaZe versus Ironblood Gaming. Ironblood going in here, a little bit of a melee, and FaZe will be eliminated. Only Ziki going down in this fight, and Ironblood Gaming, again, another team who surprised a lot of people yesterday coming through strong. Yeah,
but another surprise is going to be for them, because Elysium and Singularity are arriving right on cue, but I don't think they're quick enough here. Black Hole has gone in, and also now the Grav lift to try and get some high ground, but it looks like Ironblood did get the opportunity just to reset. As you can still see, the ring is doing damage to Oxygen in their rotation. Vayne's just got knocked. Will get picked back up, but this is not easy for Oxygen.
I'm looking at Oxygen, by the way, on edge of zone, and I think they've decided that it might be a solo adventure forward for them. Oxygen Esports are splitting, and I think that they're just going to say, hey, one of us survives, we've got some KP, if we can rat our way to some position points after that, we'll be happy. Keep your eye on the feed, because I think you're going to see another Oxygen member going down pretty soon.
What's been insane so far is every fight feels like a finals fight already here in the winners bracket. All these 20 teams have played insane so far in this tournament and absolutely deserve to be here and realize up above and trying to use their height advantage, but looks like they should be okay for now.
It's going to be Ironblood Gaming who are surrounding them, though. They did get a knock. Sangyun picking up one with that scout. As we now move back over to the trenches, and all these teams at the moment have got to feel like they are in the trenches. Fights breaking out left and right, and it's Blackhand again who are starting one themselves, and they get that first knock once more. Strafing Flame said he's been struggling under pressure. Well, it seems like the winners bracket, no pressure at all for him at the moment.
Yeah, these calls have been great for Blackhand. It's Tom Young-Kung they're going up against. They've got that initial knock. They are being a little bit cautious here, don't want to push too far away from the trenches and give up their position, because otherwise someone might take that spot off you, because there is not much room to play. Look, Moist are now arriving right next to Blackhand here.
Moist might be sandwiched. You can see the Exet are moving up behind them as well, and even though they're kind of being forced to try and find somewhere to play here, they've ended up being sandwiched between Blackhand and Exet, and that might be an opportunity here, potentially for more KP. Going the way of Blackhand. Moist do manage to reset. The Catwalk going to be good enough to get them back on their feet for just for a moment. Oxygen Esports in the meantime have been eliminated. LG stalling that fight out really hurt them.
Really did indeed, and unfortunately the ring was their demise. 15 squads remaining, so everyone gets one placement point on the board. Moist still with their backs to the trenches at the moment, but it is Blackhand consistently pushing out and adding extra layers of damage over and over again whilst they defend their position. The Watson's massive at the moment, by the way, for Blackhand.
Fusel goes in as well. Ascend eliminated. Ironblood Gaming eliminated as well in that little battle we saw happening just a few moments ago. But here come Exet. They see the damage, they see the opportunity, and Nocturnal does not need to be asked twice.
Yeah, that means on this eastern side, you've got Exet, NRG, Moist, and Blackhand with Dojo just above them, Tom Young-Kung just below them, and this eastern side is not going to be pretty as round 4 closes. Now, Singularity trying to press up on their advantages as well. Great damage at the moment, great prioritization of shots here as they are working so well as a team as another fall.
Great shots coming in here from Bin as well, but this is the battle to leave checkpoint at the moment. Team Singularity, Tom Young-Kung, the last players remaining, and realize only one can leave, you would imagine, to force their way down. Well, of course, Blackhand and Exet will be waiting. Moist Esports have been eliminated, and here comes Blackhand as well to clean up the final remaining players from Exet. They dominate this trench.
Blackhand are playing so intelligently at the moment and really making sure that Watson counts. So many kills already on the board. If they can get to the late game, Blackhand are looking very strong here in match number 1. But being on this eastern side, they are going to be held out by a couple of teams. NRG ahead of them, as are SAF. And right in the dead center, Optic Gaming holding one of the prime positions. Dreamfire also in a really good spot. And then Dark Zero on the northern side. It's Giants wherever you go here on the map. There is not an easy fight.
Well, just a little bit of calm here just before. Everybody is squeezed together once more. That's Sentinels who are being fired on. by Dreamfire and Roy. Not a lot of ammo to work with in this G7 Scout for now, but the flat line in the back pocket will be good enough to continually press that damage, and they've spotted someone out here. Our team will go down, and now you're seeing Team Singularity find themselves under a bit of pressure, but Sandwich has fallen as well, and Roy is taking damage. Tom Young Kung eliminated in the meantime. Realites also fall as that battle for checkpoint starts to conclude.
I mean, the Rolling Thunder is doing so much damage at the moment, but look at this, I tell you what, the Prowler can hit different! Hammer to the back pocket!
Oh, Team Singularity! Take a seat as Dreamfire survive!
But for how long? Black Hole is a last-ditch attempt to stay alive as Dreamfire still going, but no! 7 squads remain, they will fall, the Sentinels walk on in and clean up the pieces.
Just for a second there, you thought he was just never going to die. He was going to take everybody back to the lobby himself. But for now, it's Blackhand still alive, and they've got a gold knock as well. Strafing Flame's going to be back on his feet. He's going to have shields and health to play with. NRG out in the meantime. We have 6 squads remaining.
I mean, 82% pick rate for Bang, 78 pick rate for Cat. But I'll tell you what, Watson can be important when you have it involved. Blackhand looks like they're more than happy to take any fight.
They are going nuclear in this game. They have 11 KP at the moment. The Dojo eliminated, and we have to. We just simply have to jump into a listening now with the Blackhand squad.
You know what's happening around us? Top 5, top 5, top 5.
Yep.
I think this might be clear.
I have an evac.
We might, wait, I think we, there's a Watson team right here. They're full armor, bro.
Maybe we walk right side. Come to me.
Yeah,
Guys.
maybe. Wait, yeah. There's a team out left, though. There's a team out left.
We can
okay.
kill this game.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Do whatever you want, Mark. Do whatever you want. I've no nades. No nades.
I have one termite.
I have the hard star left, I think. We can't get wrapped by left.
Check out this area.
I think it's okay flame. It's okay flame.
Yeah, we can. I'm selling.
We have triple digi. I have a
Careful right, swing, careful. Team on right.
Yeah.
I'm swinging left here. No, there's a team. There's a team right there. There's Jen right here. Jen right here, player.
I don't have it.
They're picking.
I'm telling this. Good. I've their head. They're just right under me. Do we have any nades?
No nades.
I have termite.
Smoke me, Mark. They're double blue.
I got fucking.
Bro, there's someone on the roof.
He's flash. Take one.
Chill, go down.
I got
nade.
Yeah, there should be.
Well, that listening presented by WD Black, but the gameplay was presented by Blackhand. Dark Zero made their move now, Dan. Look at this final few teams, though. You were talking about the stats. It's being backed up right now.
Yeah, Dark Zero, Blackhand, SAF, 3 of our best performing teams, but it's Sentinels who are wiping them out as now only 2 squads remain. Optic Gaming versus Sentinels. Here come Optic.
Optic take the height, but I don't think they have the armor advantage, but those shots will do. Dropped. We'll get that first kill. Nocta's fallen, though. It's a 2v2 here between the two. Skillcake's now left on his own, and Sentinels, not talked about enough, have to take him down to win it. Sentinels come through. They will win your first game here in the winners bracket and announce themselves as one to watch moving forwards.
Sentinels, like winds from the western side, they swoop on through, take down the remains of Dreamfire and slowly walk on into that zone and continue to push on those teams who had really held some strong positions for the entirety of that match. And then in the end, I mean, once they were able to get that position, once they were able to win that initial fight and take down the likes of Dark Zero, get rid of the likes of Blackhand, Sentinels looked so confident in any sort of engagement, really making sure they were all shooting at the same legend at the same time. Communication seems to be on point. What a way to silence any doubters as well, taking match number 1.
From the analyst desk to the mainstays, from having to watch from the sides to being involved in the winners bracket, RKN leading the troops forward and saying, hey, enough talk about everyone else, it's time to talk about Sentinels.
Kind of crazy though that we have, we definitely get teams who are better on one map than the other, and we look at 3 of the top 5 were the top performing from group stages, and group stages always shows the best consistency. 18 matches are played on group stage level, and it's so difficult when you get into these lobbies because you saw every single engagement was against someone who has been like a champion at some point of their region or has won several matches throughout Pro League. But it was the Sentinels who were able to kind of come out of the woodwork a little bit. They were holding down the trenches for quite some time, but it was this push initially once they heard all the commotion that was happening on the western side.
Blackhand eliminated at this point, and they knew the damage had been done. They move and take this high ground, and high ground we all know is what wins you games. Also, having a Prowler in the back pocket certainly will help you out as well. It was Dark Zero just below them at the moment who were finished off. After Starter Fight did fall, Dark Zero fall, and this is the 3v3 down, and for a second I thought the Sentinels weren't going to take this home as the first knock did go to Optic.
Well, Optic were able to, get the high ground, they had the Horizon, but this is where things changed. The Black Hole and Horizon being available for Koiful meant that he could regain control. You saw there was spray from the R9 missed onto Koiful when he was up in the air as well. So difficult sometimes to kill that Horizon, but it was the R9 of Koiful was the one that did the damage. So Sentinels with an amazing points total, smiles all round, and quite rightly so.
Sending in Koiful to get those final kills, the young man who is fresh to the main stage as well, looking to be the name we're talking about when we get to the end of this winner's bracket. But I just think it's fascinating, like you were talking about, right? Well, statistically, we always look at things and we're trying to associate some patterns with teams who are good on certain maps, who might be performing well in the groups. Well, like you say, that top 5, we have 3 teams who are the teams. When you look at the statistics when it comes to storm points, they're all there right again.
What's interesting is looking at the compositions and what is making those teams get to those spots as well. Considering everything has been pretty much Bangalore, Cat, and Horizon across Storm Point, when you see a Watson in there, you're like, okay, well, where is this Watson going to be the difference maker? Blackhand holding down the northern side of that trenches for a majority of that match because they had the Watson gen, because they had those fences, and it is going to be a difference maker as we go in this tournament with just those slightly off meta picks.
Interesting to see what the total points total was for Blackhand in that game as well, because there was a period of time, about 60 seconds, where they looked like they would take out anything and anyone who came in their way. A phenomenal performance from them, and it was all sparked by how they won that fight against Alliance, who were trying to move in third party.
Yeah, what a different game it could have been had Alliance have maybe been able to just get that initial knock and win that engagement, but to be able to turn a fight on its head like that shows what a threat Blackhand are going to be in this lobby. And whilst they are confident in their own abilities, we heard the interview as well with Strafing Flame saying, maybe I get a little bit nervous here or there. That's the best way to settle your nerves. Getting into the top 3, getting a fight that you win where you should have been down and out, I think Blackhand are going to be a real threat here today.
You have to worry what he's going to be like when he's not nervous, because that looks terrifying. Anyway, game number 1 is done. It's Sentinels who are your champions at the start of our winner's bracket. Game number 2 is just around the corner. We'll be back just in a sec.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Birmingham, everyone. Welcome back to the winner's bracket. Sentinels, the team who are the talk of the town. Game number 1 going their way on Storm Point. But also there's a couple of sub-stories to kind of highlight here, Dan, before we get into our points totals and exactly who came out of it with what. Because I've got to talk about Blackhand. Boy, that was a performance from them.
Yeah, Blackhand showing that the consistency they showed in group stages was not just a fluke, it was not just a one-off, and they are going to be a real threat in this lobby, because they would have already taken a significant lead over a lot of teams in this group who failed to get going in match number 1. It all started off when they were waiting at the wall. They were able to clean up the last pieces of TSM, or at least 1/3 of TSM, whilst then Reps was able to escape but eventually did go down. But then that fight against Alliance was massive, and how frustrating that on the flip side when we talk about Alliance and their opportunities and what they want to achieve in this tournament. To get into a fight where you think you're thirding and then suddenly just get turned on, that's not going to help your confidence.
I mean, the story for Alliance has been a very tough one in the build-up to this event. We all know that, and they've got some phenomenal support out in the crowd as well, who are going to be pushing them all the way, hopefully towards the grand finals as well. But, I mean, we were talking about how kind of elimination bracket run might have been good for them, but they were too good for that. They got into this winners bracket. They now have to find that consistency and that kind of magic that we know that they have in those team fights. That's a little bit of a confidence knock, to go in and try and third someone and find yourself not just being turned on, but kind of pushed to the side and taken apart a little bit in that fight.
But I think all of the teams that were dropping on that kind of northeast side, there's always that risk. When you try and go through wall, you're going to be ending up at some sort of choke point as well. And usually you might be thinking, well, it could be a TSM we run across. Unfortunately, it was a Blackhand, and it was a very on-fire Blackhand. And I think if they carry on playing that way, I can see them topping this group. I can see them making sure they go through to that grand finals with those extra points and making sure they can get closer to match point early on Sunday.
Well, that's enough about Alliance. Let's talk about Blackhand, because my goodness, what a performance it was from them in that game. And we've actually got an opportunity to look back on some of those fights they were taking towards the end of that game, Dan, because they looked absolutely dominant. So many times we saw them involved in fights, and one thing I loved about it, I always talk about commanding space around a position you're trying to hold. When Moist moved into that trench, they were constantly swinging out, trying to fire through the bang smokes, making sure that Moist, if anyone else decided to get involved, that they'd be in a position to clear that space out themselves, pick up those free KP. XZ certainly helped them out in that situation. But being aggressive, being in a position where you're not allowed to coexist without knowing someone's there, Blackhand did it so well in that endgame.
I think the big deal breaker for me was when they arrived at trenches and they forced NRG back. Well, I say they forced NRG back. Blackhand actually all faced separate ways as a 3 and tried to make themselves big. And I think it was Easy Flash who was able to force the entirety of NRG back as a 3 on his own, just by putting down that damage, laying the foundations, and starting to set up in trench, making it so difficult. This is a little bit later on in the game, after they'd already kind of secured their spot in trenches. But you can see the confidence that this team has. Someone is always prepared to be that first player to send in, do that damage, and take the damage, most importantly. You need a damage taker in your team, and then that's when the backup comes in. The bait and switch starts to happen for this roster.
And one thing that's good about when you can control the southern side of these trenches zones, if you're the last team standing, you have the height, you can overlook everyone in these trenches, and you can just fire down, and that's why that fight against the Dojo looks so comfortable for them. Of course, the Dojo, an incredible fighting team themselves, so that's the difference in height disparity. That's what it can mean in a team fight. But looking across to Luminosity as well, I'm interested to know what they will be thinking right now, because the fight against Oxygen Esports took so long that even though LG ended up losing that fight, they actually ended up taking Oxygen with them, essentially.
Yeah, and with all those teams that were kind of landing down towards the south, you would expect those fights to happen a little bit. I mean, LG all the way down at Fish Farms. I mean, when you see a zone like that, LG are probably thinking, all right, we have to kind of play for kills here. I think it's going to be more frustrating for Oxygen, because Oxygen would have been taking that fight, and Jaguarez was constantly just being an annoyance, a thorn in the side, staying alive in that building, hiding behind knockdown shields. And I wonder whether Oxygen should have just left it a little bit earlier. Say, look, it's one player, it's 1 KP, but perhaps we can pick up that extra set of points by just surviving here in this game.
Yeah, there is Oxygen Esports on your screen, and I'm sure when that fight started breaking out that they weren't expecting to be having a conversation about, anyone got a med kit at the end of it? Are we going to be able to make it to zone? Well, the answer was one of them could, but it was at the cost of the other two. We see the Oxygen Esports family and support in the crowd here, shouting on their boys as well. And they have been one of those teams who left it a little bit late in groups, you would say, to find their performance, find their form, but they did exactly that. And you can see that might be one of the biggest signs that we have in the entire region.
Yeah, I think that Oxygen, the fan base is growing, and quite rightly should be, because Oxygen have been stars just rising through from An interesting journey, really, when you think about what they had to go through and how they arrived onto the Apex scene as an incredible arena fighting team, and
Demons forever.
Like the BR demons into the arena demons into the BR demons
Arena
again.
demons into the BR demons.
But they just kept going back and forth. They were playing in all of the tournaments and making sure they were just a solid fighting team. And I think in the introduction of Vayne, adding Vayne into this roster and that little bit of extra experience, someone who had been there, done that, now seeing what they can do on the big stage, I still think they are one of the outsiders for me who could still win this whole thing.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And speaking of outsiders, I want to just highlight Starfight Esports once again, Dan. They got such a good position in the zone. They end up 6th place in the standings after that game. And I mean, that is a phenomenal performance and kind of puts to bed some of the thoughts that maybe they just had a little bit of a lucky run in the groups. And when they got to this winner's bracket, it was going to be a little bit of a step up that they wouldn't be able to manage. That first game certainly kind of puts that to bed.
And it's always interesting when I hear any sort of thought process of, oh, a team got lucky in the groups as well.
一試合終わってんぞ一試合終わってんぞ
is tougher sometimes than grand finals because you have the 20 most consistent teams.
幸先悪いですすごく
8 matches, a little bit less to try and find that consistency at times.
1位センチェルまさかのでブラックハンドが14キルしますオプティックがアンチ優先ムーブでダークゼロはまあ普通かな9だったら道場 SF、NRG、エドリンファイア、リアラス、シングラリティ、X セット、アイアンブラまあここら辺はどうでもいいわまあまだ1試合目だから長いんだけど今日始まるまでがめちゃくちゃ長いんだよなまあまあまあまあまだ1試合目だから全然まだまだ大丈夫
We need another game. Oh, yeah, you got it on now? You want another one, you sure?
ああ、選手だから持ってけんのか、自由に。スポンサーだからね。いいなぁ。俺も選手のふりしていけねえかな。
It's the special boy's birthday today.
Birthday boy. へえ。
Do you have anything to say? We're about to win. You're about to win. Good luck, boys. Good luck. Good luck. Alright, boys. This is how winners are warming up right now. I'm watching the winners.
射撃訓練場なんだね、ウォーミングアップ。そりゃそうか。KCP 頑張れ。プライベートジェット機とかだからな。大変なことになっちゃう。
It's always interesting being up here as well, where all the players are kind of sat. Every now and then I'll hear what's going down in the booths next to us, and I tell you what, they are screaming at one another at times, but it's very important that they keep on top of their communication, because sometimes if you get like a little bit down as a side, then you're never going to have fun there.
Yeah, you always need that motivator on the team. We always know that. We've talked about that for quite some time. It's with the high pressure games that we find ourselves in, where you're thinking about, are we going to go to a grand finals? Do I have to make a play in this last game to keep ourselves alive, or are we going to have a limb run? A lot of emotions involved in those big moments, and you always need that guy on the team, or just to say, hey, we got this.
今日もう眠いんだけど早すぎる TSM が19位だったからなんかもうって感じ見たからクソ眠いわ今頼む TSM 俺を起こしてくれまあまあまあまあ大丈夫大丈夫すぐなるすぐなる
I know we're getting into the top 10. We're going to be absolutely fine. If it was 6, maybe I'd be a little bit worried that we could have a little bit of a blip in the error, but no, they're making sure they can do what they get done best.
Well, we'll have a look at the points. Let's look at the results from.
マジ試合始まるの長いんだよね
Now the ALGS can take a break. It's Sentinels who are on top with that win. 10 KP to go alongside it as well. Wow, what a performance that is from Sentinels.
10 KP
points. And if you look at a points total, no surprise to see Blackhand up there, 5th place.
ブラックハンドがやばいんだよな。ああ、いつも通りや。だいぶいつも通りの俺だわ。腹いっぱいで眠くなってんぞ。ブラックハンドがやばいんだよな、14キロに取ってて。まあ別にまだ0ポイントでも全然強要だから。まだ心配するところではない。まあだいぶショックだったけどね。今日も同じでストポ最初8試合やって次エッジっていう流れだわ。Sometimes when you do get repetitive circles, it is the best way to try and replicate what's just happened and make sure you do better next time. Make sure you don't get ambushed, for example. Now you expect perhaps Blackhand to be waiting at the wall. There's all these things that happen in the early matches that teams will learn, they will adapt, because even those scrims, you certainly know where teams are going to be dropping here or there. But what they're rotating, そろそろようやく始まるやん。お、レジェンドセレクトだからもう始まるわ。長かったなぁ。普通に10分ぐらい待ったわ。まあまあ構成は別にそんな変わらんやろ。え、ああ、いやバンガか。バンガだっけ。エッジがバンガか。エッジがほらあれか。フューズか。あれ場所変わった ?TSM。あ、なんかバグでね。TSM バンガ入れんのあんま好きじゃないな。いい迷惑やな、そいつ。Can't wait to get into it. Sentinels with a game 1 win. Can they back it up with a strong performance in game number 2 and be the talked about team when we come to the end of our winners bracket? For now, we're going to keep our eyes on barometer though because it was very busy. ここ初動かぶってるけど、戦う初動かぶりではないからあくまで。単純に敷地が多いから分け合う感じの。で初戦はね、戦わなかったわ、ここ。まあ、戦う時もあるかもしれないけどね。アンチがどうだったかな。ああ、TSM。このアンチきついな。なんかさ、このアンチばっかりじゃない？ストーンポイント最近。なんかずっと下になってる気がする。こっち側のアンチマジないよな。八百長だ、八百長。あっ！ポーズか。リマッチでいいのに。リマッチでいいのに。whatsoever at this point, but it does give us an opportunity just to talk about where the zone's going down, because Sentinels, after that Game 1 win, dropping down at Shipfall, are going to be extremely happy, and with their composition as well and how they like to play, you would imagine that they should be able to in that final ring or two's battles. Yeah, I think our big teams that we need to be looking at in this game, Sentinels, Oxygen, if they can manage to win the fight against Realize, Dreamfire, LG Chivas and Singularity, they are going to be the teams that have priority to zone. Dreamfire did have a ring console, LG Chivas also had a ring console to work with, so they'll get that extra info. And
so did Sentinels. Yeah, so all these teams are going to be such a good position.
One thing to note as well, Digi out of the crafter for now, so those smokes will be even more powerful if you can find a Digi yourself, and we'll certainly encourage you to take some fights as we get a beautiful look at some of the beautiful people who are here in the arena as well. I mentioned how it is filling up here in Birmingham, and even though I
なんか今日長いっす。今日マジ長いっす。
can still feel everyone, I can still hear it coming through and bleeding through the headset every time that one of these teams picks up a big team fight win.
Yeah, whether it's Dreamfire, whether it's Alliance, whether it's TSM, I mean, there is support all around here in Birmingham, and it's only going to get louder and prouder as we get further into Sunday, and it is brilliant. As soon as we jump onto a certain POI, and it's into a fight with the likes of Dreamfire, for example, you just feel that buzz, and I tell you what, there's some Dojo fans as well. As Timmy gives us a thumbs
やっぱりさ、
as we still wait for these players just to get ready as the game will resume.
10秒前だね。プロとしてもそうだけどさ、ストリーマーとしてもちゃんとやってる人ってさ、ファンサービスがちゃんとあるよね。よかったね、どこも初動争いしなくて。あれ、初動ファイトないのかな？ないんだっけ？あ、ないわ。基本的にはないわ。ここが同じなんだけど、戦わないで漁ってる、分けて漁る感じになるから、初動ファイトないわ。ここはあるね、そしたら。ここは、ウエストとイーストで分け合うと思うから、あんま初動争いなさそうだね。こういうのでいいね。うん。どっかのキックさんとかじゃなくて、アホみたいに詰めてこないから嬉しいわ。
Oxygen Esports, of course, going to be playing down on the bridge, and no surprise to see Dark Zero hitting that trident from the middle and trying to get into a quick position as well.
Well, up into the sky as well as the trident as Dreamfire get hold of the building and make sure they can claim their own part of this map.
本当にいいイメージがないんだよな、そこのチームに。残念なことに。
Majority of squads, and there won't be any room to play. I think this is a really tough zone if you are on the north side of Stormpoint as well, because if you aren't here early, it's not like you've got geometry to play, a lot of cover to play.
ラウンドがどんどん進んでるから、そうそう戦うことはないんじゃないかな、後半にならないと。
The team I'm curious about how they manage to play this one is going to be starter fight from up towards high point. As our best performing Storm Point team in this lobby from group stages, are they going to be one of those squads that is able to still make it work from the northern side? It looks like they've been able to get a trident and they're making their way down. As for TSM, it's going to be a long old journey for them as well.
TSM は遠いね、本当に。
They do have an evac tower to make this journey a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient.
Tower balloon from command center probably lets you get across most of Stormpoint the quickest way possible. You get such a huge height.
だこういう場所を使えるのはいいね、すごく TSM は。基本的に攻守だから移動遠いようで結構うまく進めれそうでもあるよね、こういう感じで。だってめっちゃ飛んでるよ。めちゃくちゃ飛んでるやん。俺ならバルキリーにしたいな。いや、この人たちはさ、もうめちゃくちゃ繊細に丁寧に見てるからさ、敵が近くにいるとかさ、そういうの見れるからさ大丈夫なんだろうけど、万が一敵いた時が怖すぎて俺バルキリーにしちゃいたいわ。アセンドはバルキリー採用してんだね。SF と NRG だね。 ちなみに NRG が TSM 倒しました。倒したっていうかね、春を落として TSM に逃げた感じ。
That's what you've got to do. If you're one of these early teams who does take a building within zone, you just need to be prepared. Anyone could arrive at a certain point to try and whisk it off you. Certain compositions will do a lot better at fighting than others, but NRG making sure that they did not lose any players in the time being is now actually, I think, TSM are the next team to arrive close to NRG, whilst Ascend are still holding the top of ship for now.
Ascend are going to be trying not to show too much presence at the moment. Few pop shots to level up some Evo armors, but the longer game is what they're involved in and interested in.
いやー、やめてー。やめてー。フィニキをあげたい。春に。
NRG comes out of nowhere and makes your day a living hell. But TSM were wise to it. They were able to escape. But unfortunately for TSM, they now find themselves on that eastern side that you were talking of, where there's a lot of open area. It's very difficult to hold. So we'll have to see and check in later how they manage to move in. There you can see they're just holding the eastern side, but there are still 5 teams outside of this circle. One of them...
俺よりもっとやばいこと言ってる人いる。やんちかなー、タッグズルいいチンゲー。アライアンスはこれランクだと思ってんのかな。アンチがムーブしようとしてんのかな。てかアライアンスなんか一人欠けてる？欠けてないか。たまたま映せないだけか。
Blackhand versus Alliance, I mean, it's a fight for the ages, and I will watch it game after game gladly. Because we know full well that Alliance can certainly act revenge, because they're one of our best fighting teams as well. I mean, every team in this lobby really is capable of winning an engagement if they can get that first knock. It's going to be rare, I think, that you see a 2v3 turn.
いやー、あんま強いね、LG。これはどこだ？ブラックハンドか。TSM ここ取ってるね。ちょうどマップ見ようと思ってたら助かるわ。エクセットがこっちから来てるけど、ここになっちゃうのかな。ただ車もあるからね、どうやら。道場もここにいるか。アライアンス。TSM は家取ってるから多分当分動かないね。だって TSM アーマーミーノすると。青か。このアンチ収縮。このアンチ収縮。で、2人は紫にしたいね、とりあえず。ニーズル落とされてんな。ティミあまあまあまあまあ。
different descriptions of what comfortable means because Timmy got absolutely melted. The reason being there's numerous teams who are trying to rotate through, and I'm pretty sure that look at Exit here. I think they were trying to kind of sneak by while this fight was taking place, and now they are in no man's land. They've got wet feet, they've got wet ankles.
いや僕ね、春がアセント戦ってるぞ。
To try and get past, but this is looking rough.
I mean the cat will only go so far. Now the entire lobby has got eyes on Exit. This is Duck Hunt at its very finest.
あれ誰？ X セットかな。あ、やっぱり X セットやったわ。もう一人落としてる。二人落としてる。ナイス。シンギュラリティだな。あれアセンドは？立て直しはできそうだね。トムヤム君が近くにいるのか。お前らは勝てねえよ TSM には。あ、てか結構周りにいるから戦わなそうだね。
and our best chance to try and dominate this eastern side. This ship is
今度はアライアンスもいるのか、そこに。TSM どこ行った？マップ。いや、結構陸になりそうだよ。TSM はそこか。何かあったらすぐ死にそうだね。インペリアルハルがベルハウスになってるし。
I've got ahead of so many teams and barometer, so you could see the risk reward that they went for. If they make that cross, fantastic. Now they might be in a position to be involved in the end game. If they get cut down, then it's top 15, it's top 16 at best.
Yeah, it's some of those risks you have to take because there was no other option really for them.
おい、アライアンス戦ってんぞ。アライアンス今誰だ？エフェクトになったかな？ああ、エイミが。いや、それレップス落ちたらまずい。レップス落ちるな。あ、落ちたか。あ、エフェクトになってる。いや、これ残ったのパッとのが辛いね。あー、大丈夫か。よし。いや、エフェクトでいい。よかったー。めっちゃ嬉しいわ。ブラックハンドもちろんね、この落ちはでかいぞ。1ゲームで稼いでるからね。フェイズのスナイプが落ちちゃったね。あれは無理だな。大惨事になるし。おい、蘇生する？しないよね。モイストが上取ってんのか。TSM どこだ？ TSM エバクタブで飛びそうだな。パッと見。それかもう行ってるかな。見てないのに。おい、トムヤムくん。ただモイスト一人落ちちゃったね。今のっぽくない？今の飛んでる舞台っぽくない？ TSM。どこないかな。ああ、TSM エバクタワー。でも、フォニーにやられてるレップス。あんま良くなさそうだね。ああ。まあ一時的には悪くないね。この場所は。とりあえず10位まで減ってほしいな。あ、見て。ベルハウスが本にやってるから1キューブ稼いでるわ。で、もう一層も落ちて、オキシゲンとセンチネルオキシゲンと。ああ、センチネルだ。RKN セミナル、コイフル。うわ、これ、どっちも勝ってほしいな。どっちかというとセンチネルよりかも。まあでもどっちも頑張れ。これは正直どっちも勝っても嬉しいわ。あ、でも、センチネルが、まず一歩リードしたね。これはセンチネルかな。いや、別車線が。オキシゲン強っ。こちら、オプティックとカロンペだからリアライズか。いやー、別車線が痛い。ネイフンからだ。エナジーからだね。ノックだ。おーい。X セット押したね。で、道場もデザインが落ちるね。春は何気に生きてんだね。まあこれは道場きついんじゃないかな。ゼロ落ちろ。ああ。これはもう死んだね、春は。うん。ファークって言ったぞ、今、春。 やばい、うまくいってないぞ DSM。見た今。うわー、違う。春見てた今。ファークスだぞ。
They should be able to hold the northern side for the rest of the game, but Dreamfire are having a look at it, or at least one player from
ドリームファイアも地味に来てるかな。オプティック頑張れ。
Peter's thinking we can take the spot off of them. Dogfail goes down here.
いい壁だ。
The smoke's just delaying this fight, but not just
ナイスノックだ。逃げる逃げる逃げる。トンソレコケトンソレコケ。ノックのトンソレコケだぞ。でもオプティックだからノックのだけだ。NRG6 ポイントいい感じだね。ノックのどこまでいったん？ちょっと見たい見たい見たい。ノックのあ、いでこれだ。探してんぞ。いや、春も一人にしてはまあよくやったよ、あれは。よく生きたよ。12ポイント稼げるからね。この視野がいないからこそのさ、ハイドができるのがちょっと面白いね。あー、ノックドが。あ、エナジーも戦ってる。エナジー一人落としてるぞ。これ映してる場合ちゃうて。エナジー撃つよ。おーい。これドリームファイア強いね。ただ NRG がある程度のリードで倒せればカタリストで積みにくいから。いやーきついか。きついか、さすがに。なあ。エナジーが欲しかったな。はい、1位がセンチネル、2位ドリームファイヤー、3位エナルジー、4位ブラックアンド、5位ゴプティック、6位ダークゼロ、オキシゲン、アイアンブラッド登場、TSM。あ、なんだかんだで一応ここにはいるんだね。モイスター、センド、SF、リアライズ、セックセット、シングラリティ、フェイズ、トミヤク、アライアンス。アライアンスが0ポイントなのかな。とりあえず、上位5位までがズバ抜けてるね、ポイント的には。で、6、9が固まってて、10からその下って感じだね。ざっくり。ポイント分布的に言うと。まあまあ、まだ2試合ですから。全然。やばくない？これ多分コマ線なんだけど、コマンドセンターっていうツイッチの機能で。本配信が42,000人。まあまあわかりますよ。YouTube にも視聴者いるからね、これに。これマップ1337人。TSM に2956人。どういうことやなの？すげえな。この中にエペ役がいるんだよ。エペ役とかがいるんだよ。これいいエイムだったね。 まあ、あとはイージーウィンって感じだったね。イージーウィンでもなかったな。いや、ここでスイートが落とされたのがでかいんだよな。ひとまず上で待てばよかったなーって俺的には思っちゃった。ホライゾンじゃない、カタリストだからさ、攻めにくいんだよね。現にここも苦戦してるからさ。まあまあまあ。いや、いい戦いだった。面白かった、すごく。でもおもろいよな。3位なのに891ダメージだけでっていうのもいいよね。でキル1ポイントだから8ポイントぐらいしか数えないのか、もしかしたら。12ポイントはあんまり頭に覚えてないけど、あー、当てたわ。8ポイントだ。当てたわ。12ポイント、そう、12ポイントがね、1、12、9ポイント、7ポイントみたいな感じで。まあまあまあ。いや、T7 キル取れたから、この試合は。悪くはなかったよ。そんな悪い試合ではない。ただもっともっと取ってほしいね。Sentinels were not able to replicate their success from match number 1 despite having a very good drop for that location. And this is where the ALGS Championships is going to be defined by winning the circles that come towards you, or on the flip side, winning the circles that are far away from you. If you could be one of those squads who has to traverse the entire map, ここからマジ長いよ。It's going to bode well when eventually the ALGS すっごい時間かかる、始まるまでに。This is how we stand after 2 games in. The total points tally. Sentinels still on top, but just by 2 points. Where Dreamfire and NRG are just behind them, tied up at 23 apiece. Blackhand in 4th place. Thanks to that first game that they had down where they just kind of went a bit wild. And remember, top 10 will progress to the grand finals, but if you are the winners, you will get those 10 extra points going into the grand final, and then 2nd place gets 9, 3rd place gets 8, and so on, so forth. Those who finish in the bottom 10 will be in the elimination bracket round 2, and will have to then finish at top 10 to get to the grand finals. A long way to go, of course. あっちでいう夕方ぐらいから始まるらしいよ。ロンドン時間で。いいよね、夕方から見れるの。だから仮にどんだけ時間かかっても2時ぐらいには終わるってことや。決勝とかは。Also, you want to make sure you get hold of that digit threat as well, so that you can be able to see through said smokes. But both players doing an incredible amount of damage, but it was Nathan who steps up in this comparison. For the Horizons, though, sweet, getting out damaged. Sweet. But I mean, both teams they deserve to be in that final circle with how they played it. 頑張れ NRG。結構応じしてるぞ俺今回。お前らが優勝してくれって。結構応援してんだからな、こっちは。Getting it done, but I've got to say the havoc work from Roy in that final fight. It wasn't just the 1v1 that they managed to kind of clutch up and that he managed to solidify. It was 2-3 kills before that. It felt like didn't even have a turbocharge on that havoc, by the way. He was having to wait for that thing to wind up. Yeah, it's one of those situations where you've got to. ね、羨ましいよね。夕飯見ながら見れるんだぜ。You could be in a spot and have an R9. You can still miss the shots. You could have a havoc. You can still miss the shots. You just need someone who is not going to crack under that pressure and. That's what's going to separate kind of the top 10 teams with the bottom 10 teams here, is when you get into those final moments, can you still hold strong and be confident? Now, Dan, I'm probably sure what's going through your mind right now after game number 2 is that you would like to take a sit down, right? Really would, honestly. Well, let me tell you,
Herman Miller got your covers. They've got some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful chairs.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
On our main stage, and just so you know, the Herman Miller gaming embodied chairs are being used at today's
ガチで何言ってるか分かんないんだよな。
on embodied gaming online. The new colors have a white base with galaxy and amethyst upholstery. Be sure to check out custom Herman Miller gaming heirloom embodied chairs created for this year's ALGS.
これやっぱりいいのかな、使い心地。ハーマンミラーから提供されてるもの、ほら。前そうなのかなって言ったけど、このスポンサーロゴで確定したんだけどさ。やっぱ使い勝手いいのかな。始まるね。始まるぞ。使ってみたよね、ああいうのやっぱり。
To decide how the leaderboards are going to be shaping up before we head into the back end of this series and change over World's Edge.
Well, I mean, Game 3, we've seen two very different winners, but we have seen consistency across those who we did say would have better Storm Point matches than the others. Dark Zero again still getting into that final circle, still putting those points on the board. They find themselves in 6th place at the moment on 14 points, but it's been NRG who were able to get that second win, who find themselves in 2nd, but Sentinels still hold 1st position.
Well, it's time for us to head into match number 3 then, halfway through Storm Point, as we hit our Legend Select. Would be a little bit surprising to see things change up at this point. And I've got to say, the compositions are starting to look more uniform as we go through the matches and through our groups. You can still see Kashera still on that crypto though. Lufka on the Valkyrie. One of the only compositions I feel in this entire lobby that separates itself from the rest.
Yosh.
Now letting out all of the players. And I think Ascend will probably stick to Jurassic Park there. It wasn't exactly the worst game for them. They were able to get to the slightly later stages. They don't look like necessarily the Ascend that won that set of 6 matches in the group stages on day 1 just yet. It is Realize versus Oxygen again here at
結構今回バチバチに打ち合ってんね。リアライズとオキシゲン。
We're going to split the loop. We're going to carry on towards the end game where we can both be a part of it. But Oxygen Esports, I think they want to try and press and maybe start to dominate. One way to do that is with a longbow, no scope, no problem here for Reeds.
And he's got his eyes firmly set as well. They want to try and convert this kill just so they can then get the advantage. But I tell you what, that's great cover.
頑張れオキシゲン。
Reeds diving on down, sliding on down.
でも結構ダメージリードはしてるね。ただベインがちょっと削られすぎたか。あー、きついね。
Left on his own and Realize still up at a 4-3. Realize have won this contest every single day of the week.
I mean, Karen Poo with the RE45 just went a little bit.
Whoa.
Realize have had a few contests so far this tournament. And they are proving to be a real threat for Oxygen Esports. Now, as Oxygen most likely will
しかもよりによってブラハか。これは無理だね。粘ります。
This is going to be the end of Oxygen Esports in this game. Just a matter of time and Realize take barometer from Oxygen.
言ってみたいね。俺は無理だけど、絶対。ウォッチパーティーって何って人しか知らない、いないから。ALGS、見ないんだよね。
As for Sentinels, I'm trying to see whether they've got one. They may not have one console at Sheffield, so that could be bad news for them.
また下だよ、本当にさ。まあ、んなこと言ったら1試合目はちなみにここだったけどね、アンチは。ノースパット、ここら辺か。だから。こっちがマジでない。ここのアンチすごい好きなのに俺。こことね、ここも好き。ここらへん。なんで、また下側か。 でもあれや、ウォッチパーティーしよう言うても時間が時間すぎるでしょ。なんかめっちゃカクカクしない？めっちゃカクカクしてるよ、この画面。もうなんか、ちょっと重いか？サプライズ！やべ、オーバーウォッチを思い出す。ゼロの当て感やばいな。普通にやばいよな、あの当て感。なんか、いろんな大会で下の方が多いイメージある。すごく。なんなら俺日本に来たら行くけど、見に。チケットってどういう感じなんだろうね。1枚のチケットでさ、4日間、5日間見れるのか、それとも1日単位なのか、どうなんだろうね。1日単位だったら俺は決勝見に行くけど。アセンドとダークゼロ戦ってね。まあ、アセンドを負けるやろ。対面能力が違いすぎる。3キーマオに最強パッド2人相手は無理やろ。しかも、アセンドポストキル別にやられてるし、カシェーラもやられてるし、これはアセンドは終わったね。誰にやられたこれ？エリジウムと。ブラックアウンドとわかんない。わからんチームや。SF か。Blackhand now can get back up and they can hold this northeast side of this zone just below launchpad. I think the TSM are probably going to be arriving sometime soon to around where Blackhand are. Looks like another command center redeploy coming in. TSM がブラックハンド近くに来てるぞ。ほらほらほらほらほらほらほら。こっちもやってる。Is not going to be comfortable for you. The 3 southern zones in a row for TSM. I think if you look at the overall leaderboards, not going to be too disappointed with the amount of points. ただそのスルーしてアンチ入ってね。アンチが？何アンチ？これか。ここら辺か？俺はここだと予想するわ。LG アンチで。LG がめちゃくちゃチャンピオンを取りまくったアンチだと予想。TSM でじゃあ悪くないと思う。まあ目の前に NRG いるのがちょっと怖いけど。まあまあ、戦いはしないでしょう。いや、日本に来たらいいのにね。来たら最高だぞ。For the teams rotating in from that northern side. Yeah, the only problem is the teams that are close to them right now, Optic Gaming and TSM, they're not easy kills at the best of times. So it looks like NRG might be trying to move away and play the height a little bit more, the ridge and the cannon area where they might be able to slide down a little bit later. But they are certainly ahead of the traffic. They are the ones who can make that decision. Alliance again are going to have to craft it. アライアンスは毎回あれだよね、アンチ外でクラフトするよね。
will be just holding on to barometer still. They have to start making their move east soon.
まだ2試合しかしないとはいえさ、上位陣にいるメンツが結構波乱寄りだよな、毎回思うけど。ブラックハンドなんてこの前の大会全然だったじゃん。
I fear for those teams who are going to be the late arrivals. We have a lot of teams playing the outside of buildings, and it's all about timing you rotate in here if you are one of the late arrivals. You can't essentially find out what Ascend found out, right? That when you land, that you're the only team who's on the outside of a building. You need other teams kind of
almost arriving at the same time to take eyes away or see third parties
ね
breaking out in buildings.
まあなんか外れてるばっかりだしね、アンチがそもそも。
It's a tough ask. It really is a tough ask to try and get into this zone. If you're not in
外れてるアンチばっかりだからまあしゃあないっちゃしゃあない。スマホの充電しよう。
Yeah, we saw the difference in the Prowler could make at the end of game 1. Just realizing Ironblood Gaming are getting very close to each other on the map.
よいしょ。戦わないでしょまだ。
It's not going to be easy getting into any sort of position. Still down towards Gale Station. It's a scrap for supremacy. A scrap for
でガム食べるわ。ごめん。言った瞬間戦ってそうなんだけど。アイアンブラッドゲーミングとどこだ？リアライズ？でいいの？
Stalling this fight out for now, and NRG are also just kind of sharks in the water here, looking to see when this fight takes place. If it's going to be quick.
おいおいおい。春落とされてんじゃん。
Beautiful spray with that R99, and boy was it quick. But
春が落ちてんぞ。春落ちてるけど。
Sweet calls it off.
多分大丈夫なノックだと思う。多分大丈夫なノックだ。2位がブラックハウンドっておかしいやろマジで。見たことない。 だね。あとちょっとなんか腹8分目だったから夜ご飯。
also proved to be one of the most difficult fights in the lobby. But once they do hold this northern side and they try to press into the circle, there's not really much coverage for them. That's what we're
やっぱりね、落ちることはあんま良くはないけど大丈夫なピックだったわ。落ちない方が結局いいんだけどね。道場と当たるかもなこれ。 とりあえず TSM はそこで残留するはずだから前に行こうとしても行けないもんね。ティミー落ちね間に合うか。
You also saw on the northeast side of the zone a lot of open area as well, which Blackhand, TSM, Alliance, Optic, Dojo, they're probably all going to fight for. At the moment it's TSM who hold the far eastern side, and they've got plenty of protection from the smokes, but they have noticed Dojo in the zone. Dojo are going to have to be extremely careful here, because yes, they do have the meds to craft the zone, while it's constantly chipping away with damage. If you find your shields being broken, that last 10% of your health going down from a G7 scout, you're going to really find yourself having to pick one of your teammates up and maybe giving the trigger for TSM.
明日はゾーン買わねえとな。開始が24時だから。
Yes, they have the high ground, but that is going to be Blackhand consistently firing down on them. And every time they're taking damage, they're burning through those meds as well.
エニメ落ちるくね。ああ、回復したわ。 レップスがまだアワーなんだよな。
16 squads still remaining here. The Dojo are having to force up onto TSM now. And the zone is a problem. The longer this fight gets delayed, the more difficult this is going to be, but popping a medkit at just the right time might be able to get Timmy into the fight feeling full HP. TSM having to retreat, and then Digi throws it. First knock goes to the Dojo.
格殺もされちゃった。
Dojo survive and pushing out of the zone. We're able to win a straight 3v3. I would say it's a perfect from Timmy as well. The moment that his feet touched the ground, he was full health, able to just deal out so much damage.
良くないな。
Which turned into those knocks coming in. TSM eliminated, run over a little bit by the Dojo in that situation. And now you can see them turning their attention towards Blackhand, who've been waiting for this rotate from either TSM or Dojo for quite some time.
All the meanwhile, Alliance got over both teams, by the way, as Exet also trying to move.
ルーザーも見るのきついよ TSM 俺。ルーザーは嫌だよ。頼むよ。
Back to the fight that we were talking about for quite some time. Optic Gaming now helping out. The rotate, you would say, maybe coming in from Dojo. Alliance also involved in this fight. This is a 4-team fight for supremacy of the northern side of this zone. But even when this fight finishes, there's going to be more work to do. Dojo knows
アライアンス道場が
Alliance, they smell KP in the water. They're doing a huge amount of damage.
エフェクトやったれ。おい。
Effect picks up the second, and Effect
おい。
will take down the remaining members of the dojo.
So well played by Alliance. They
おい。
the teams. They dive above them when Dojo were challenging.
激ロや。当てろ。なあ。一人残ってるぞそこ。うん。
NRG also eliminated in the meantime while all this action is going down on the northern side of zone. NRG have fallen. Blackhand still alive though. But Alliance are starting to push up to onto the
投げ出せ投げ出せ。アライアンス投げ出したねブラックハンドのこと。はい、いい車線です。はい、いい車線です。ただ裏からの車線が。
30 seconds, this fight has to be done. That means Alliance have to be aggressive here, Dan. They have to push now.
Well, Optic Gaming still have one player who survived the scrap with Blackhand, who could be a nuisance in this engagement too. Moist Esports hold that eastern side, but LG Chivas
やっぱりエフェクトも前傾姿勢だよ。ヨガじゃないぞ。ドリームファイアとセンチネル。はい。ナイスセンチネル。ただ、アンチが起こせないね、これは。起こせるのか。第4も意外と痛くないよね。やばい。ニーズルにエフェクトが落とされてる。オプティックが今落ちてたね。
12 seconds till that zone closes. And speaking of Kraber, it's going to be Niesel who has it, looking through the smoke, looking for some skulls.
Yeah, he says my Kraber might not be able to see through, but my Bolt with a Digithreat certainly can. All the meanwhile,
ここはブラックハンドと SAF か。なあ。アライアンスブラックハンド落ちて、アライアンスも結構苦戦してるね。
They will be at the northern side of this zone. LG still holding down the armory for now. Moist Esports have moved into zone. The only two teams who are in zone at the moment, Tom Youngkung and Moist Esports. This is what's happening elsewhere. This is the remnants of Gale Station and the teams that are trying to leave.
Oi!
When there's a Kraber about.
So LG Chivas still in a pretty good position here, but they are being watched by Moist.
当てちまえ。今は当たんないんだ。シンギュラリティが落ちたね。フェイズと戦ったよね、フォニーとフェルクサから。フェイズダークゼロや。フェイズ勝て。そらダメだ。そらダメだ。そらダメだ。ただ漁票来てるぞ。リアライズ頑張れ。ゼロだけだね、今生き残ってるの多分。ジェンとザイに落とされてるよね。あ、じゃあジェンも押してなかったか。よし、ナイス。そしてさ、このウィナーズブランケットでさ、1位になったら10ポイントのアドバンテージあるから、なるべくダークゼロとかそういう優勝候補チームを取らないようにしとかないと。うわ、嫌な場所歩くねー。リアライズきついねー。 リアライズ2人落ちてるね。それは2人落ちるわ。あ、時間の問題だね。リアライズは。うん。事前評価とかさ、そういうシンプルに強いチームのは落としていかないと。モイスト LG トムヤムくんこの3チームか。
Moist have got the Rolling Thunder and Black Hole to work with as we get towards this final circle as well. It's about making sure it drops at the right time. The same could be said for LG Chivas. The exact same composition. Rolling Thunder available for them too. But that Kraber in the back pocket, if there's any bullets left in there, could be what really sets LG Chivas aside from the other two teams here. No Nizo at the moment, R99 in hand just in case anyone presses up on him. But the fact he's not switching it out on set makes me think that maybe he might be out of bullets. Also thinking that maybe if you miss the shot, the time it takes to switch over is guaranteed damage for the R9. Also the Digi threat, of course, is going to be there, and knowing the Bangalore's are heavy in this lobby.
非常に難しい。ただ、俺は意外と LG が勝つと予想。意外と、ないか、さすがに。ワンチャンあるな。バンガウルドもあるし、カタルトももしかしたらあるやん。いや、きつー。
Nobody wants to be the first to fall because they know if they were the ones to engage or get pushed themselves, then it's going to be an opportunity for the other team to push. But look at this, Fossey makes the play.
2人落としたね。LG じゃねこれ。LG だわ。よう当たったな俺。もうちょっとちゃんとある程度ちゃんと考えてはいたけど、よう当たったわ。よう当たりましたね。いやーウッキウキの気分で見てるはずなんだけどな、俺の予定では。うわー落ちたねー。まあ落ちたけどまだ許容範囲だね。アライアンスも全然だね。やっぱちょっとエフェクトがあれか。エフェクトがあれだから、あんまこういう言い方あれだけど足引っ張っちゃってるのかな、多少なりとも。センチネルなのすごいな。センチネルがまあ軽くちょこっと飛び出してて、2位から8位までが固まってる感じだね。で9から14位までも固まってるかな。で15位から20位って感じだね。まあまあまあまあまあ。おかしいな。ちょっと待ってね。よし。
few teams. It was all Black Hand game 1, but it started strong. I think everyone's shown a little bit of themselves after 3.
That's exactly what I was about to bring up. It's the fact that everyone has had the opportunity to shine in some way or form, which is surprising in such a heavy-hitting lobby.
Yeah, and one thing that Bullet we always like to talk about is how that final zone helped one team to shine a little bit more than the others. This time, it was LG Chivas. Walk us
ちょ
through
っとスマホの
team stand at the very
Wi-Fi
end.
をいじって
Didn't
た。
necessarily demand that it went the way of LG, but they're such a good team fighting squad.
有線でパソコンにつなげてるそのパソコンの Wi-Fi を使った。だからスマホの回線も良くなるんだよね。ルーターは1階にあるけど、パソコン経由するから、有線のパソコンを経由するから、だいぶ回線良くなるんだよね、これで。普通に忘れてた。で、そう、旅行するのにさ、電車の中だから騒げんやん、別にそんな。そんな騒いじゃあかんやん。もしなんか迷惑、本当に騒げなさそうな状況やったらさ、一人でなんかしないとあかんから、呪術廻戦のアニメダウンロードしとこうと思って。今ハマってるんよ、呪術廻戦。
cleanup at this point. You can see how long they were able to stay up high, avoid all of that engagement, and clean this one up so easily. 3 full red shields at the disposal of LG. I mean, they could not have played this any more perfectly.
I don't know if Niazul is trying to copy.
パンチで倒してはいないけど、本当にパンチで倒したみたいなタイミングでしない。リアライズのキルがすごいな。13キルだって。
kills as well. We know this team can play. Big shout out though to Realize 18 points off of 13 kills in a 5th place. That is a strong showing from a team that maybe we haven't talked enough about.
It's especially better given the fact that Realize is starting off today on Stormpoint completely contested by Oxygen, and in most scenarios have actually won out on that exchange, and as a result,
いやー、0-0 かー。激おだぞ、ハル。まずい。
No, you can't, but they've done a really good job of even when they're not getting that win, they're at least keeping themselves consistent. The first performance for Dreamfire, at least getting themselves 3 kills and an 8th place finish. I talked about Dreamfire as my team to watch, but also picked Blackhand in my predictions, and like you said earlier, Rain, they came out the gate 14 kills. Game number 1. They've turned on their aggression here.
結構面白い。ただ俺的に2期が今始まってるじゃん。2期の渋谷事変っていうところが始まってるけど、多分俺そこ大好き。結構ストーリーが真っ暗っていうか、いい感じに人が死んでくれるから。補正いらないんですよ、俺的に。もう死ぬやつは死んでくれ。どんどん死んでいこう。悲しいけど、どんどん死んでいこう。ひどい。でも好きだよ、俺は。もちろんさ、補正ある人はいても全然いいよ。けど、一面仲いい、もう、俺らマジで絶対死なねえわっていうのは好きじゃないの、俺は。主人公ポジションのやつらがさ、まあ、いるわけやん、いろんなアニメで。そいつらの中で、まあ普通に一人は死んだりとかしてくれた方が俺は嬉しい。ただワールドトリガーは別。あれは死ぬとかあんまりないんだけど、マジでおもろい。今のところは呪術廻戦よりワールドトリガーの方が好きだわ。
Well, Bullet,
友達に勧められた弱虫ペダルは何話だろう、13話ぐらいで終わってるけど、朝霧の出会いっていうタイトルでずーっと止まってる。飽きたわ。多分今後見ることはないでしょう。
start pushing and just doing damage and, you know, having like a bit of a good momentum, you know, just to start the games off. And you can see here they're contested. The way that Realize play is very different to how most teams would approach this contest in North America. You know, Realize is a team from APAC North. They have such a different approach to the game. The way that they approach it.
面白くないんだもん。いや、面白くないわけじゃないんだけど、多分合わない、シンプルに。
What is that difference though? I mean, quickly, just for those watching at home, is it the pace of how Realize is taking the fight that maybe is catching Oxygen off guard a little?
多分俺にスポーツ系とかは好きじゃないと思う。リゼロはなんかあんま見たいと思わない。あれでしょ？レムとかのやつでしょ？合ってる？多分それはね、一生見ないと思う。ああ、俺多分見ないよ。俺多分見ない。まず、第一印象が悪すぎて見ない。俺的に。そのキャラクターがなんか美化されてるから別にいいやと思っちゃう。ああいうのは。なこれボードゲーム？いらねー。What was the most picked version in the split playoff match point finals? ホライゾンに決まって、いや、視野だな、これは。見てたけど途中で見てみた。それが事実よ。俺だったらもっと見ねえぞ。バンガロールはにわかだぞ。スプリット2、あ、スプリット2か、これ。マジでまだ視野弱体が来てないのに。そうなんだ。Which contains the least amount of damage in the damage? ディボーション。これあれ？一回もそもそも使われてない説？これ、ちょっと単語分からなかったんだけど。多分一番ダメージ低いになりそうだよね。選択肢がそうじゃん。P20、ミーリー。これ殴りね。視野消えてしまいましたね。正直な話、競技に視野はいらない。視野は好きだけど、正直競技にはいらない。俺的には。ただ、カジュアル勢の俺らにしてはちょっとひどいね。ひどい手術じゃない。こうさな。
A lot of kind of different variety we've seen in zones, a lot of difficult rotations for several squads. I think that one team in particular that has struggled is Alliance coming from
そうだよ。アンチ アンチなんて、ストポのアンチはずっと下だよ、ちなみに。前回大会とか前々回大会とか、もうずーっとそう。ストポは基本下。TS1 のアンチきすぎ。俺と見よう。マジで俺と見よう。マジで俺と見よう。俺も TS ファンボだから。超ファンボだから俺。世界で一番ファンボだから。よし。あとスナイプも好きなレースも。マジで俺で見た方がいい、それは。で、あれでしょ、そこに、アルブラが来たらアルブラのチーム応援でしょ。俺と同じ。TSM を見て APEX を育ってきたからな、俺。だから日本チームよりも NA の方がね、なんか親近感があるんだよ、俺。ずーっと見てきてるから。ストポラスト試合か。これだったら俺ハメしてこようかな。多分一番長い休憩になると思うから。でしょ？だと思ったよ。あれでしょ？バトル始まったら見るわ、ちゃんと。俺にはわかるよ。この試合から始まったでしょ、どうせ。俺もこれから見始めてるから。これともう一個の動画ね。
Just enough time to get a little bit of healing done. For now, though, it's a battle of the ultimate high ground. You can see it's hotly broken. Nobody really wants to be the first one to be aggressive in this situation. And why would you? It's one thing about contest. You don't know what weapons.
昔といえばストネスだったよね。ストネス一強じゃなかった。で、そこに APEX 人気が出てきて、ストネスとか出てきた感じ。リアライズが一歩リードだね。これはリアライズかな。2対1。うん、オキシゲン落ちたね。オキシゲンが落ちたんだけど、どっかも一人落ちてんだよ、56で。どこだろう。でしょ、これと、これと、さっきのやつと出てこないかな。結構昔の動画だから出てこないね。優勝関係ないやつばっかりやん。いいや。アンチがまた下でアンチ。本当に右上来ない。本当に右上アンチ来ない。であれだよ、TSM がアンテナ取った瞬間に上側になるから。俺らランドマーク変えるわって。ずっと下になってるから、ずっと下だから俺らアンテナ行くわってアンテナになった瞬間にアンチが上に固まるから。ちょっとね、あまりにも下すぎるんだよな。まあその分エッジは強いから。
starting to make their way into the zone, and this is kind of a blind one, right? Do we know that there's going to be somewhere for us to play, or is it more of a we hope we might be able to thread the needle and take one of the floors in these buildings?
There are a few squads who have been able to move a lot quicker than they did in the previous TSM.
しょうがないっちゃしょうがないんやけどね。まあちょっと下寄りすぎじゃねと思う。前回大会からずーっと TSM いようがいないが関係ない。ずーっとしてってる。
Interesting, like you say, that start a fight at the top of command center right now. We know historically that TSM love to hit an evac tower.
これいいところまで飛べるぞ。
Start a fight you're doing right now. Then instead of using the evac tower, we're going to have the Skyward dive and the Valkyrie. But that's going to slow down TSM's rotation. They left command center. They were like, you know what? You can have this for now. It's not worth the risk. But I'm pretty sure they'll be popping an evac tower quite soon, and I think they've popped it already as they head down.
すごいところから取り出てきたな今。当たんないやろ。
Ultimate from Valkyrie here gives you all that passive information. They have been able to spot our team, and they will land over at Launchpad and will probably
get into an
engagement. Yeah, it's going to be Black Hammers above them. You saw them on the crafter. For now, though, they're just going to be kind of bunkering up, getting those fences.
TSM ここか。いたいたいたいた。
Tommy on Kung are also coming to have a little look at this, and Alliance are speedily heading down south as well. And if they hear this commotion, Alliance won't be afraid to have a little go at this themselves. Blackhand, though, understandably,
結構あれなんだね、やっぱり ALGS 見てる人多いんだね。ああ、ここやん。一人押してんの。で、じゃね、LG と戦ってんのか。俺は LG の勝ちだね。2人落としてるわ。あとファン FPS だけだ。落ちたね。スナイプ。あ、スナイプがサイクスとファンを倒したんだ。
Once you get to a certain point, the point of no return, you have to commit to that fight.
I mean, the crazy thing is, right, you always feel in games there's one big fight for each team on this kind of zone. If you win it, cool, you have somewhere to play for the rest of the game. If you lose it, it's game over. You know, you're falling out in the top 7, 8 teams, but kind of have to roll that dice a little bit. It becomes more and more difficult as the game goes on, of course, as people will get a little bit more loot, a little bit more ticks on those Evo shields to make them a much more...
当てるね、やっぱり。
Dark Zero now trying to move their way up to the top of the hill, overlooking Gale Station for now.
We haven't seen Dark Zero really have one of those games, right? We've not seen them at their very best.
ここはセンチネルとシンギュラリティか。頑張れセンチネル。
Will keep him alive as the Noxa exchange for now. Sentinels hold their building, and these are the kind of fights I'm talking about. But now there's going to be a swing from elsewhere. An RKN with a revved up rampage has almost got the perfect weapon for this position, for this distance, just a whole team's back.
Really shows how important Catalyst is in every single competition.
いや、めっちゃいいところで途切れるやん。ダークゼロがいい感じでやられてんね。いけ、ナルジ。おい。逃がす逃がす。よし。これでダークゼロはゼロだけだ。絶対取りに来ることもできないから。おーし、でかいぞ。ただ NRG がギルドとネイフやられてるから、あとはスイートだけで、スイートがこれで、あまあまあまあまあ。アセンドもしんどいね。アセンダー、なんだっけ、一人名前忘れたわ。見たらわかんだけど、ポストキルだっけ。じゃあルフカだ。ルフカが落ちてるね。トムヤム君か。ワンチャントム
Not just Imperial, how is TSM who are looking to come in and clean up the damage here. Ascend eliminated, Black Hole down, Wombo combo initiated. Cleaning up the downs is the first job here for TSM, but can they find this final KP?
Well, look how much further south TSM have found themselves.
No! じらすの好きね、エーペックス。 じらすのお好きね。ただ TSM 武士もいい感じに取れそうだね。いややらせ。なんで落ちたんだろうね。なんでこんなに落ちるんだろう。オプティックが落ちたんかな。
And that's the difference, right, with being able to move that extra little bit faster. Now, Dojo probably won't go for the same rotation they did in the previous game, where they did fly all the way over to the east.
めっちゃよろしいな。
I imagine they'll probably stick to the western side because you can get into antenna and be comfortable in antenna and then hope that
こうさ。これでしょ？ TSM ファンボイになった理由これでしょ？この動画とかでしょ？ストネスのもう一個あるんだよ。俺実はねもう一個の方からなんだよ。これ俺はまだやべ危ないまだかまだだね。用意されてるね。カウントダウンしてくれるはずだから。そうだよね。これを最初に見て、このチームすげえマジで強いってなって、でそっからこれも見て TSM が大好きになって、でここら辺のねアルブラのパスファインダーの動画見始めて、これとかね、ファーミングって言ってるさアルブラが。あ3、2、1。さあどこにいる？残りの一人。いやいいんじゃない？遊ろう。喧嘩のやつって言われてももうたくさんありすぎてどれのことかわかんないな。常に喧嘩してるからな。昔の TSM ってそうだからな。今ぐらいだよ喧嘩しないの。自我が強いやつが2人いたらもう終わりなんだよチームは。常に喧嘩やから。アルブラにスナイプに。でも俺あの動画好きだわ。クラフトダウンのやつ。スナイプが絶対ダメなところでクラフトし始めて、スナイプ落とされてガンナイするやつ。なんで？全力で落とせ。なんで起こしてんの？起こすなよダークゼロは一番危険なんだから。いやアライアンス頑張れ。TSM の1ミリ見るか。さっきのちょっとそんな顔なそうね。ここか。アンチも TSM は良くないね。ここら辺にフェンスがある場所あるんだよな。これかな？そこを取るのかな。そしたらトムヤムくんがこれソロか。ここだろうね多分取るの。何もなければ。あれ いいね、スナイプ。俺1番って言われたら誰なんだろうな。エヴァンはないな。エヴァン、レップスはないな。エヴァンは即でない。レップスは大好きだけど、そこには来ない。大好きだけど。エヴァンは好き。無理だな。決めれねえよ、俺ちょっと。でも好きな海外プロはたくさんいるよ。ねえ、もうね、好みが一緒。KCP でしょ？わかる？じゃあモンスーンも好きでしょ？モンスーンわかる？モンスーンあたりも好きなんじゃない？あと X セットも好きでしょ？そしたら。あとノーティーも好きでしょ？ステイノーティー。どうだろう？合ってるかな？SF がすごい位置に行くね、これ。これ生きれるのかな？あ、モンスーンはないか。まあ、あんまり、あれだよね、取り上げないよね、日本は。あ、これ道場がいやーよしいいぞいいぞいいぞいいぞいいぞいいぞワンブヨワンブヨ誰だ残ってんのレップスか頼む当たるな当たるな当たるな当たるよし金毒金毒金毒でかいでかいでかいでかいでかいでかいでかいでかいでかいただ春が落ちちゃったかノーティーは好き C9 も好きでしょだから昔のダークゼロも落ちるねゼロとジェンバーテン落ちてるわあとあれなんだっけザインだけだオプティックが落ちたねでもドリームファイアにやられたんかいや、大きいよ、大きいよ。全然大丈夫。全然大丈夫っていうか、あそこで道場に詰められたってことを考えた上での2枚、春だけで済んでるのは全然大きい。オッケーオッケー。しかもホライゾンなのが一番いい。キャラ的にさ、バンガとかカタリスト落とされたらきついけど。ザックのディアルセカンドドームハロー来てるよしセカンドドームってなんだよでもそっから入るからセカンドドームって言葉ただダークゼロが地味に生きてんだよな。いやでもゼロ落ちてんな。あ、ダークゼロ落ちた。よしよしよし。アライアンスもきついんじゃないアンチそれ。ハキ大丈夫それ。ハキ大丈夫か。ユキは大丈夫だね。うわぁ怖え。
So surprised Alliance have been able to get away with that. It's realizing Dreamfire are ahead of them and they have no idea. Now they
あーリアライズがやられてる。さすがにそれはリアライズドンマイだわ。アライアンスいると思わないよな。それはしゃあないわ。TSM TSM TSM 悪くない位置にいるよ。TSM 悪くないぞ位置。 全然いい位置いるぞ。ほら見て。これめちゃくちゃいい位置だよこれ。基本的にもうあと遮蔽がないところばっかりになるから、この家のやつらが混戦状態になって T7 が触れる柵があるから、柵に木もあるからね。木もあるしカタリストもあるし。アライアンスと DZ か。DZ じゃない、ドリームファイヤーか。頑張れアライアンス。ダメージレースはアライアンスがあってね。いいぞそのバンガールと。F 点1枚。よーし。いやそのユキ生存者でけえ。このユキが生きてるか生きてないかマジ大事だから。これ T7 稼げるよ。見てて見ててマジで T7 稼ぐよ。てかこの話で10部隊のバグってんだろ本当に。おいおいおいおい強っ。クリッピーです。いやーライアンスの位置がいい位置にいるわ。やばい T7 やばい。レップスだけだ。あ落ちたマジかよ。アライアンスの位置が良すぎる。こんないい位置アンチ内に入ってんだ。フリーすぎる。やばい。それはダメだよ。しかもさ同じチームのエフェクトがここにいるって強気すぎでしょ。いやでもアライアンス1位取れるからこれは嬉しいわ。アライアンスならいい。残り一発。なあまあイージーウィンでしょうこれは。フェイズが2位かな。だねフェイズ2位だ。F で1枚。あーめっちゃノックに座れた。おいいやよかったアライアンス勝って。めちゃくちゃ嬉しいわ。日本チーム生き残ってるよ。生き残ってるけど昨日も説明したんだけどさ、なんとなくなんか流れあったの覚えてる？チャンピオンシップのこういう流れね。昨日俺らが見てたのはこれで、日本チームの何チームかはこっちに行ってる。このトップ10今やってるのはここのボトム10チームとこの生き残ってる日本チームのトップ10チームが戦って決勝いける。その中のトップいけたらだから生き残ってはいるけどまあもうあとはないね。日本チームは全部今やってるこのウィナーズラウンドは全部日本チームはいないから、あとはない日本チームは。まあでもフナティックあたりは入れると思う間違いなく。1位リアライズ。リアライズ何キルした？7キルか。1リアライズ、センチネル、ドリームファイヤー、アライアンス。アライアンス4位まで来てる。LG、ブラックアンダー、NRG、フェイズ、オプティック、ダークゼロ。T7 上げてきたね。 全然いい。全然いい感じで TSM ここなのは。アイアンブラッドもイースト登場。X セットか。まあ、ざっくり見ていくと、まあ、結構ここら辺が固まってるね。ここら辺が固まっていて、こっちもここら辺までがかかる。いや、結構団子になってきてるわ。いや、なんかどこがずば抜けてくないな、これ。まあ、ここ2つが結構いい感じぐらいか。それ以外は結構団子だね。まあ、まだまだ前半戦終わっただけだから。だから4試合終わったもんね。あと残り4試合。残り4試合。ワールズエッジ次は。フナティコしてるのはマジで意外だった。前回日本マジで強かったよ。本当に強かった。まあ、まだまだひっくり返るよ。全然。うん、俺もそう思う。俺もそこはそう思うわ。まあ俺らがどうこう言うあれではないんだけどね。でも俺もそう思う。俺歯磨きしてくるわ。このまま拡大して垂れ流しとくから。一応俺もコメントにはいるわ。
They might have been able to turn it on its head, but it's the fact that Hackers did enough damage to ensure that the trade was able to be there.
Also, a huge shout out to Yuki, just being in the position to watch his IGL as he did slide into this position. He almost got him out there at one point, but you can see, look at the shots coming in from affecting Yuki as well. It's not free damage for FaZe. They had to commit to it. And know that they were going to be taking damage on their way down. Alliance control the zone, Alliance control the game, and Alliance control the victory in our final game on Stormpoint, and boy did they need it. And I tell you what, Alliance are going to get scarier and scarier as this tournament rolls on.
Yeah, Alliance now put themselves in a position where World's Edge, where hopefully they'll have some better zones for them, because I'd say all 4 zones were bad for Alliance there. You had a far northwest one, and then 3 down towards the south that they had to traverse the entirety of the map. 14 kills was 5k damage on the board for Alliance. Means that they send themselves up into the top 4. They're only 4 points off first place in this group.
By the way, imagine being the last player alive and just seeing that. Just seeing those 3 looking down at you, that's terrifying.
Especially if one of them has a bow.
Yeah, exactly. That is a terrifying thing to have to try and overcome. FaZe almost managed to scrape out the win there, but it was just clean up damage. And clean up crew coming in from effect, and it's 26 points for Alliance. A first place finish, 14 kills alongside it. But what a game from FaZe as well.
Yeah, FaZe making sure that they put themselves in the competition and in the conversation for the top 10. But Alliance, I mean, they're so close now to being in the first place position here in the winners bracket. LG Chivas again having a zone that's very good for them. TSM staying alive and staying strong with 12 points on the board. They are currently in 11th position overall. Dark Zero, it was a quiet Stormpoint comparatively to what we saw in the group stages, but they are currently the bubble team. They're in 10th position with 23 points. It has been a quiet performance for a couple of squads, but here is how the series looks after 4.
Realize on top. 35 points for them as we hit the midway mark now in our winners bracket. Sentinels just in behind as well, Dreamfire, but I think just looking across that leaderboard, Dan, it is so close between everybody on that leaderboard. You can jump up 10 positions with a win from wherever you find yourself, and we still have 4 games here as we move over to World's Edge to decide who are going to be those top 10 teams who go through to that grand finals.
Yeah, don't count anyone out. Even Ascend, who are currently in last place, still have a chance on World's Edge. They were being contested for a short while. They had to change their position, but that could still happen on World's Edge. There might still be a couple of teams that have to go up against each other.
Well, as Stormpoint comes to a close, so does this little cast from Dan and I. When we get back, though, don't go anywhere because World's Edge awaits.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. What's up, Birmingham, UK? We are live for the Year 3 Apex Legends Global Series champs. I'm SpiderTip, this is Dia, and we are going to be bringing you the second half of your Winners Bracket Series. We're heading on over to World's Edge, but as you can see, the arena is starting to fill up. Dia, it's going to be wild soon.
It's packed, and I'm really enjoying the energy the crowd has been giving these players. It's clearly translated into some of the best games we've had all tournament.
Yeah, it's actually been pretty wild backstage. We've been like, not necessarily hedging our bets on who our predictions will turn out or anything of that nature, but we're getting hyped, bro.
Yeah, I'm not biased towards LG by any substantial margin, but I am biased towards being right. So I'm holding my prediction in high regard, and Double Fish Farm's zone in the past map, Storm Point, has bode well. However, now that we're transitioning on over to World's Edge, as you've noted, things change pretty rapidly.
Even contests.
Even contests.
This is what I'm really excited about. Sometimes you do get free POIs, and a lot of teams have been changing things around, but when you start thinking about those match point finals tomorrow, securing your specific drop spot locations for that, we've seen so many change ups, so many different strategies, and it's all going to boil down for right now.
I mean, even World's Edge contests were even impacting our Storm Point map. You and I spoke about this a little bit backstage, but Realize was seriously considering contesting Start a Fight when we were over on Storm Point, and because of the threat of Start a Fight reciprocating that on World's Edge, they ended up transitioning over onto contest Oxygen, and ultimately hamper their performance on Storm Point by landing on them in Barometer.
Well, let's recap where we've been and where we're going. You got the map rotation on the screen. Match 1 winners, Sentinels, RKN from the desk. Was that a desk buff to come out here? He actually qualified 4 champs while working at Split 2 playoffs, and I'm excited to see how that goes for him. But Dreamfire coming back strong in match number 2, and then LG Chivas. You know what, Dia? I know you called that immediately when you saw the zone, but then finally, Effect, Yuki and Hackis stepping it up in the winner's bracket to win match number 4. And now they need to keep that momentum moving forward towards World's Edge.
And that was after a pretty scuffed game for Alliance as well. Their rotation took them straight into Antenna, where they had planned to evac tower over into Fish Farms, and that didn't work out. The evac tower betrayed them, and they had to walk around tanking a bit of zone. Quick adaptations to a game plan like that are hard to come by, and many would have suspected that Alliance would very quickly fall. But having been able to survive, they get not just a win, but a very much needed one, Tiff, because they were otherwise in contention for being one of our teams to be knocked down into the elimination bracket.
Now we just had a good look at Realize coming out of APAC North, that former roster of Fun 1, 2, 3. Obley and Karumpu have been playing together since 2020 and have been upwards of like 5+ LAN appearances for this team. So I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table, and throughout scrims, they've been super aggressive and are performing incredibly well. There we go, we got them back up there. So we gotta see 4 matches, 23 eliminations, and almost 10K damage. Good.
Now, I realize has performed exceptionally, especially over the last 2 days. Once we get into the later part of group stage and they've been able to adapt to everyone else, I think they're much more confident in being aggressive. It does pay off really well on Storm Point, but once we get into World's Edge, there's a lot less space to work with, and I am expecting Realize to take a step back. Their KP, their actual placement points even, should suffer a small loss moving on to this more controlled map.
Well, then let's start thinking about it, because as we move on over to World's Edge, there are some teams that will likely fare better in terms of acquiring more points per game, or have been throughout the entirety of champs thus far. Ascend and Oxygen should be the most excited to be switching, because they have the biggest point differential between the 2 maps, which is kind of wild when you think about it, because Oxygen, known for being the majority of points on a Storm Point map.
And I think it's funny that on the other side of that coin, Ascend, as you say, go from having, I think, 2.8 points on an average game to 8 points on an average game once we swap their locations. And it's very clear for me why this has worked out well for Ascend. They do tend to play a comp that requires a few more niches to play in. Stormpoint doesn't have as many corners that are protected on all sides, whether they be buildings or whether they just be rocks, but there are a lot of hard surfaces on World's Edge that you can use, small fence lines that provide this consistent cover from which Ascend can use the Watson crypto comp that they've been separating themselves from the rest of the teams with.
Well, you just think about the match they won just a few days ago with the Watson Jenny and the fences where the ring pulled just south of Tree, a little bit towards that area, you know, looming around Harvester and Lava Siphon. But that was so well for them, and had they not had Watson in that particular instance, that would have not boded well for them. But as we get geared up, this is it, the Thunderdome era. Honestly, the Monument POI that was added to World's Edge, that rework, was one of the coolest things that I've seen in a very long time.
And this time around, it will be home to Sentinels, who have chosen to drop around the center of the map. Sentinels, who also picked up a win, finally being able to mark that one off for themselves in the winner's bracket, and doing it in game one. This team has been a real focus for me, not because they've been consistently on top, but because they are so inconsistently peaking, and peaking specifically off of how one player is performing. Koifel is the spearhead of this squad and is by far the person with the most damage share on their team that's still in the winner's bracket. He's, I think, 5th overall in terms of damage percentage, sharing 43% of his team's damage himself alone. Everyone ranked above him went down to the elimination bracket, and some of them have gone home.
Wow, that's impactful, but as we hit the Legend Select, you can see it popping up in front of the teams. Yuki locking in Catalyst, you can see Aiden on the horizon, Vayne Bangalore, some Bloodhounds amidst. This is the time where Bloodhound pops off, but we knew that we were getting a couple fuses in the lobby throughout Group Series, throughout international scrims. Do I have any Fuse fans out there?
I'm sure we do, and we can hear a few of them chanting for Fuse. Maybe. We'll see how far we get into World's Edge and whether that becomes a really dominant pick. Horizon has been really prioritized by teams on World's Edge because of the ultimate height that can exist in a lot of our zones and your ability to close that gap very quickly, whether it be onto buildings or in positions like Lava Fissure where you have to very quickly jump from low ground to high ground as we drop into the map. However, we will be heading on the dropship along from west to east, giving teams like NRG and importantly Oxygen, who you mentioned earlier, first move.
That's exactly what they need. I'm looking for ring consoles. I'm looking for information. Who's going to have Hot Zone? Well, that's going to be home to Stacks, who will benefit from a ring console and a survey beacon in the depths of Stacks and Big Mod. So plenty of information, but TSM getting that ever-coveted ring console just on the outside of Lava Siphon.
Finally back, finally back at their POI. It feels right to see TSM landing their uncontested Singularity just off to their northeast, have chosen to land over by Geyser and have been a big point of focus for me during the course of this event. Well, LG Chivas, definitely my team to watch coming into the day, as of course over at launch site. They don't have the benefit of a ring console, unfortunately for them. We'll just be stuck with the survey beacon, but Alliance over in Thermal Station do have that advantage.
This is the weirdest approach to a skyhook beginning that I have ever witnessed. The Dojo and Xset are immediately kind of running into each other, right? They're not necessarily going straight towards Trials, trying to get some of that loot. They're actually focusing on prioritizing this engagement. And with Xset coming in 16th place, you know, that threshold at 31 points for 10th that they need, this is where you're going to have to start stringing some games together.
And this is disrespectful by Xset. They've definitely recognized that while they can split the POI, we're going to hit a quick pause instead. While they can split the POI, they would much rather jump on top of Dojo. Normally you actually will see Sky West and Sky East split, with Xset taking the Trials side. Now that they're landing with Dojo, however, there's definitely a little bit of ego going on here with Xset saying, well, Dojo, you may have made it here, but it's time for the old guard to shut you down.
Ooh, and when the old guard stands up, things can start to get super exciting. But that's what I was thinking, right? We're going to start in, and I'd rather hit the quick pause now. And if just a friendly reminder, we put some really cool information about surrounding the pause feature. It takes about 2 seconds of no player-on-player damage for that pause to enact. It could have been requested right at the start of the beginning of the game.
Yeah, very likely. due to a few peripherals that we needed to sort out. And we'll get the update for you as soon as we can. But it's a nice time to break down exactly how the game is going so far. A lot of you will have gotten snapshots because of the maps that we placed around the arena. And if you're at home, you will be able to jump into that with Command Center and find out what the map looks like for yourself.
I know. I sit there in the back room and I'm watching the normal thing, and I just have the map room up completely because I just want to make sure I'm hitting all of those rotations. And if you guys got a little glimpse of it, then you would know that we are going down south. And anytime I get a southern zone on World's Edge, I just get really excited.
And it's great for Alliance as well.
Could be.
Landing over by Thermal, they should have information that this is happening. We already talked about the fact that they have a ring console, and the setup from Thermal is really simple once you're able to identify that the zone is coming to you. There are only a few endings in the Thermal area, and depending on how far south Zone 1 is pulling, you should have a pretty good idea of where this is going. Now, the other team that's going to benefit from this is, of course, NRG, who land really close by, and as the game restarts, we'll get a chance to see how they, as well as everyone else, start to rotate in, including Ascend.
Ascend, though, coming in just on the lower half of the lobby thus far, have 4 maps on World's Edge to ride it, and realize leading it, Songjun
フェイズとリアライズか。
We're coming just into the cusp, just on the 8th place.
よし、ナイスフェイズ。
Don't necessarily feel safe because you want to find yourself in that top 10 to really solidify yourself in the finals bracket tomorrow with
ただいま。
advanced starting.
どうも、みーちゃん。おいしそうです、改めて。よーし、アンチが下寄りだな、これは。TSM もここで移動してんね。ダークゼロがいい位置にな。まあまあまあまあ。悪くない。ちなみにアビちゃんはどこ推しなの？俺はもうダントツですぐ TSM って言えるけど。あんまりない感じ？単純に見てるのか、推しのチームがいるのか。爪いじってる人誰なんだろう？めっちゃ気になるな。あ、そうなの？そうなんだ。とりあえず見てるのか。いいね。推しのチーム見つけようぜ。フェイズいい感じだよ。いろんなチームいるからね。うまくないから化け物ね。いろいろいるからな。みんな化け物だよ。おーい。コイフルだからセンチネルだね。ここは。ああ、これは勝ったな、ドリームファイヤー。ヒュージネイド。ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。ちょマジで？これ耐える？耐えなくね？ああ、それ賢い。ああ。やばい。やばい。ちなみに、俺の好きなチームさっき TSM って言ったんですけど、ちょうど今死んだ奴らですね。発狂しそうです。ザルみたいなプレイしてるの実際、そうなんだよな。キックみたいなクソチームと戦っても俺ら負けるやで。ちなみに。キックっていうカマスでしかないチームも、俺らからしたらクソ強いからな。いや、6ゲームやったら本当にきつかったね。とりあえずまだ5ゲーム目だから。いや、発狂するよ、これは。一番好きなチームだもん。俺が APEX の熱にハマったのは TSM の3連 3連覇の動画を見てからなんだよね。そっから APEX 熱がめちゃくちゃ出てきて、TSM と一緒に育ってきていく、俺は。で、TSM はアメリカのチームだから、アメリカで NA なんだよね、地域的には。ノースアメリカ。ノースアメリカのチームがどこよりも知ってんだよね、日本よりも。日本チームはついこの間知ってる。ついこの間、まあ、それとも1年ぐらい前か。1年ぐらいの前でようやく知った。っていうレベルで NA ファンボなんだよね。どんなボンミスしたとしても、そのボンミス1回した程度でも俺ら負けるだろうな、ほんまに。KSM と一緒に青春、そういうこと。まあ今もまだ青春だから、大学生。まだ俺の青春終わってないよ。第2の青春だから今。熱い。扇風機つけよう。LG も1人落ちてんのか、ジャグラーが。2人落ちてんね。どっかのチームも1人落ちてんな。おい。ジャグラー回収かな、これは。ジャグラー回収して引くのかな。そうだよ、ここ支部だよ。あくまで支部はストリーマー部門だけど LG だよ。あ、この人とかわかんじゃない？ It's Timmy って阿部ちゃん。昔にソロでブロンズからプレデターまで行ったみたいな。ランクがまだ難しかった頃に57時間だっけ、そんぐらいやって57時間寝ないのもおかしいけどな、普通に。ダークゼロがいいチームね。そう、本当に初期の方は競技してたね。本当にちょっとだけ。それ言ったら一応フェイドとかもしてたんじゃなかった？確か。X セットまだ16位か。ここのチームはすごく雰囲気がいいよ。全員ザ・アメリカ人みたいなパリピ同士が集まってる感じ。どうだこれ、道場と X セット戦ってみるか。ああ、いうちだ。ティミー？おっ！うわ、ノリアってファンか。一番強いぞ、ファンが。一番強いぞ。あ、それは勝てる？ああ、だよね。ファンが一番トップキーマウでトップ5ぐらいやったらファンは大体上がるんだよね。そのぐらいあの人うまい。モイストと目のフェイズか。フェイドしてたよ、確か。確かだよ。俺も生で見てるわけじゃないから実際どうなのか分かんないけど、そういう話は聞いたことある。本当に一瞬だけ競技いたみたいな。まあ、あと大会とはまた別だけどさ、なんかツイッチのさ、なんか有名ストリーマーが集まる APEX の大会にはフェイド出るよね。 ここ最近でフェイドを大会で見るんだったらそれが一番じゃないかな。スイッチなんちゃらってやつ。
Their biggest contest, as you allude to, is Oxygen, just off to the north. Oxygen and interestingly, NRG, who are likely going to try.
いや、ダークゼロどうなるかな。こっちが詰めてくることはないから、本当にこっちを抑えきれるかによるね。ダークゼロは。これわかるじゃない？ジェンバーテンとか最強パッドプレイヤー。なんか誰々が最強だよとかよく言うけどさ、なんかジェンは殿堂入りしてる感がすごいよね。もうジェンチートでいいのにエクセットしちゃった。なんかの間違いでさ、ジェンチートでやってほしいんだよな、俺。ジェンが嫌いとかじゃなくて。もはやジェンはチートであってほしいまである。本当に安いチートね。やばい、フレックス落とされてた。あ、ダークゾー知ってるんだ。スナイプバンガーなんだね。落ちちゃった。4にきついな、さすがに。ノックド、あれオプティックもきついね。ドロップとかまず落ちてってるし。フェイズ落ちて、センチネル落ちた。へー。これオキシゲンと NRG だね、ここは。
Teams like NRG and Oxygen, they've got a few different options. In fact, to hear those options, let's jump into a listen in with NRG.
どうすんだろうな。おいおいマジか。なあ。きついなこれは。今回の大会はあんまりなかったけどさ、俺前回の大会でさデスカメラって言ったの覚えてる？この誰かのどっかのチームにフォーカスされた時そのチームは死ぬから。よくスキットルここで生きてんな。NRG ティーズ承知したけど俺は好きだよ。センチネルは許せないけど元センチネルのメンバーね。とにかくルーが許せない俺は。ルーが嫌い。さあドリームファイヤー。いやここら辺でダークゼロ落とそうぜ。ダークゼロ落としてさ11以降にしようぜ。アライアンス落ちたね。いやーいいチーだなダークゼロ。いやそんなことないか。いやいい壁だけどチェーン落ちたのか。ダークゼロもさなんだかんだ稼いではいるけど振るってはいないね。オキシゲやっちまえダークゼロのこと。いやオッケーオッケーゼロだけだ。よしオッケー。ゼロ落ちろ落ちろ落ちて落ちてナイス。ただモイストが大丈夫かその場所。オキシゲンがいいね。ここのチームオキシゲンがいいところ取ってるわ。ほらリードがこれオキシゲンの地ね。リードって ルーが持ちてんな。ドリームファイヤーが稼いでオキシゲンが持ってきそうだね、最終的に。ドリームファイヤーなんでこんな強いんだ。残り3部隊で6人、5人しかいないやね。ってことはハイドとハイドじゃねこれ。ドリームファイヤー3だから3311や。3311やこれ。実質オキシゲンとドリームファイヤーの戦いやな。これバレねえぞスキットル。ワンチャンあるぞスキットル。実質ドリームファイヤーとオキシゲン。その試合結果によってはハイドが勝つって感じだね。まだまだわかんないぞこれ。一旦落ち着くねこれは。いや、やるな、やってるやってるやってる。おえいでドリームファイヤー落ちたね。で、これで、多分先にもう一人の方のハイド見つけるから、オプティックよりも。オプティック多分2位だね。オキシゲン1確定だわ。はい。GG です。ちゃんと戦うの偉すぎないスキットル。最近のランクでもそうってやっぱやりたくなるね。ランクやってないんだけど俺まだシルバー俺まだシルバーだわ。ランク面白くないから全然やってないわ。多分コンさんはね、多分俺のサブアカ説あるな、もはや。ダークゼロ嫌いだわ、同じ。ジェーンは好き、同じ。なんならザイニューも好き。ゼロだけが嫌い。トイカゼロが嫌い。全く同じ。マジで同じ。ゼロが嫌い。ゼロのね、キーキー言うの好きじゃないんだよな。高い声が。じゃあ現在の結果見ますか。1位ドリームファイヤー、2位アライアンス、ブラックアンド。これオキシゲンの、これ何の人なんだろう。コーチなのかオーナーとかそういう系、そういう人なのか。LG がここにもすごいね。リアライズ、オプティック、オキシゲン、モイスト、NRC。ダークゼロ落ちたね。TSM。7ポイント差か。まあ、まだある。まだあるね。X セットが微妙だな、すごく。ちゃんと強いところってアライアンスだけだからね。今回、波乱がすごいわ。ドリームファイヤーにブラックハンドにセンチネルに。LG もここまで行くとは思わなかった。リアライズも波乱だし、オプティックもここ最近に言ったら全然ダメだったし、オキスゲンはダークホース。モイストはまあいつも通りじゃん。今回すごいわ。全然予想しないチームが上に上がってくる。いや俺ね、ゼロのクリップマジで一切見ないからわかんないけど、顔も見たくないのはマジでわかる。何見ようとしたんだっけな。何見ようとしたんだっけ俺。このさ、全く見たことないのにさ、このよくわけわかんない出てこないでほしいんだけど、俺がそういう趣味と思われるやんけ。マジで見たことないやんか。何見ようとしたんだっけな。忘れちゃった。まあ、いっか。ちょっと TSM 不足だから TSM 見るわ。そしたらいや、ここからみんな目指せ。進めよう。 すごいね、6.5 万人も見てるよ、今。時に119。え、それなんか相手じゃないの？ゼロじゃなくてそれ相手じゃなかった？相手の人が何言ってるかわかんないじゃなかったっけ？ゼロがそれ聞いて、何言ってんだこいつってなってるじゃなかったっけ？違うっけ？これだな。
And show some
points, but that's because when you land in thermal and everyone's rotating in to secure a position there in where you are
In crannies where they set up with Watson
able to pick up some eliminations, but that leaves the back half of the leaderboard looking scarce.
Within that zone, there's going to be so many important fights that break out.
よし、TSM 不足だからこれ見て元気出すわ俺。
Speaking of Onyx, they have also crossed the match point threshold. We now have 7 teams on match point.
あ、なるほどね。まあ俺はゼロが画面出てて俺は見るのやめてたわ。
Fun trying to hold the line at the moment while Nocturnal is going to be in position to pop that Barry. Exit come back out and say good morning. We want to take you down. Nocturnal with the spray.
いや、ノクターナルも強えな。キーマンだぜこいつ。来た来た来た来た来た来た来た。
The gravitational lift, you can see it from Horizon. TSM have been waiting to pounce, and now they want to try and clean up this KP, take the roof, and TSM do exactly that.
TSM had their ears to the wall. More importantly, they had reps on the heart. All there in games like
Onyx away.
俺マジでね、この試合
hold as much area, but now TSM they're making their move.
この試合バルールとした瞬間、あ、優勝するわって俺震えたもん。でもずっと見てるからさ、あ、この局面はこれ勝つねとかなんとなく分かるようになってきたんだけど。このバルーとした瞬間俺、あ、優勝するわこの試合って思ったもん。この瞬間俺ここの人と全く同じ反応したもん。この時一人で見たんだけど、ここね、ここに出てくるこの人と全く同じ反応だから俺当時これ優勝するぞみたいな。
Perfect to see through those smokes, like you say. Reps picks up one, Verholt picks up another, and TSM are looking hungry for it right now. LG, you are gone.
TSM want to finish this one as well. They can get all these swooshes.
いや俺もここの TSM コールすごかったわ。
And arguably in one of the best positions now, but Ascend are still alive. They could very
should have been. When the POI that the zone comes to is yours, greatness. Top 3 with a lot of KP.
TSM under duress.
俺叫ばなかったけど泣いたよ。ガン泣きしたよ。
To his long-time duo in reps and just about manages to do so.
ここ最近で一番泣いた。
Eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
この TSM とアセンドっていうマッチポイント同士で決まるっていうのがいいよね。できすぎじゃない？この大会。この大会できすぎてんだよ。やば、やべ、鳥肌すごい。ちょっと待って、鳥肌すごい。あとどんぐらい？始まったやんけ。もうお預けね。一旦お預けね。どうなってんの？なんでブラハなの TSM？ ブラハじゃないでしょ？え、ブラハなの？違うよね。バクリ散らかしてるやん。もう全てが出来上がってたあれは本当に。
Dojo squads up there again because what in the world happened? Why did that fight last for an eternity? We have to think about their rotations because typically, right? Xset was known for
さあ、アンチがどうなるかな。
the Dojo don't necessarily solidify themselves into that Skyhook East BOI. They land kind of right where the
アンチがまあいいんだよ、そうだよ、いいんだよ。ワールズエッジはこっちでいいんだよ。ワールズエッジは下でいいんだよな。そう、エッジは下でいいんだよ。これ TSM 早めにここ取るんじゃないか、いつも通り。こっちも出てるね。多分速攻あさってここいつも取るからそうなるんじゃないかな。こうなった試合の TSM 強いよ。
IBG are going to have a decent time with this as well, having rolled a ring console. They can transition into play through the back of launch site if they want to play this really safe. And Tom Young-gung are going to be able to get a fantastic spot really early on.
Look, there's 3 ring consoles at the hands of Big Mod, Stacks, and Dome.
ねえ、ストポーだろうがどこだろうがずっと下だわ。マジで。さあ、戦うかな LG シーバスと。LG ってどこだこれ。ダークゼロと TSM なんだけど。何の因果か。かなりバヤもしないか。まあ、本当だ。できることならバラバラになってほしいよね、本当に。TSM 的にはもちろん下の方が嬉しいんだけど、変わり映えはしないんだよな、あくまで。これダークゼロ、初戦通るのかな。ニューって誰だ。ベルハウスが取ってね。ザイに落としたぞ。ダメだ、我慢できない。アーマーも強いね。ザイニュー、あ、また落ちてる。格殺までいけたら強いんだけどな。あんまり削れなかったね。ちょうどあれだね、本配信もこっちの方見てるね。OK、ザイに落ちた。ジェンも落ちた。スイート、NRG もいいんじゃん。ジェン落ちた。ダークゼロあとゼロだけだ。よし、これ NRG だ。削れたけどこれ以上はきついんじゃないかな。だよね、これ以上きついよね。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。ダークゼロしたんでかいぞ。ダークゼロいいぞ。落ちろ落ちろ落ちろ。まあさっきはなんかしょぼい試合しちゃったからこの試合で取り返してほしいね。 TSM ライターも渡してる。いつもやな本当に。
They managed to avoid death at the hands of Dojo. This was not a trade that was working off them in game 1. The change up into game 2 should mean that both teams are a lot more comfortable, even if
道場もなあんまり振るってないね。ポテンシャルはあるところだから頑張ってほしいね。ティミーも十分強いんだけどさ、そのティミーの両翼が強すぎるんだよな。普通に強いんだよ、エネミーとデザインフル。普通に第一線で戦ってきた人だから。エネミーはちょいしたぐらいになるけど、デザインなんで特に。最後の方は G2 であんまりうまくいってなかったけど。よく俺 G2 とか出てきた。確かエネミーそうだね。G2 とか懐かしいな。ギルドカオティック、ケイオティックなんでしょ本当は。ギルドケイオティックデザインだっけ。違う、ギルドじゃない、ジェントか。ジェントも見なくなったな。ケイオティックも。ヒズ・ワトソンも見なくなるだろうしね。悲しいわ。フェイズとセンチネル。フェイズ頑張れ。一旦引くのかなこれは。一旦退却っぽいね。こうやってもザクのチームのはずだよ。名前は忘れたけど。そう、どんどん変わるのが普通なんだよね。強いチームは固定するけど、うまくいかないチームはどんどん変えていく。
Shaking mirroring, as we talked about, when one team follows another, is doing the same rotation just a few seconds behind. Even Realize is starting to do that singularity. And up top, where Dojo are coming from, they're doing the same thing to Xset. It's a real problem, and I'm not sure Dojo are aware of it.
ダークゼロもそうだね。いや、ダークゼロシャーキー変えなくてよかったのに。シャーキー変え出せでより嫌いになった俺。エクセル頑張れ。本当シャーキーが不憫だったわあれは。
Nocturnal, even with the gold shield, is going to take the time to pop a Phoenix kit, ensuring that they can close the gap to the zone all the faster and hopefully gatekeep Dojo. That's got to be the plan for Xset because this is the only team that they are so hung up on eliminating from the lobby. As it stands, the disengage does come through, and it is a wise decision.
TSM はまあそこですよね、いつも通り。いや、いつも通りではないの。いつも TSM 大体こっちにいるんだけど、TSM こっちにいるんだ、今回。で、NRG が下にいるんだね。いや、ダークゼロいないのでけえ。でけえ。でかすぎー。ねえ、Xセットも俺好きだから頑張ってほしいんだよ。すごいね、個人7331チーム見てるぞ。さっきもっといたのにさ、多分 TSM 活躍してきてるからこっちに行ったんじゃない？もしかしたらだけど。さっきの俺みたいに。 回復間に合うのかなこれ。
even in professional level play. It provides you a lot of safety until the late game, and we could very well see Optic benefit a lot from this. Unfortunately, Dojo, not benefiting from anything, have Sentinels on top of them now, and their destruction seems all the more assured.
これは道場きついよな。エネミーデザインをして、あとはティーミーだけ。ただそこにリアライズ。オブリうまっ。オブリうまいな。こんな強くなかったよね。
It's Dojo that have somehow survived with more members in this 3. Make it 4 squad engagement, a singularity jump in.
Look, this is what they needed to do. They are at 19.
またリアライズ落としてるぞ一人。カロンペが。アライアンスとエイデンとかだ。オキシゲンか。当たってんね。あ、結構いろんなチームが。やべ、TSM どうなってんだ。あ、やっぱりほらね、結局ここにいるんだよ TSM。いいぞ。大体ここにいるんだよな TSM は。カロンペが強いんだ。ノクターナルも逆襲してほしいね。
Decisive fighting so far, especially from Xset, who swooped in around the side. That position is really difficult to unseat. There's a reason why Xset was predicted by so many to do well during the course of champs. Oxygen, our other team that we've been keeping our eyes on over the course.
ただアンチは外れちゃったんだよね。問題なのが。
A great position given to them by the ring console they were able to hit earlier, and a nice rotate in. It's underneath, not a powerful spot, not an influential one, but certainly one that should lash them a few more positions in, hopefully into a top 7.
At least a top 5 would be beautiful to get out of that.
移動をどうするからね。だいぶ遠い方だよ。すぐそこにも敵いんのか。
TSM's focus right now, for those of you watching and wondering why we're jumping around shooting out Catalyst Goop, is just to control spaces, to make sure that should they need to make a quick exit, should they will have to very soon, that they can do it on their own schedule.
誰これ。わからないチームなんだよな。SF か。ブラックハンドか。まずはここ倒さんと TSM。あ、でもブラックハンド先行ってくれたね。いやーこれ TSM 気になる。よし TSM 視点になると思った。俺がいけそうだなと思ったところにオキシゲンがいるんだよな、このチーム。あ、TSM もした。10位かな。おい、今のキャラコンよくね。X セットの誰かだ。 ただオキシゲンもベインが落ちてるのか。それ以外フルバーだね。
Just exposes them to a little bit too much fire from above, a little bit too much LG Chivas for him.
All of the teams that were in front of Blackhand have managed to fall out of this lobby, except for some reason.
なんかパッとしないなTSM。本気でルーザーズ行きそうなのが嫌なんだけど。いや、行かないよ。ルーザーズは勝つから TSM。
You got to strike when the time is right, and it was a great decision by Blackhand. One that's essentially unpushable with how quickly they.
フェイズが嫌な位置にいるね。すごく。ちなみにT7 優勝した ALGS の大会はルーザーズからだからね。確か。あ、違うっけ？ルーザーズ行った試合はまた別か。せっかくの先生を仕事休み取ったのに。大丈夫。おい。フェイズが落ちちゃったな。
LG hold their spot on the inside, start a fight, have been pushed on by Optic instead. And this southern engagement will mean so much, will likely mean a top 3 for one of these teams. Optic have the defensive advantage.
ルーザーズ6位ですか。
About to expire. They're very soon not going to have any say over the sidelines.
Jinx on the low, but they're throwing down the black market. They want to look for any bit of potential nades. That's one of those things that you need, and especially in a Latin game scenario, they can essentially nade spam. Optic Gaming.
ALG がその時マジ強かったんだよな。
Blackhand are exerting so much pressure onto LG in the meantime. The fight for the inside of this building is the fight for the game-winning position. And LG somehow need to unseat Blackhand, who have managed to claw away space, just like they did against TSM. You give Blackhand a foothold and they will take everything, but they can...
いや、2のスプ2か。だいぶ昔だよね、そしたら。いや、でもそんぐらいだわ。ブラックハンドが1位っていうのがもうおかしいんだよな。LG も2位のチームじゃないもんね。今回すごいな、なんか大波乱が起きてるぞ。LG、SF、ブラックハンド、OG か。
game-winning spots, but a little bit of focus misplaced. Just a small difference in the game plan could be the end. And starting this fight should assure that both of these teams.
おい、ああ、惜しい。
Yanya takes a trade back, but who's coming up on this? Who's the third?
LG カットしてたけどな、本当は。ああ。オプティックが漁夫に来たね。
We still know start a fight or in this Optic lose one. Trades on both sides. We're going to be losing Blackhand soon. Drop has to clutch it.
これ SF の勝利だね。はい。
That was an incredible play from Start a Fight. The representatives from Brazil bringing it to the world stage. That is exactly what we wanted to see here at the ALGS.
ああ、やばい、テンションが。ああ、エヴァンのね。それだったらさ、あれじゃん。エヴァンのバルキリーしか使えない時期にハルがブチ切れた時、相当やばかったでしょ。いやー、見たくね。ああ。ブラック&LG、ドリームファイヤー、オプティック、リアライズアライアンス、オキシゲン、センチュリーも一緒になるし。6ポイントか。いや、狙えればするんだけどさ。
but it's been such a big transition for them, changing language in their communications, changing it back, swapping who's in charge, and all for the sake of greatness and the international success that they're experiencing right now.
I mean, the patience, the calls that came down at the end.
テンションが上がらねえ。かといって深夜は見れねえんだよ俺。明日野球見に行くから。頼むよ本当に。仮にルーザーズ行ったら頼むで。俺朝起きてさ TSM 決勝行きませんでしたとか俺もうエスコン行かないからな。7ゲーム8軍 TSM ファイナルチャンプで。いやダメだよ。7ゲーム8軍 TSM がチャンプで。結構マジでダメ。アドバンテージがあるから順位によって。
One Fnatic and one TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend.
この TSM コール燃えたな。
Charge rifle shots hit. Who has the utility available? Like Reps, you saw the Seer. He has the exhibit available as well. He can get that down to get the wall hacks out. That's going to give TSM an advantage. But the last thing you want to do
そう、俺の一番好きでしたね。
Have they been tracking the kill feed? Do they know they are going up against another team on match point? Whoever wins here wins this tournament. Post kill, trying to take an angle, trying to get an area where he can put down suppressing fire to allow Kashira and the rest to get out.
Ascend have got to make the play here. Do they have the EMP available? Is that what they're going to use to try and push from? It does not get more intense than this. Match point leaves us with two teams as Kashira makes the play.
いやマジでこれカシェーラがマウスで助かったよな。
As now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here and it's done.
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
俺マジここガン泣きしたわ。
The stats said it all. Storm Point was TSM's in the regular season. They had an 80% win rate from top threes in regular season, and they've converted here today. And what a moment it is for that squad. Raven, the new addition, he brought new life into TSM. And they will be champions here in London.
TSM rise from the ashes. Questions asked. Were they done? Were they dusted? The answer is no. Champions once again in one of the most intense finishes we've seen in the Apex Legends Global Series. But TSM once again are on top of the pile.
And it all comes from that skyward dive, that big risky play to take the northeast of that circle and force the fight to take the lobby by the scruff of the neck and say, we want to own this game. We want to hit it here. We want to win it now. And you can see what it means to them. Just pure relief, ecstasy, joy on the faces of all three members and the coach of Raven.
Absolutely incredible game as well from TSM. Let's just take ourselves back for a second. It wasn't just that moment. It wasn't just the skyward dive. The way that they managed that game, took the fights when they needed to, Dan, put them in position.
いやマジで感動したなこれ。リアルで見たとき。
We saw the interview earlier, able to watch her son on stage.
After 6 though, here is how it stands.
俺もうこの後のレイブンのインタビュー見たら絶対泣くもん。だから俺は見ない。だから俺は見ない。絶対泣く俺。間違いないもん。6ポイント。
You know, these guys have been playing for so long and so successful in APAC North. They're now showing it on the world stage.
まだわかんない。まだわかんない。まだ全然チャンスある。
Times of old, so we consistently are seeing APAC represent decent 4 points from NRG. Not too bad. Keeps them in the business. We'll see if they continue to perform as it stands. After 6 with 2
アストローキース復活なんよ。ああ、そう言ってたな。なんか誰か。俺の知り合いが。
There it is. LG Chivas. They are in the lead. 3 points just ahead of Dreamfire and Blackhand. Notably,
TSM が。
you're pretty impressed with what Blackhand's been doing, but what are your takeaways taking a look at this series?
いや、順位が低いんだよ、TSM は今回。特に。19位、9位、16位、4位、19位、10位っていう。順位が低いんだよね。まあ、キルも取れてないけど。なんだかな。
Zero plays, and a lot of it does come down to the composition that Bullet was talking about there. You know, DZ are using their gun skill to try and force other teams away from them, putting immense amounts of pressure on just with damage, but having available the Watson fences as well as, you know, being able to space that out with some catwall usage as well means that Blackhand can play in a very different way. And I will note, I believe they did pick up a few more points than we saw there, so they actually got a second with 14 kills.
もやもやです、すごく。マジでモヤモヤしてる今。
Wow. And we still have 2 more to go. Zephyr, this team's clearly on fire. Dark Horse, is this the one that I think we can all say they have a chance to win and no one was thinking they would win coming into this? Is this truly that title?
I would call them a dark horse if it was still the group stage, but clearly after the starting impressions we got from them, this is a team that is playing a more versatile Apex than some of the other rosters we have out there. They're continuing to expand and
いや、そう、ファイナルはいけるのは分かってんだよ。ファイナルいけるのは分かってんだけど、アドバンテージがないのがきついよ。そこなんだよ。俺が一番危惧してるのは。そこなんすよ。アドがないんすよ。
You know what it is, and I think Bullet probably as a pro you can relate to this. It's all good till it's not. Everyone loves what's happening, and then you fade away so quickly when someone else steals the limelight.
映画呪術廻戦ってダウンロードしたら 1.57GB なんだね。あ、普通にちゃんとしたダウンロードね。ちゃんとしたダウンロードだけどさ、1.57GB なんだな。へえ、意外と夜行かないんだな。じゃあスターウォーズ見よう。
He was just there, that like they were playing so well. It's so nice to see.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, you have to keep that up, not just today, but if you can do it, and we have to keep reiterating this, if you can push to that top 10, you are done for the day. You have sealed yourself a spot. And another thing, Genome, you know, we've been here in these championships and these match points, the points that you get heading into it, that is a big deal, can change your fate.
Yeah, seeding points are a big deal. If Blackhand stay at the top of the leaderboard like they are at the moment, they will get...
いや、俺的にはね、アンチなのかなと思ってる。
You know, if they keep playing like this, much quicker than other teams, more chances to finally...
アンチじゃない、間違えた。立ち回りだと思う。いや、あんまそこまで詳しくは見てないからわかんないんだけど、なんつうの。先とかさ、そういうのあるじゃん。ダークゼロと TSM がこんなにうまくいってないってことは多分特殊な感じなんだろうなと思ってる、勝手に。全然根拠も何もないんだけど、でもこの2チームがそうだってことはもうそうなんじゃないかなと思ってた。
Esports and gaming world, and his family's even here to support him. We had a chance to do a very traditional UK way of sitting down and getting to know Timmy a little bit better.
お、かわいよティミー。Tea time with Timmy. かわいい。
enemy in design for. He qualified for champs here in Birmingham at the last possible second. Now, he left it late, he did indeed, but it was quite the exceptional performance.
Let's find out more about this young man's journey over to tea.
And if you're watching us eat these sandwiches, you're feeling a bit
あ、うまそう。
Apex Legends cookbook coming out soon.
それだけ食べに行こうかな。ただ聞いてもわかんないんで見ないっすよ。道場、道場、道場、道場、道場、道場、道場、道場、いた。ティミーっていくつなんやろ。23歳なんだ。かわいいな、ティミー。春は春も25ぐらい。そこまでいかないか。
But tell us about some of the ups and downs in the year, because you said there was a little bit of trials and tribulations. You know, you went in and out, and you found this roster.
ああ、いい線だったね。いい線だったわ。レップスが28級でしょ ?28。ビッグ E が20ぐらい ?21 か。ああ、20だね。いや、スナイパーはもう異常、もはや。ちなみにこのたまりにたまったこういう翻訳は決勝の時見るからよろしくね。というか明日。
It's all good, guys. Like, let's hop on to the next game. Let's figure out the next solution. So I'm not super hard stuck on the problem sometimes, and I think that allows me to direct my team.
いや、スナイパーは本当に異常。すべてにおいて異常だわ。
Made it to Birmingham. The dojo have made it to Birmingham, and I know how much that means to you to finally get on the main stage. What are your hopes and expectations now coming into the event now that you're here?
チラッとね。あんま良くはないけど、チラッとだけ。なんでどうしてんの？
TSM or Dark Zero, who's been there for just too long, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think if we make finals, I think we'll be happy as a team. But we definitely don't want to stop there. I mean, we want to win the thing. But I think if we get a top 10 finals, that is enough to kind of
ワンディ、あ、そっか。そっか。あ、そっか。ヨーロッパに住んでるから、すぐ帰れるのか。他のチームと違って、ヨーロッパに住んでるから大丈夫なのか。どうしてんだろうなと思ったけど、そういうことか。ライアンス、いた。マンディいる？デンマークなんだ、マンディは。じゃあまあ帰ってるよね、そりゃ。あ、そっか。マンディ TSM だもんね。マンディが TSM ってちょっとおもろいな。これすごいね。これ春の見たらやばそうじゃない？
anything like that before, but being in this current situation, I think I might have to give it a go.
Right, Bullet, want to give it a go?
いきます。あ、しかもこれ T1 あ、いいのかこれ全部エイペックスかいや、コードレッドってなんだろう額がすごいなこれ世界大会かなプレシーズンインビテーショナルって額が高いの見ていくか
to prove that it won't. And of course, it is time to get right into it.
3位かこれ。
Here on the desk, we're going to send it back to our casters. We're going to take us away for our final 2 games.
あ、ルルのこれ 1v1 とかだって。ボクシングのやつか、確か。ルル主催のボクシング大会みたいなやつ。ALGS チャンピオンシップス2021ノースアメリカ3位。ニック・マークス・ガントレット。俺、これ嫌いな人はニック・マークスって。ノースアメリカ1位。これあれだね。エヴァンが来て初めてのチャンピオンのやつだ。初めて優勝の時だ。これあれだ。優勝した時だ。30万ドル。この前のは16万ドル。やばいな。だからやばいとしか言えないな。これ D 感度とかも出てるよね、これ。43リニア、デッドゾーンなし。ルックデッドゾーン。ムーブメントデッドゾーン。43リニアショーにしたのハルって。稼ぎかこれ。これ春これ以上に配信で稼いでるから化け物だわ。見る気失せだ。嫌い春。お別れ動画俺見ないよ。見たら泣くから。見たらそれも泣くから俺は見ないよ。
I'm keeping an eye on a Sen whose name is dabbling over towards No Name, and if you know what's going on over there, Moist, they split one out, have a player land in No Name.
道場と当たるかこれ。アライアンス？道場とアライアンスの初動バトルや。あー。これアライアンスの方が強いね、場所は。ああ。いやでもいいの見れた。クラフトダウンはもうスナイプの代表だからな。アンチ見るか。強いぞ。また T7 強いぞこれ。今回のと似たアンチでこの前 TSM 優勝したからね。この前と言っても一昨日ぐらいだけど。
They've got a really nice early rotation, and it's put them right in the center of the zone. Now, this zone is pretty difficult. Those teams that do manage to find a building inside of Dome are going to be a lot more comfortable, but it means early rotations. And if you don't have a POI that graced you with a few nice shields, as LG did not get, the end game is going to be really difficult because from inside Dome, it's very challenging to gatekeep squads that rotate up on you quickly. TSM.
Well, a team that does not need to have any more challenges thrown their way. Just
ドームアンチなのかなこれ。来たぞーこいつらが。落ちろ。無理か。
Switch back from Fuse to Bangalore.
What?
He got
How is he alive? What bullet does that little damage? Dark Zero somehow managed to
LG 潰せ。頼む。
LG pushing up on
無理か。
It's not worth the risk that a fight signifies. So both LG and Dark Zero will get a spot.
Sometimes it's all about maintaining your space, but for the teams that have found themselves just on the outskirts of Dome, kind of nearby the tunnel that leads to Vault, but the exodus from Lava Siphon as some teams will still be heavy there, but it's going to be NRG with that coveted 10th place positioning, who are not safe by any means, need to really up that disparity and claw their way at least to 6 to 7, because we know what happens. We saw it happen just when they were segregating out the bracket stages after groups. Pulverex got sent to elimination round 1 just because they had to wait, and they were sitting on the cusp.
And it is really difficult when you're forced into a position where you don't get to do exactly what you need to on time. NRG taking that creative rotation around are going to be put in that more challenging position. And south side of the ring does mean that we're going to get a lot of that action over by Stacks as well, where we saw Singularity and Start a Fight clash before the previous game's ultimate victory. Now we have to, or rather get to, see that play out again.
And this one is tough, Dia. Now let's think about this, because it could technically end in Stacks, where it kind of overlooks the tunnel. It could also go straight
いや俺も眠くなってきてるよ。俺も正直眠い。ここで TSM が沸かせてくれる試合をしてくれないと俺はマジ眠い。結構ぼーっとしてる今。だって俺何かしながらとかじゃないからね。俺今ずっとひたすらこれ見てるからね。4時間ぐらいでしょ今。あ、離席中です消すか。ドームアンチどこまでドームによるかな。意外と TSM ぐらいの場所が良かったりしてね。わからんけど。やってますオキシゲン。そなーやないかーい。ブラハド良かったね。X と。
This trade of ultimates is fine, it'll work for Xset, but really what it does is let Oxygen know that they're not going to get this for free, and it should be a disengage on both sides.
これ明日の決勝つらいぞ俺。こんな時間で眠くなってたら。マジでモンスターも買わないと。
Of the composition that they're running, they are also able to hit survey beacons, which will be, if not as good, perhaps even better than hitting a ring console, because you not only know around where everyone thinks the ring will end, but also where everyone is. So possibility for Oxygen certainly a little bit less stable than we were expecting. We still do have Dome being pretty crowded, and a few other spots around the outside are starting to be prioritized, where teams like Tomyung Kung, Iron Blood Gaming, Dark Zero, LG have all picked up the proper buildings on the inside. TSM still hold around the outside of Dome in a very, as we've said, active position. Dreamfire is set over by launch site, as are NRG. And those three teams together control a lot of the open ground that other squads will have to take should they want to access the main game.
LG Chivas just nearing 50 points, kind of prioritizing this specific positioning. And anytime you find that zone pulling nearby your home, you're like, these are the ones that I am going to be the
遊んでねえやんや。
who have been making positions that are unplayable playable, but have not necessarily found the same footing that they were able to get in group stages. But it was World's Edge where they had found that stroke of success.
ラウンド1はどうしても眠くなるからね。何も起きないから基本的に。 あ、アンチミオ、アンチミオ、アンチミオ。まあドームによるよね。
Suffering from the opposite problem. They have got plenty. The hemlock that Guild holds is real nicely kitted out. That's to say nothing of the gold shield that he's got on top of it. Loot is not NRG's problem. Instead, it's positioning, and you have to pick. You only can really get one. And so, unfortunately for some of our teams around the outside who did not roll right, who tried to get a little bit better loot and were unable to, their position is going to be even more challenging.
Well, Sentinels right now already looking in such more of a powerful positioning with what they're working with. You have the Skull Piercer. They rotated
どこもかけてないよね。57人。
console information, so they know exactly where they need to be. And what
よいしょ。
is that with the dojo hitting things from Skyhook are still on that inevitable rotation, but this time they're going to double down through
X セットとリアライズ、まあ当たりはしないか。
Squad and realize a very deadly one during the course of this bracket. There's maybe winners, but it doesn't mean that XZ have no reason to be afraid. For a loss here could very well put them in a, I'm going to say, bad mental state. That is exactly what they struggled to overcome during the Split 2 playoffs.
It is a very tough thing to have happen to you, but XZ in the elimination round 2, should that happen, fine.
この分かれ方すごくいいね。リアライズの。よし。2対2。若干エクセットが不利か。 いや、そんなことなさそうだな。よーし。いや、この試合でかいぞ、X セット。もっと持ってこう。ああ、やっぱ下寄るよね。こっち寄っちゃうよね。どうしても寄っちゃうよね。 あ、ハルが一人やってるぞ。ストレーフィングフレーム。ただ格殺までは入んなそうだね。オキシゲンとセンチの戦ってね。これシンギュラリティってどこなんだ。 X セットか。X セット。
It's really interesting that NRG rotate back and have a few red pings off in the distance because, as you know, they do have oxygen behind them and know that this could be a problem later, but instead want to try and gatekeep on the other side. NRG's attention is split, and what they've done best during the course of this tournament is influence other teams. Right now, they're losing control.
Yeah, but Oxygen's going for an evac tower rotation. NRG is putting enough damage onto them, but Oxygen will find themselves not between a rock and a hard place, but between two powerhouse teams of NRG.
X セットきついね、ちょっと。もう無理だね、これは。いや、ブラックハンド強い。またポイント稼いだぞ。 圧倒的1位だね今。まあブラックハンドはもういいわ。なんとか頑張って TSM ここから5位ぐらいまで行ってほしいんだよな。NRG がここで誰か倒したね。瞬殺すぎて誰か分かんなかったわ。アンチ見るか。どうもアンチでしょですよね。TSM 入ってないか。いい勝負してね、NRG 独資源。ただ、リードが強い。やべ、レップス落ちてる。あ、ハルも落ちてる。あー、やばい。TSM 落ちた。過去一テンション低いぞ俺。おい。こうなってくるとダークゼロを早見直してほしいんだよな。まあこうなろうとどうなろうと早見直してくれることに限らないんだけどさ。なるべく競合が早く落ちてくれないと。ちょっと厳しいね。おい。すごいね、ブラックハンド。どうしよう、頑張れ。アンチがいだからダークゼロ詰めないとね。
Neither do I. I don't have any. Jed, did you loot that? Nah, I didn't loot it. I just grabbed the ammo shot, bro. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. We're in. We're fine. Just reinforce the kill them. Don't take damage. Don't take damage. We're gonna kill them. I'm going to I'm gonna left. Can we just climb or queue up? Run out. On roof. Okay. Ready? I'm here. On roof.
これは LG きついね。
Okay, I'm safe though. He ran. You're fine. And the hills. No hills. And the hills. I don't have any. Where's the kid? He's in lava. I might go armor stop him here. I'm the armor stop him. He loses.
Dark Zero able to take position for right now, still hunting down the last member of Luminosity, and there he is. LG go down before they hit top 3, and Dark Zero take control of the lobby. 3 teams remaining.
いや、しかもよりによってさ、よりによって残ってるチームがさ、TS にとって弊害になるチームばっかりなんだよ。ああ。
Likely being denied, Lufka and Co. are going to need to rotate in, but TYK having this high ground, knowing that they are on the cusp of a top 10 break into, need to perform and take this win.
Sender playing this so cheekily, putting pressure on TYK, EMPing Dark Zero, trying to push one squad into another, and will they take a bit of high ground? Ascend still
アセンドがいい位置にいるね。
this fight a third-party situation. Instead, they are now one of the teams that is likely going to have to fight before anything. And Lufka should be taking an off angle here, making sure that Dark Zero cannot walk up on this for free.
It is the battle of the bubble teams. Who will come out on top, and we're going in with Ascend, the EMP trying to connect, and you can see right there, Zero, no shields left, Jen Burton half shields, minimal health, same with Dino.
アセンドがほんとどう動くからね、これは。アセンドの周りのチームが、もう地獄やな、カタリスト環境。まあアセンドやろ。予想した通り。
Just in the nick of time, Ascend managed to drop in and pick up a
win.
Perfectly timed, perfectly played. Kashera and Ascend are the masters of World's Edge.
見せてよ、アセンドの、アセンドっていうかカシエラの。
Fantastic play from them again, and it just comes down to clinical Apex Legends. They were not in a great.
ダークズじゃないよ、アセンドだよ。
Absolutely. So, just one more match left before we jump into it. Let's take a look at how that end game played out again. And really, for me, appreciate the art that Ascend put on our screens. This position, as we talked about, a lot more difficult.
可能性はあるよ。諦めちゃダメ。
Making sure that Dark Zero aren't able to take the fight that they very well tried to. But as fences start going down, they all make together to pivot to an off angle where there's only one job to do. With a Watson pylon down, no engage can happen through a horizon.
まだ大丈夫。まだこの10点差ならまだ大丈夫。まだ大丈夫というか、可能性はある。全然。ただ、実際10点以上取らないといけない。どういう試合にするかにもよるけど、5以上は欲しい。5以上は最低でも欲しいかなって感じ俺的に。
To their placement points means they're going to take a harsh dip in the standings compared to where they could have landed. While Tom Young-kun with a very nice performance here and with 13 points that, well, it may not be enough.
そう、キルも取り中、高順位。仮に TSM が1位取ったとして、1位取れるってことは、まあ、極端な話、最低1キルを取ってるんだよ。当たり前じゃん、最後の1人を倒すんだから。ってことは最低でも13ポイントなんだけど、 13ポイント取ったとしてもこいつらに3点差しか取れないので、こいつらに3点差だとしてもここら辺のやつらが稼ぎに来る可能性だって全然あるんだから、実際高順位にとってキルもたくさん取らないと普通にまずい。正直可能性は結構薄い。でも不可能ではない。シンギュラリティはとか無理。エクセットも結構きついけど T7 もだいぶきついけど、いやー、賞味きつい。賞味きつい10点差は本当に覚醒してると賞味きつい。最後は全力で応援するよ。
Yeah, but look at it. I mean, 40 points. I didn't realize with 40. And then 38 points is that benchmark with two teams. Sentinels and NRG are sitting on 37. So this last map here will be an absolute bloodbath. And for those like TSM with 28, yeah, that's only 10 points differentiating 18th place and the coveted 10th place. With our cutoff being we're expecting it to land around. You can go down to even 18, and 40 points is still achievable within one match. Sitting around at around 20-something, yeah, for some teams it has to be a whole lot better than others, but it's absolutely doable, especially for the teams that landed themselves in the winner's bracket to begin with. That's true, and we've always had a lot of legend composition changes even throughout this bracket, but then that opens it up because we have so many cool legends and so many ways to cosplay them. I want to throw it down to Peeps, who is standing by with some epic cosplayers.
Tiffany, thank you so much. We are here with Warren and Sarah, and they have
some ミラージュとワットソン来たぞ。
So we'd love to show that off. So tell me a little bit about you guys and talk to me about the cosplays.
So I actually come from Birmingham, so it's super easy to come through. Yeah. So it's super easy to come here, and we've been playing Apex for years, and it's just been phenomenal. Putting this together has been such a breeze as well because Mirage is just really easy to put together.
I'm loving it though. I love the bullets.
Thank you. I'm Sarah. I'm from Germany. Came all the way over here to visit the ALGS for the first time. I actually had this cosplay.
ドイツの方なんだねこの人は。
COVID happened, and I'm actually really happy to be able to put it together for ALGS.
おそらくだけど。
And how long have you guys been cosplaying?
This is actually my first ever cosplay. I've never actually done it before. So.
I've been doing it since I was 14 and with some little breaks in between, but since a very young age.
Wow, all right. And then who's the team that you guys are cheering for to win the championship this week?
TSM.
頼むよ TSM.
And what do you guys think makes a good team?
I think that it comes down to coordination and care for each other and looking out for each other as well. And Sarah, you have been the absolute highlight of my life. You have showed me how to be careful and what love is. And I wanted to know, would you be my forever duo?
え？あ、ジョーク？ジョークか？え？ガチ？
Wow! Wow! Crowd, can we hear it one more time for Warren and Sarah?
It's a yes!
Wow, huge congrats to you, lovebirds. Tiff and Dia, take us away.
TSM, looks like TSM get a W today.
TSM get a W, but it was so cute. Congratulations to them. Oh my god.
頼むぞ TSM ガチで
ALGS stage. So a lot of firsts for us here at ALGS Champs, and a lot to look forward to not just for them, but for the players who watched it all happen, and I'm sure are going, what is happening right now? Aren't we here to celebrate May? Aren't we here to celebrate the players? And now it's time for them to retake the spotlight. So I'm excited to jump into that last match.
集中しよう。気合い入れてこう。本気で応援するぞ。
Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Ah. 落ち着け落ち着け。大丈夫。大丈夫だから。ラスって出していいの？別にいいのか。
Welcome to Birmingham, UK, live from the Resorts World Arena. We are in the winners bracket and we have one more match on World.
そう、ラス平気で出れないからさ、出してええんかなと思って。まあダメなわけじゃないか。
And as we drop onto World's Edge, I'm sure that it will also very quickly acquire the title of City of Heartbreak, as we are just about to send 10 teams down to the lower bracket. They will, as we have continually emphasized, be at risk of elimination from champs, out of contention for being a top team in the world.
As for those teams that are locking in their legend select right now, I'm looking towards the bubble teams. That's going to include Realize, Dark Zero,
よし。
Sentinels, Moist, and even the Dojo.
It is incredibly close for, as you say, so many squads that have just a few points to stay in, or that are at risk of being eliminated should they not perform. To me, being in the top 10 right now and having something to lose is somehow even scarier.
There's something to be said about having what you want, but still being at risk of losing.
声出しろ TSM。声出してる時の方がお前ら強いよ。これマジで。ダメになると声出ないことが多くなるから。マジちゃんと声出してこう。音量マックスでしょ？これちっちゃいな。いいマップだよ。マップ見てみんな。いいマップだよ。アンチいいよ。アライアンスがエフェクト落とされちゃったね、とりあえず。俺マジ拡大しないから。本当に。この画面で見るよ。道場としてはここで全滅させたいね。 早めに全滅させたいね。アンチ移動とかも遅れちゃうからね、早めに片付けないと。ただ、ユキがいいエムだな。
And then north. Is that Harvester coming towards me? Harvester's coming towards me. I think we should play south. We should come south. Coming. Coming.
あれがそうしたか。
Popping on evac. I got that blue. There's only popping evac here. Yeah, I got that blue. Popping evac here. I'm just running it.
今回珍しくあんまり時差ないよ、コマ戦と本配信の。いつもめっちゃ時差あるから嫌なんだけど。
Popping evac. I don't know where they're going. Maybe we can shoot the last guy going up. Can we shoot the last guy going up? I can't see him.
OK、最後の一人狙おう。
Try him. Far R9.
あー、惜しい。当てれ。あー。
They go for the guys are going over there. Does that? I'm going to you. I'm coming to you. Maybe it's maybe it's for stack. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe it might be a stack zone. I don't know though. Where? Did we see anybody else? No. I'm looking around right now. I haven't seen anyone else. There's an evac that just went down northeast. I don't see them flying now.
ALGS が戦ってんね、ギルド。
Another team flying from over here. Okay, go north side. Wait, they might take it. Not landing. Yeah, they ran inside. I have 50 light on a fucking scout. I can drop you white. I can drop you white. I dropped the 2x4 bottom mid. I'm gonna come drop you white. Drop you 80 right here. I'm watching our west side. Is there a 30-30 anywhere? Did they leave? Like, where the fuck are they at?
あー、もう弱いな。
They just jumped down. I don't know where they went. They're playing that building, like right here for sure. Maybe they're just running the stack. They could be running the stack. Team walking to command from over here. They're still here. They're at the stalagmites. What do you say, Evan, by the way? Team walking to command.
ちょうど TSM の近くにダークゼロがいるって感じだね。よし。連動すればね。春が削ったの今、順番で削られてるからね。
I'm just looking towards north side. R9 hemlock. Yeah, I'm looking towards southwest side.
See how far they make it into this game. But NRG, they've got an arguably more difficult road ahead of them, needing to go all the way through the south again, fight against multiple squads, take the risks.
Anyone got a Phoenix?
マジで集中してみるわ。本当に集中してみるわ。
That crane. South side from building. Evan, you need to play bottom, bro. Like, we need to hold the bottom. Yeah. The team's all north side right now. Yep. I heavy on a hemlock. The 2x4 down there. Yep, I put that earlier. I have 160 on my 30. Drop you a little bit later. We can just trade guns. I'm gonna toss when we trade.
とりあえずアーマー進化大きいね。ここで青の。できることならもう一人紫にしたい。
I'm gonna helmet him. Okay, stock as well. You get the 3 actually? Or you get I have one. Okay. Okay, who has long range shoot? I have long range. I have 30. I'm sitting bottom right now. Okay, we can listen. Did you just stay there on the doorways, Evan? And if someone tries to go underneath Jordan, we can just kill them. Okay? Yep. I'm gonna play up top.
最低でも10点だっけとりあえず。
No, the doors. There's only doors on this side.
今 TS28 点なの見えた。何があっても最低10点ね。スマホで見てるんだったらね、あれだよ。一つの画面でしか見れない。パソコンだったら何個かで見れるけど、俺が使ってるのはこのチームストリームっていうやつなんだよね。そういうサイト。で、マルチビューってところを選択したら、プレイ APEX っていう ALGS のやつが出てくるからそれを押して、でこのマネージストリームですから、まず本配信がプレイ APEX。で、俺はマップ。で、さっき好きな TS。これ、オンにしたら見れる。スマホだったら、窓は何窓とかできない。パソコンじゃないと、複数の配信は見れない。
them, there is always
Okay, this is pulling back
potential
towards
of a
us.
third
I'm
party
pretty
that
sure.
neither squad will expect.
It's Siphons, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
アンチいいよ TSM。
They're definitely in that building down there. At least I think it's
左下ね、左下のマップね。マップ見たら分かるけど、アンチいいよ。
Below me, below me, below me, below me, below me! Yeah, they're walking aside. I have to back up. I can peek stairs. They smoked my stairs, they smoked my stairs. 120, 120, 120, swing me. Get out, Evan, you gotta get out. Climb up. I'm stuck here, I'm stuck here, I can't get out. Okay, we have to help. We have to help. I'm good, I'm knocking around. Can you climb entrance? Climb entrance. Is nobody good or not?
いや、登ってこい、登ってこい、登ってこい、登ってこい。
No, you got you one, I got you one, I got you one. I'm coming up now, I'm coming up entrance. How did that team get below us right there?
よし、とりあえず全員紫、全員紫。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。
It's not here. So don't play one of me, by the way. No. They're crafting on my ping out there. I'm not trying to get hit. I'm 8-1 on my game.
Pause か。
Black hand underneath us. They don't have the horizon, by the way. They have to go up the fucking staircase to push us.
Yeah, I'm gonna put these on both
Okay,
sides.
don't talk anymore, by the way. I forgot.
Take other positions that I think most would really like. I'm thinking specifically of the truck just outside
Pretty sure that everyone else is gonna talk.
southeast of Lava Siphon that oftentimes ends up being a great late game position. This time,
いや、ほんとドキドキする。
as long as Dark Zero's alive, as long as the fuse is in the game, that truck is not safe.
Look, this is going to be the only breather we're going to get this match with the game being officially paused. It is time to just sit and we wait here. But we get a good look at just how locked in our teams are, ready to make something happen. Now, with these official pauses, players essentially aren't allowed to talk.
コミュニケーション取ってこう。重いよ。重たいよ、雰囲気。TSM 重たいよ。 雰囲気重たい。雰囲気重たい。声かけてこう。ダメだ、硬いわ。ドラえもんドラえもんどこのドア出せる出せない使えねえなね、こう、ロボット。慰めに行こうと思ったのに。本当に重すぎる雰囲気が。もともとさ、結構集中するチームだからさ、こういう時の会話少なかったりとか、まあ、笑顔もね、ない時はないんだよ。けど今回の違う、重たいのよ、雰囲気が。集中してて、いい雰囲気じゃないのよ。
Once we went into the elimination bracket yesterday, they did end up getting those POIs completely uncontested, which was what they were trying to do. Just say, you know what, we're going to go here anyway, so that other teams wouldn't then challenge them for it in the elimination bracket. And that
もう肺が痛い。
is going to be true of Alliance.
タバコ吸ってないのに肺が痛いよ。苦しいよ。
Other teams are going to be less likely to opt into a position where they already know that you're willing to throw your game. Many teams will be unlikely to want to opt into that 50-50 or even 70-30, as it sometimes tends to be. Now, refocusing on the game that we were just watching, we did previously tease the singularity phase traffic jam that was occurring on the map. And I do have it confirmed, the next set was actually taking a further east rotation than they
助けて、本当に、本当に助けて。本当に助けて。ドキドキがすごい。
another one who's around the edge of the subsequent zone, resulting in God knows what. Hopefully somebody coming out on top.
That is going to be a really awful clash once those Titans start to poise up against each other. And just thinking of all of those things, seeing the highlights that we witnessed.
いや大丈夫 TSM 大丈夫
The teams that are waiting to play even more so. I know Complexity had such a clashing issue just early on throughout the group series. They'll find themselves waiting to face off against potentially some of these teams later today after this final.
何触ってんだろうあれ回路かな
Mentioning Complexity, I kind of want to check in. We have this really cool thing that we debuted for Monsoon yesterday. It was the music and the hype, and we have a little bit of information while we sort out a bit of a technical issue. Let's go ahead and roll this and see just how that song came about.
これモンスーンねモンスーン歌うまいんよ
No idea that I didn't even miss that when he posted it on Twitter, right? Like he was singing that, he was prepping that, and this kind of goes through the process of him in the studio creating this moment that we got to drop just a few. Wait, Onset?
Yeah, you know Onset plays in a band. They're what are they called? They're called. I'll come up with it later. We've got the.
ちょっと笑顔になれたもん俺俺の好きなモンスーン笑顔になれてるわ
We then got to see Monsoon go on to win a game just moments later over by Wall.
よかったよかったモンスーン出てきてちょっと笑顔になれた好き取るタイプなんや
channel as well, and you know, on the Twitter, on the timelines, all across social media. So cool that they were able to share that moment here with the fans, with the players, with everyone. But as we keep waiting, I see a little bit of sheesh love there for the dojo.
I do wonder how dojo are getting on right now. I mean, they must feel really good after the double contest that they've won, and yet they are still pretty far off from contention. I obviously from here can't tune into the comms because I would love to hear what kind of stuff they're talking about and how they're planning their approach to this game and perhaps the lower bracket.
Well, Lions, all or nothing. The fans in the crowd still heavy with support, lying in wait. Will they have done enough on the Storm Point matches to get there? Because now, with the game resuming, I do feel
Yosh,
like this moment when we get to that 5, we're about to see
need to get cues on my
what is
stairs.
going
Yep,
to
I'm late
happen.
one. Need to get cues on my stairs. You need to put it like down the staircase a little bit. I'm gonna play here. I need to play here so I can so then when they rush to the truck, we can kill. The bangs look over here.
時間差どのぐらいだ
They're fighting over here.
5秒ぐらいの時間差できちゃったね
They're walking into the building. This guy's one. Wait, you need to get a cue on this. Can't peek it though.
ちょっとさ一瞬リフレッシュさせて一瞬リフレッシュさせて俺この差が嫌いなんだよねこの時間差キル取れないかリフレッシュだ今の好き少しでも治ればいいんだけど
These guys have double white armor in the command, by the way. Double white. Okay. There's Horizon ulting at blue crates right now. They're fighting.
OK だいぶマシになった2秒ぐらいになった
The team is well inside truck. God damn it, bro. You can fuse to truck, Jordan. Yeah, they have lots of them. Oh. Evan, is that look at entrance, bro. Yep. I still hear them below us. Yes, they're playing the double doors. There was two different. The other team ran away. There's still one team underneath us. How much light do we have?
ライトはもうくださいなんやけど今全然ないぞ
I don't know if you can grab that. Probably not.
何
I
5セックか。
I just got down. Red side coming. I go red side.
大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫。距離ある距離ある距離ある距離ある。
If you don't walk up the staircase. Yeah, I'm going to look.
ただ問題なのは近くにいる部隊なんだよね。これで詰めてこないと思うけど。大丈夫だね。チャージライフル強いね。2発で死んだぞ。
Is anyone have a Phoenix? No. No. Someone just zips like Miraculous? Yes, he's underneath, man. Yeah. Give that truck. I'm 4-1 now. I'm 4-1.
X セットセンチネルか。
What in the fuck is the zone? I got you, I got you. Okay, standing right out front of our building. Yep, on the ramp. What's our meds? I'm 4-1. 5-2. I'm 4-1.
Means a whole lot more. In champs, shields are so much
no health
more
meds.
scarce.
Do you have any health meds? I got 2 syringes. I have 4 syringes. Got me 2 heaven. Got me 2 heaven. I'm right on you. I'm gonna be staring out east side. Watch your Qs. Make sure we know if they're fucking pushing our Qs. I'm gonna move one of these Qs, Jordan. Maybe put it on this climb up. Don't put the climb up, it's gonna die. I'm gonna get my field over there. Peeking out.
You're gonna be completely caught off guard. No rotation for you.
We gotta stop getting hit, Jeff. Like, I'm 3-2.
Just waiting around for a little while and ultimately trying to pick a fight. I assume multiple squads off of that odd rotation.
Too much.
One member, there it is.
あ、センターが押したね。フェイズとフェイズ押したね。X セットか。X セットも19位か。TSM アンチ外れちゃってんね。ギリギリ。次のアンチね。LG の場所が強いね。LG とダークゼロの場所がいいね。パッと見だけど。あと今上でやってるアイアンブラッドとオプティックの戦いしてる場所もすごくいいわ。オプティックと勝ちやでこれは。このボーダー付近じゃないチームがやってくるのは嬉しいね。ああ、フェーズダメか。そっか、フェーズ下か。
Okay, I'm gonna look at command with you now. The full team right here that's gonna hit the team.
Singularity have to clear all of Dark Zero out of this low ground. Horizon Ult is going to be very quickly finished off. The Singularity cut off by a wall, unable to access high ground without the...
いやー、TSM これきついぞ。
There's smoke our upstairs here. Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see anybody. You're gonna leave in command. They're going truck. Don't think fighting command. There's like nothing to do right now.
シンギュラリティだ誰これ。ダークゼロじゃね。これダークゼロ。ダークゼロが勝ったんだけど、これ漁振られてダークゼロ落ちるから、ダークゼロわかんねえぞこれ予選。ダークゼロも落ちるぞこれ。いや、ダークゼロ落ちるわこれ。多分確実とは言えないけどダークゼロ多分落ちる。多分キルポはさっきの3と12ポイントの1しかない。で4キルポ最大で4ポイントで今32ポイントかな。多分じゃ42ポイントか。きつい気がする。これみんなシャッターファックアップ。うん。春の指示通り行った方がいい。もうここまで来たら。独裁政治だよ春の。その方がいい。ここまで来たら。 もうここまで来たら春の独裁戦の方がいい。よしよし1キル。オッケー1キル入った。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。NRG も落ちたわ。NRG も落ちてる。ルーザーズや。
We have to worry about behind us.
Yep.
I do. Still third base. I'm gonna queue that bin. He's right behind it. I'm 3-0 by the way. I'm 4-1. I'm hitting him with the Q on that bin. I'm looking. Doing it again. He's cracked. Crack. 40 flash, man. Look behind us. Yep. Luke right here.
ちなみに TSM の位置はそんな悪くないと思う。あくまで俺主観だけど全然悪くはない。後ろが怖いけど、後ろさえ、そう、今、春が見てる場所が怖いんだけど、そこさえ警戒すれば全然ある。あ、エクセットも落ちるね、これ。あ、エクセットした。そろそろキルボ取らないとだよ、TSM。キルボも欲しいからね。当てて当てて当たんない弾が。あともう6発や。あとカーだけや。レアクライよしよしテンプス落ちた。起こせる起こせる起こせる起こせる起こせる起こせる起こせる。4位だぞ4位だぞ。さあシールドがない。さあさあ2やばっ。俺今泣いてるわ。
I've spoken to many IGLs over my time in Apex Legends, and the biggest thing has always been that the great IGLs risk the game to win the game. And TSM did that multiple times in this match. Moving down towards the south, contesting LG for space, clearing out, and even taking on the Dojo at a disadvantage, using Verholes and then How to cover the rest of the squad as team after team thought that they could take on TSM.
Dreamfire doing enough. Was the Dojo's performance enough? Because with TSM making it into the top 10, the question is, at what cost?
多分大丈夫。多分大丈夫。
Top 10 lying in wait.
俺バトルファイ見ない。こっちに見る。こっちに見るわ。
One thing changes, one corner gets checked in that fight, and it's Dreamfire whose praises we're singing for their incredible awareness and control over this map up until that final moment. Dojo as well.
いや、ほぼ確だ。もうほぼ確。マジで 99% 確定中。
I believe it was 3, but it was pretty close that they and LG went down together.
あ、もう見た？いや、俺いいわ。もういい。俺もいい。俺もコメント見ない。コメント見ない。
But for now, TSM has solidified themselves with some advanced starting points for tomorrow's match point finals.
It's incredibly close. What I'm wondering as well, how close did Moist make it? They were a risky team in this lobby, ultimately wanting to make it to the finals tomorrow, wanting to meet the expectations that they set for themselves in Split 2 playoffs. They may have missed out on, well, they certainly missed out on meeting their expectations as they would have hoped. However, by how much will they have to play again? Those are my big questions.
Those are all questions. I guess we're going to have to throw it to Rain Day to see if he's got some answers for us.
Well, the crowd in Birmingham is making some noise because not only did Dreamfire, did some of these amazing supported teams find their way into the finals, TSM has also found their way home, as many would say, to where they belong. It was a long and arduous road, 4 days and one final game. That got them there, though, and the plot armor continues. We will see them with a chance to go back to back and become a 2 out of 3 land winner this year. Rain Day, Genome, Zephyr, Bullet back on the desk. Fellas, that was exciting. That is what Apex is about, and it gets better because we have more games coming up soon. But Genome, TSM, in that final circle, man, it felt like it was just a script. And we were just reading it out.
Right? I mean, even if you think about the 4 circles that we had there on World's Edge, they
landed on the site. You
get a thermal choke circle, launch site, dome, and then another one in between Siphon and launch site. It's like they were trying to give TSM a circle, and they just kept nudging it like closer and closer towards their home POI until they finally get it done.
You know, one of the interesting things for me is always
seeing reaction, and
that reaction felt so passionate. This isn't just a Howl meme. It felt desperate. It felt like they knew how close they were to things going wrong, and it went so right. That was relief. And that was my bullet. In the final zone, in the final fight, I want you to walk me through to revisit the moment how TSM was able to come out on top and get themselves into Sunday.
Yeah, look, that was beautiful. TSM going from 15th all the way
to
one decision. As you can see here, they just rotate, they play under next to the geyser, they're fighting, they're doing as much damage as they can to the teams right around them, they're getting the armor swaps and they're using the util that they have. DF are controlling the whole high ground here and they're putting pressure and the Bangor goes down as you can see and they're just trying to stay alive. The main thing here is they managed to use the boxes around them to get the armor swaps out just to make sure they stay healthy.
All right, well, you know, I think too, Zephyr, when you look at this, a lot of people have talked about, obviously, the players. Those stories are amazing, but Reps has shifted onto the Fuse. It has helped in these moments where there are several teams and you're vying for positioning.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is something that Raven's been trying to make work for a long time here. And this is a great opportunity to truly see it shine. The zoning control, especially with that bombardment in some of these final zones, that stunned so many teams having the opportunity to play lines of sight that would have punished TSM here. As a result, it
春の位
is
置取りがマジ
just
で良か
that
った。
small little minute second that allows them to jump up
多
from
分春が
fourth
今度
to
レップスとかの位
second,
置にいたら負けて
which
た。
officially did secure them the win, but they
うわ
took
レ
it
ップス
a
無理当たりする
step
わ。
further with the pressure and much more beyond. They find the simple 3v3 deep in the pocket.
We highlighted reps earlier. I think Tim was the one who drew attention to him and her one to watch here. Dreamfire also highlighted. They placed first and second. So I guess Tiff and Lauren know a lot about what they're talking about. Genome, though, third is the Dojo. LG Chivas, they were fantastic. Moist Esports, we saw a little bit of the Moist watch party going on. Shout outs to them.
10位に入ったんじゃないもしかしたら。
But what's your takeaway here with
入ってる
these
わ。
final 10 and, of course, our back half 10 of how game 8 finished?
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see how those points play out on the overall scoreboard. I think Optic will have secured themselves a spot with that. Moist probably going to be okay as well. Dojo were a little further down. You probably needed something around 6 points per game, somewhere between 5 and 6 to make it through in this series.
It does feel, though, that they've got what it takes to be able to find a way, even if they were to get knocked out into the elimination round 2, to make it back. But those stats are about to be revealed to you in just a moment. When we have them, we will react to them on screen to see who is going to Sunday. We know TSM has made it. You can tell by the crowd, but who else will join them? We are about to find out. I know the break is here. And as we await that and to see what it looks like, I just think that one of the bigger stories is what has happened to Dark Zero. We know there were so many teams on the cusp. They were close. They were one of those 10-9 place positions. Sentinels, they started so well. They got a win.
なんかここ若干見えるけど俺は見てないから。俺は見てないから。俺は見てないから。俺は見てないから。俺は見てないから。
What those final standings are. And I want to.
Yes!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Blackhand, LG,
Yes!
Dreamfire, Optic Gaming, TSM, Oxygen Esports, the Dojo. They will be in finals. Ascend, Moist Esports. They will be in the finals. And Realize, which means Dark Zero, our winners of our championships last year and our winners of our most recent Split 2 LAN will have to fight 8 more games to see if they can get back. Sentinels as well, who have performed so closely, knocked out by TSM Surge from what was 16th place. Alliance as well, NRG, FaZe, XSET. They are all some of the biggest orgs in our game, and they will have to play a little bit later, Gino, and battle their way to the championship.
Yeah, look, those guys get another chance. Big shout out to Blackhand. That is actually one of the highest winners bracket scores that we have seen. 72, these brackets are often so tight because you just have so many good teams that 72 is actually a runaway success.
It is truly phenomenal. Our biggest takeaway from our 10 who are going.
From the 10 that are going here, I like the heart of new NA talent, especially in the likes of both Luminosity and Oxygen. Especially with how they started some of our games here, they performed outwardly the most dominant of the NA teams that joined us, which, especially when we compare that to the likes of TSM, Dark Zero, more who have had their history, it's a bit of a surprise, but a welcome one indeed.
Yeah, one of the greatest things I think is that we've spent a lot of time talking about all of these stories as they've developed. Blackhand has been a big part of the conversation today as well. But because they ran away with it so much, I want another comment on just the winners of this series from you and how they performed so far.
Look, I have to say, APAC South We have DF doing extremely well, Blackhand doing extremely well. You know, APAC South is here, we're doing damage, we're showing up and we're playing aggressive. As you can see, they are going crazy.
Well, you know, we got to give love where love is due. That's first place right there. But sometimes there's a story that's just so interesting. We got to hear more about it.
これ戻れないもんね。
That means that we need to hear from TSM and see how it feels to clutch up and find their ways into yet another championship. Standing by with Peeps is, I guess, now the best well-known Evan in Apex. I'm way behind now. It's Verholz.
Rain, thank you so much.
Big
We're here with arguably the greatest controller player in the world right now. Dude, going from basically the bottom of the elimination bracket, right, to making it and getting the rest of the day off. what was going through your head, and like what was the game plan?
I mean, our game plan was just stick to what we were doing. You know, I don't think our strategies weren't working earlier. I think we were just like making small individual mistakes, and we were just gonna, you know, just like stay confident in what we do, just play our game, and we know that, you know, we're gonna have a good game. And yeah, we just stuck to our plan, and you know, I think we just focused up that last game, didn't make any individual mistakes, nobody got caught out or anything, and just worked out.
I mean, that's amazing. Crowd's loving it as well. Crowd's absolutely loving it. I see the fam here in the. How does that affect you? Like, I mean, it must give you some sort of energy, or, you know, a little something extra, seeing the family coming here to support while you're playing.
I mean, it's amazing having my family here. I mean, they just provide infinite motivation to want to try hard and win. Feels amazing. I'm super grateful to have a big family to come.
お母さん泣いてんじゃん。
No, I don't know what I would do without them here.
Look at the smile on that face, man. That's love. That is love. So, in your eyes, right, who do you think, give me like a top 3 controller players from around the world. And by the way, feel free to put yourself at the top.
Top 3 controller players? All right, I'm gonna leave me and Hal out of it if it's biased. I'm just gonna do that. I'd probably go with Jen Burton in first. First. I think it's a clear, easy first right there. Second, let's throw Effect in there. Effect. I put Effect in second.
エフェクトだって。へ
ー。Third's a bit harder. What do you think?
いつ見てくれてよし。
I think I'm going to have to go with. I'm going to go with Zainu.
ザイニューだって。
Solid line.
おかしいやろ、そしたら1位と3位がさ DZ にいるって考えたらおかしいやろ。
You're crazy. So what is the game, without revealing any secrets here, all right? What is the game plan heading into finals tomorrow?
コントローラーで上手い人ね。
A share of $2 million and another championship under the belt, brother.
ごめん、全然聞いてなかったここは。
You know,
聞いても分かんなそうだけど。
Nothing too crazy, you know. We're just sticking to our plans, doing what we came here to do, doing what we've been practicing for the last 2 months, 3 months. No, nothing too out of the ordinary. We're just sticking to our plan, you know, just doing what we practice. You know, we might have a few tricks up our sleeves, but you know, can't get those away too early. But yeah, we're just sticking to the plan.
All right. And so, Dark Zero, right, coming into this tournament, arguably, it's just, as of lately, it's been TSM Dark Zero, right? How does it feel knowing that these guys got to play another 8 games? They don't get you get more rest than them, and they have the potential to be kicked out of the tournament and sent home. You know, like.
I think it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild to see them down there. You know, I'm sure that's like, it's kind of how everyone's like. Back when we had to make a losers bracket run, I think everyone was a bit surprised. I'm personally a bit surprised. I think they'll make it through, but you know, anything can happen. And you know, a couple bad zones, a couple broken mentals, and you know, they could just fumble. Like I mean, now after having their placement now, like you never know. Like it could be like a mental like snowball, and they just like keep performing worse and worse. You know, so they could. I would not be surprised now to see them not make it.
I'll tell you this, I got faith. I got faith in the fellas. We hang out all the time, man. You can't, how are we going to eat dinner and, you know. But I think that's it. Shout out to Verhulst. Everybody, let me hear it for him. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, peeps. I got to say, pretty good list of controller players under pressure. I think a lot of
いや、さっきの試合見たい。
or said, oh, let me get that one back. Always nice to hear from Evan Verhulst, one of the class acts in Apex in esports. We love the family, always at the events and representing, and obviously he loves that they're in Sunday. Interesting also.
あ、でもあれか、さっきの試合見たいって言っても、コマ戦で見れないから意味ねえわ。翻訳されるの待つしかないわ。
and maybe not even make it. I know a lot of people disagree with that. we'll have to wait. Those games are coming up very soon. But always, obviously, great to 10 games. We've set up our winners, and we've set up some great stories.
Yeah, look, I definitely disagree with that one.
I wonder why.
Yeah, well, because I know how good a team they are. That's the real reason.
That's true.
Right? I mean,
true. I do disagree too.
He's going for the mental damage. He's going for the psychic damage.
Yes, he did.
やばい、興奮が収まらない。
Sticking the boot in a little bit while he can, hoping that it ticks over once they. I'm almost certain you will see both of those teams on Sunday.
Yep, that'll be coming up very soon, Zephyr, but it's been a great day so far. These 8 games have given us a lot to whether we expected or did not expect it in terms of performance.
The winner's bracket is always something of its own beast, I would say. And for a lot of these teams, this is the real challenge. But the marathon that lies ahead for the 11th and 20th, who now have to sit through the next 8 matches in a row,
いや、それは避けるわ。
that is a mountain, a Sisyphean task ahead.
泣いたもん、俺マジで。泣いたもん。決勝じゃないんだよ、これ。泣いたわ。
Now they not only play again, now they have to, if you got knocked in, play another 8 games. Kind of taxing.
It definitely is, but at the end of the day, this is an opportunity to build your momentum. You know, if you got knocked out, this is your time to get kills, to do damage in these kind of lesser lobbies, and just being able to build your momentum going into finals. It's really, really a solid opportunity.
It's quite interesting too, because you think they must have had maybe not everything worked out in this group. So now 8 games to figure it out, essentially. That could be the difference in Sunday. But let's not forget that we have 10 teams that have been waiting for their shot at these 10 teams, lying in wait, of course, in our elimination bracket round 2. Here's the schedule for today, so you know exactly when that is coming about. It is in 5:30 p.m. BST. I believe we are starting in about 35 minutes. If not, it will be at the very most an hour from now. I'll get confirmation on it, but 5:30 p.m. BST, we are scheduled to go live. Make sure that you are at least around your computer, wherever you're watching from, at home or in the venue for that beginning. We will see the 10 teams from yesterday who've battled and made it in from elimination round 1, waiting patiently to play against our 10 teams, including Dark Zero, XSET, FaZe, and many, many more who did not make it into Sunday yet. 10 more will have a chance at the championship. When we come back, more action of the ALGS Championship in Birmingham. We've seen the best of the best go toe-to-toe for 4 days in a row, and we have almost found our 20 who will seal the deal and close us out tomorrow. But we have 10 more who need to punch their tickets to the championship. We'll do that right when we come back.
As I stand on the front lines, I've been ready for this battle, been preparing for a long time. Never questioned why I had to try, but I just knew that something bigger had to happen in my life. All of these moments were preparing me for this fight. Now I've got it right, I know that I'm ready because I've given all I have. Then I know that I can handle any obstacle on my path. And I may have to sacrifice just to make sure that I am all that I'm supposed to be. This is between me and my destiny. I'm ready to go into the ring. I'm ready now for anything. I'm ready to achieve all my dreams. Nothing's gonna stop me. I'm supposed to be here. I have no fear. One step forward, never looking back. I'll never fall off track. I stay ready to
あ、1時からだって。あ、すぐ始まるわ。思ったよりすぐ始まるわ。いや、うるっときたわ、今ので。うるっときたわ。いや、あれでも1時って言っても多分回数の1時半ぐらいだよ。どうこうか。 見て。本当はもっともっとあるチャンネルポイント。
Just to try and buy themselves a little bit of time. But you can see in Tropic, they know exactly where they are. They're just waiting for them to pop up, and Whack-A-Mole is going to be what they are playing. The ults are going to go down. The Black Hole followed by the Arc Star. The Wombo combo, but does it hit? It does, but not enough. And now, Xako's got to think about staying alive instead of picking up KP.
I remember, Entropic started on 7 points after finishing 4th in the winners bracket round 2, so they already have a good lead when it comes to trying to get to that threshold. A victory here would do them wonders for just edging even closer to that 50 points. As now, speaking of edging, the circle's starting to close in and forcing these teams together. Now, Danish can make a big impact on this final circle, and I think that's why we're seeing V2 just trying to eliminate them from the factor, saying, look, if we can get the damage, if we can just force them into EQ here, and maybe we can get the job done early. But this is just so tough when you're a 2 at deciding who you want to try and push.
ずっと興奮してるわ。やばい。
All sorts of problems, one of them being the Motherload coming in from Fuse. Yolu doing what he can with the ult to slow them down, and now the decision is made from V2. They want to try and push up, they want to try and command the high ground, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Zidane gets that first knock, there's the knuckle cluster, there's the spray coming in from Yolu. He's trying to finish this off himself. 2 squads remain.
Careful over here.
Don't focus
too much. I'm gonna play other side.
We're in the zone, and we just.
Guys,
if you have an 8-4 down here, if you have an 8-4 down there.
いや、眠気なんて消えてるよ、マジで。
Because if they walk
眠気って何？
We'll watch the climb up.
Anyone got an ultimate selling? Anyone got a selling?
No. You guys both focus that, okay?
Alright. I focus in front. Watch the climb up. Yeah.
There's no one here.
I'm gonna. No, there's a guy.
Focus that. Both of you focus that.
Yeah.
There's a drone there as well. Careful.
If you have ult, use it for this unlucky.
Look, ramp, top in it.
Okay.
Focus
Okay, no.
Careful the wall. Wall looking.
Nice one. The last guy's one.
Nice.
All that.
Watch climb up. Watch
Watch this terminal.
Yeah.
Flash.
Oh, but
Okay. Can you get space on this team?
Why?
I'm gonna shoot that. Shot the pylon.
My bang. Look at the guy in the open. Patty.
あれ合ってるよね。時間1時からで。
60. Drop 60 right there.
Thank you.
Okay, on the
fence.
Two one. That's
Still on the fence inside. Kill the fence together with the inside team.
いや、合ってる。
They're trying to kidnap.
Then 3v3.
I'm shooting.
Yeah, good ult, huge ult.
Nate.
They got both TP stock, both TP.
Yeah.
Another one
Lucky,
TP.
you're alone.
Lucky, you're alone. Shoot this pylon. Shoot the pylon.
That's the one.
I'm dropping.
Yeah,
What's
me.
the one? Dead. In the ult. C1. Dead.
Nice. He's inside. Nice.
Down, but unfortunately one of them's already fallen, and it's going to be the end for Go Next, but not without going down with a fight.
They got a lot of KP there. Did they get the placement points to force themselves towards match point? A very, very impressive game in the kills category for Go Next. But Maestro Gaming now, they've been in this position for the entirety of this game as we find ourselves now down to our final 3. It's Blue-White, Stan. Blue-Whites have made it into top 3 from that horrible position they were in. It might just be a top 3 as Maestro make their move.
あ、1時半だわ。
Who's the team who's going to move
ごめ
in
ん、
here and
1
clean
時
up
半
the
だわ。
pieces?
Tuhuton are on their way to try and get the victory, but they are taking their time. They back off. They do not get there quick enough. So Maestro now have a chance to reset, which means we're going to get a proper 3v3. But Tuhuton do hold the better position. They have got the zone on their side, and they've got all of this utility to work with as Black Hole goes down.
Zero going to be used as well. They do have zone control, so they should be able to find a place to play. Yuzo up on that rock. He's going to be able to do damage onto Maestro. Akuma going to come and join him as well. The Dark Veil wasn't enough for Maestro to cut the zone in a way that they could rotate. This rock is everything at the moment, and Maestro is struggling to find a way through it. The good news for Maestro, they've fully tanked up with red evos, so in this fight they do have a HP advantage and they're hitting some good shots as well.
And maybe there's a confidence issue here as Tuhuton are reluctant to push in, and now the damage comes in from Maestro as they continue on their way.
Yeah, this is looking like a Maestro win all of a sudden. Taxi's gonna go down. 0-0 trying to move in to clean things up, and all of a sudden this is a
Jenny ready to put down if that's the case. Some fireworks for the sky as a double evac tower is called in. Just a distraction here too. None of these teams want to possibly take this unless they want to try to reposition off the zipline, carry that jump momentum forward. Asia are going to take their time as you finally get called out as the solo. We saw Sonya live for as long as he can. OP now starting the engagement while Foot now take onto the roof.
Banghold does go down. Everybody just trying to wait it out. Foot's still alive as well, and like you're saying, I think their play is to take the roof. The problem is everyone's going to see them, so they're trying to leave it as late as possible to show presence. Leifin has to jump up there now alongside his two teammates as they have no other option. Now they try and cut the zone in half. This is so smart from FUT Esports. Take the majority of players out of your eyesight. Now you can focus on one target in front of you. It's a brilliant play call, but they have to be aware of Horizon behind them.
They know that they're right there, so they want to try to fully send this here with the Rolling Thunder, rather the barrage coming in here for them to worry about. Leifin literally tries to duke it out, gets eliminated. Horizon now make their way. The green light has been activated. Young Hong Kong is out of this lobby. We got outplayed now playing from underneath down beast. Horizon Union in a great position while the Cito France are still fighting for their lives.
あと応援するとしたら やばい、日本勢が後になっちゃう。
It started here in terms of that engagement with Cito France and Maestro playing zone. Going back to what we've said, it has worked so well for these teams. Can they get a result though here? Maestro Gaming probably doesn't have enough to finally find themselves on match point after this, but Cito France, could they maybe play spoiler and somehow take over the high ground? The question is, can you topple the king of the castle who has not moved from the beginning? That will be a win for any of these teams, especially the likes of Aurora, who have so much to prove and do not want to miss out on an opportunity of getting the championships. 3 squads left. They're climbing Vicky, but what are they going to find at the top? Just bullets.
Oh, is this the Halloween event going on right now? They're just trying to claw their way to force Maestro off this high ground here. Playing around zombies, just forcing them off their backs. Looking right, looking left here. Putting in the extra pressure.
最後の試合見るぞ、みんな。みんな。最後の試合見るぞ。最後の試合見るよ。あー、コマ戦か。残念。コマ戦か。あ、コマ戦じゃない、本配信か。コマ戦から見たいのに。なぜかフォローしなかったインペラル、はあ、やば、やばいマジで。Decent show up when it counts. Fantastic match. Did someone say they mentioned? そうキックのこと煽ってんだよね、ここで。
Entropic go down and blue whites are starting to push up.
We certainly are indeed
マジでやばいわ。どうしよう。
Nice spray coming in. We'll get
恋した俺。
dropping down to try and finish off the second as well. The knockdown shield a problem. They will start to fall as Flash is now left on his own. Smokes himself into a corner. Can take a little bit of zone damage here as 6 squads now remaining, but surely this is the end of his game. But no, with just about 10 HP left, he's managed to kind of avoid everyone here inside his zone, and blue whites are surviving.
I'm not even sure he knows where he is right now, but he is surviving. That's what's important. Foot go down. They're into the top 5 are blue whites. Voltage are now using the portal to go in and out of this building to try and stay out of action, as now we see TT go down as well. 4 squads remain.
One team is still alive, is blue whites, by the way. Entropic, they're here too. Vortex, they're going to be eliminated in the meantime. Entropic, they will hit match point here with this performance as well. The team who are so impressive at the Split 2 playoffs just came up short of that grand finals are looking to close things out. Blue Whites get into the top 3.
To deny Go Next, but it's Lecite de France who find themselves now on match point for the next game, and with a chance to try and play spoiler as well to Go Next. So it's all against Go Next right now, and it really depends as a team whether you're focusing on that kill feed. Do you have someone whose job is to really keep note of which teams have been eliminated, which teams are still in the game? If so, there should be squads that know Go Next is still alive, and there is a potential that it could end here and now as Go Next are starting to force their way in. If they've got the ability to try and get to this rock, they might be able to survive. It's a truck, excuse me, that looks like a rock because it's got lots of greenery on it, lots of shrubbery, and they have just been able to work their way into the central side of this circle ever so slightly.
The Overgrow has grown right in front of them too, not just beyond the truck, but also this open space that they're going to be forced to traverse. They are on the worst side of the circle right now too, just waiting for dear life. Double Arc Star and the Sear Tech. Oh no! Go Next with the Arc Star from Overdrive. Give the points over to Phoenix Legacy. We are going on to another game, a game 8 right after this.
We have 6 teams on match point going into match number 8. Can Voltage be team number 7? They need to get 6 more points, still very achievable, and they're in a good position to do so. They're just trying to worm their way out of this building using any utility they have just to keep teams away. Dark Veils go down now, Watson Fences and Gens available to them as well.
やばい。興奮が止まらない。マジでやばい。
Both sides. Voltage now getting taken out. Meanwhile,
TSM 主人公。おい見るぞみんな。
I'm just a fly on the wall that you don't want to deal with. Phoenix Legacy go out in for 3 squads.
リーグの DZ も言ってんじゃん。
The rest of the lobby starts doing damage to each other, and they can try and capitalize on that. Kraber in the hands of Davis though. One poke. Oh, 112 is going to be good up on the high ground, and again, this is great for Go Next. More damage to them.
俺 TSM アンチだけど。こっちおいで。
Horizon are going to be the ones that get punished, but it's not enough to get the knock. Go Next hoping the lobby takes care of itself and they can make one final push out towards zone here.
Go Next are going to try and delay this for as long as possible. Stay in cover, take as little amount of damage, be forced out, and hope that everyone above them has already lost a member or taken a good amount of damage as Dark Veils now start to surround the final circle. Black Holes go down as well. Horizon Union maybe in a position to try and play spoiler and take us to a match number 9.
ずっとニヤニヤしてる俺今。
However, the piercing spikes are going to hurt. Now Go Next make their play call. The Dark Veil goes down. They're going to try and inch out. Use every single little bit of cover that they can. But now they're getting poked. Now they're getting prodded. 4 squads remaining, but Go Next still healthy here. Can they get the finishes? The zone is forcing them forward. The Dark Veil is a problem. The piercing spikes are a problem as well. But Voltage go down. It's 3 squads. And oh my god, what an ult that is. It takes so much damage. And now Go Next from an almost improbable position might be able to close this one out. Danish are done. Go Next. You are going to the ALGS.
DNO still alive. A real threat to this lobby. With such impressive players,
the
Apex Legends scene, and would love to return there and be at championships. And they are names who certainly are worthy of doing so as they now get aggressive and Ape Gang gets eliminated. But is there going to be anyone to pick the pieces up? No, DNO survive, and that was a very important push just to try and take a little bit of space here.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? The team, you've got
all
players who have been some of the standouts, but for whatever reason, fallen out of the rosters that they've had put together for various different reasons, but now they all find themselves together trying to pull off something in this last chance qualifier. Speaking of pulling something off, I mean, Trev Stacks at the moment, he's, good idea to turn away from that one because it didn't look too good for him. KSR eliminated, we'll pretend that didn't happen, but DNO's still alive here as we're into our top 3.
And now Stallions had a good position, but as they move into this circle, it really depends if they can get onto a rock. Because of where the other two teams are, Stallions still hold the best position. The two squads are going to have to and be forced into an engagement here at this RB.
At some point, you would imagine. Instead, he decides that the death is fine. Lou is going to be the last player alive for them. Duplex is still trying to do excuse me, Duplex was still alive, but now this is just for Stallions to move in and try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Stallions get into a position to try and get some angles here, but the Nox
今俺何言われても怒らない気がするわ。
they're in the best position to win the game for sure. They just have to have a little bit of patience before they get involved.
気持ち悪い匂いにしろ今。
Stallions up on high.
ほっぺた痛いもん今。
The IG are going to have to leave this building in a few seconds time. The trailer is not going to be comfy enough. It's not going to be good.
しかもさ、
Stallions will be your champions.
何がすごいって、
Acclimatize a finish.
あんなどん底にいたのに、あんなどん底にいたのに、5位まで行ってんだよ。ちょっとダメだよ TSM。
Comes a creeping barrage as well. All the information that they can work with too. 4 squads
やりすぎ
left.
ですよ。
They lose out on design though. He gets isolated out of position. This is a squad that I was worried about that's now going to come right in front of them. That's going to be Secret Formula on the other side of this fight.
Yeah, Secret Formula doing damage, Designful going down, but the res could potentially happen.
これって何なんだろう。
Second guesses himself because the nade as Secret Formula will push up, and now Secret Formula holds central zone here and have a fantastic chance with a Kraber in the back pocket. Only one bullet left to maybe try and do some real damage as the grenades now starting to tick onto the dojo.
Oh, they finish up design. Can we get another one from Oi? They know it's a rat. They know it's a rat on the other side here. Just gotta hold on to it. The suspense while they play off the back end, but Secret Formula, they are in the best position right now in this lobby. Natural cover from the rocks. They have the black market behind them in case they want to swap off the Kraber after they use that last bullet, but they are locked in right now with the cat wall. They block out the vision and they're gonna try to fully send it.
Well, can the dojo do anything as a 2 here? Secret Formula will send it on to the remaining player, and actually they've taken quite a lot of damage there. Is the dojo in any position to try and take this fight? Do they know it's a 2 that they're going up against? Still one bullet left with the Kraber though.
Well, they know they took care of design. He gets taken out here. Yuban is really low here too. Oi is dancing around this rock with the PK in hand. Trying to contest that. Barrel stuffs him with the PK shot.
And to think about how they will play this final circle. 35 seconds to have a little bit of a think and a discussion between your side of how you want to approach this one. Furia, they're just a 2 on the low ground. So one of the most difficult positions for them. Everyone else seems to be healthy enough. But this circle is going to be going between these 2 buildings. So that those little crates that you see in the middle of your screen. So it's a tough old journey for everyone involved. No one is in prime position right now when it comes to the center circle.
Oh, they're making a play on the roof. They're trying to take this most hated away from the dojo, and they might be the most hated if they're not careful.
今までの ALGS で2番目に興奮してる。1番もちろん優勝した時だけど、マジで今2番目に興奮してる。止まんないよ俺の興奮。無駄に長いから。
Stallions take the high. Stallions on 43. Stallions are 7 points away from match point. A victory here would do it. In fact, I mean, top 2 and some kills would probably do it. And they're in a pretty good spot. Slayer's though taking some damage. He's down low on his own. And now that's so tough for Stallions. If they were all on the roof, they would have had a real chance here. But now they're going to have to work their way as a 2. Good news for them is there is another 2 on the board though. Furia are 2 that they're working with at the same time.
多分2時ぐらいにならないと始まらないんだよね。
You can see that Zeratricky is trying to do what he can to survive. I wonder if Fury have been taken down to just 1. That is going to be the case.
2時になったとしてもな。これいつのこれこの前の LCQ だよ。道場とかが出場決定した時の試合。
Darkveil going to be raised here. They cut the zone, but they're going to be cut themselves. All of a sudden, what looked like a really good play looks a little bit more sketchy for them, but now they make the call to drop. Stallions is going to drop down here.
Native Gaming か。
Native Gaming looking to drop on this when the damage is now going to be done. They do, and Native Gaming
starts closing behind them. Moby,
そう。
Dojo can capitalize off of
そ
this
れこそ道場や。
too.
これ。
He is him. Can he be Himmy though? Creeping barrage now getting sent out. See if they got the opportunity, but enemy from behind gets caught by Yuban.
even as the solo player alive. Manages to take him down, and now the dojo. The keys have been handed over to Timmy. Had to use that ultimate as well. Just
やばい。やばすぎる。早く翻訳して。早く翻訳して、マジで。早く1万をあげるから早く翻訳して。早く。
Has managed to kind of avoid everything right now. Look at the placement points he's just picked up by doing that. Nox has gone, Native gone, Right's gone, Chatter's Prime, Drop In Gaming all go, and the dojo are in the top 5.
Everyone dropping like flies, and Furier on the rotate after getting the fresh res. They're still able to access the box at their feet. Catwalk coming in, and Timmy is running for his life. Looked like they wanted to use a black hole, but holding on to it. Panders with the good decision making here. Looking at the other teams also rotating, that's going to be KSR off to their left with the Rampart and the Amp Walls coming in too. I don't know how Timmy is still alive, but he is surviving as a solo. He takes the zipline up north, and now Yuban and him are going to be able to face off. Even with the shield swap, Timmy gets a knock and takes out Secret Formula, gets the revenge for his teammate.
Oh my goodness, how is
見ちゃダメだよ。俺と一緒に見ようね。みんな。
Timmy's one of the best in the world at it. He's still alive
実はとあれぐら腫れ物コンビやん。
Team stability, and it's Himmy if he can pull this one off.
He is him, and the fact that he juked them thinking, I'm not going to go on the gravity lift here, I'm just going to be able to take some extra cover, restabilize, but with the smoke, it's a little bit of an indicator. Zera knows, sends out the spikes, and is
俺も我慢するから見るの。
take a shot at him. Taking to the skies, though, is an indicator that Fury know exactly where they are, or rather where he is, but they can't drop down here unless they want to try to use the gravity lift again and risk for a third party coming in from Team Stability on the other side.
Timmy can kind of find an alt excel here. He can call some big... There's no way he gets him in, by the way. There's no way they call this in, right? No. It's going to be a little bit of extra cover, surely. You would imagine. If Timmy sticks... It would be the most Timmy thing in the world, by the way, if he goes to stick this reds and pulls it off. I'm just saying.
やばい。やばい。寝れねえ、多分。
He's got to play for his life at this point. Evac Tower coming in. Magnus getting the knock on top of Lily. There's just things falling from the sky out here too. Trying to greet them, block out their vision with the smoke nades. They know he's right there. They can't give them focus and attention to him. And they have another squad right in front of them. He's actually gonna do it. Are you kidding me?
He's sticking it. It is the most Timmy thing possible. As now Fury are forced down.
No.
Ground. They are gonna fall. Shubi gets the first one for Team Stability. Madness is gonna have.
ガチで久々やんけ。はいって何事もないかのように。俺は覚えてるぞ。
But all of a sudden it's a 2v2, and here comes Designful. He's got nothing to work with but his fists. But maybe he can do enough to open the door for Timmy here.
Open up the gates here. Timmy's playing up the knockdown. He gets a crack, but right behind him, he's outnumbered.
俺は覚えてるよ。結構マジで。結構マジで覚えてるよ。あれでしょ、しょうもないネタばっかり出たやつでしょ。覚えてるよ。そうだよね。絶対俺お前好きだわって言った記憶ある。間違ってたらごめんだけど多分合ってる。読めんわそれ。読めんわ。俺ハングル語履修しないよ。
And holding this position and looking at his other teammates, they're playing split up. They get another knock, and that's exactly what we were expecting once that zone was going to close in right behind Secret Formula.
I mean, now it's just a matter of being spoiled for choice. You have so many options. You just have to make sure that you can get it done. You only have 2 reloads now of your Nemesis to be able to do damage. You got Wi-Fi down below trying to be involved, but look at Bursty on kick on the fuse. He's going to play a massive role here in this fight, allowing Thales to figure this out and push with the Prowler. They've got very minimal room for error, but I think they can do it, especially with their position right now, Vicky. It is just a matter of closing it out. They will have a win, and with 31 points, 2 squads left, they could easily be in the 40-point range if they can close this one out.
はい。どういう意味なんやろうなと思ったけど、はい。ずっと待ってたのに遅いよ来るの。
Secret formula, they need 6 more points to get onto match point
ず
themselves.
っと待ってたのに遅いよ。
For the team at the moment, but they are forcing their way towards that zone. Keep your eyes on that.
いやどうしよう。
Coming in from right now, should be able to finish this one off as well and manage to do so. They're getting closer.
絶対2時からなんだよ。始まるの。
Still need 2 here, Dan.
Still need 2. 7 squads remaining. DNO are starting to pick up some points here, which is catching them up to Furia. Remember, if Dojo wins, 4 squads remain. Secret formula going to fall as well. We're down to just 2. It's Dojo versus DNO for a chance to be at the Apex Championships.
俺は楽しみに待ってるよ。
This is your moment. This is where you have to
コウさんも
They will know it better than anyone
他に見てる人
how
も
close they are. The Bangalore goes down. The black hole is destroyed.
結構覚えてるから
The
ね俺。
dark veil is also down. Duplex finds a safe place. And he also has a vantage spot here. Duplex is down! Duplex is down, and that means the Dojo have a chance to move in with a 3v2 to close out match point and send themselves to the ALGS Championships. It's all about being patient here, Dan.
It's all about the patience. It's all about the drama.
いや道場のねこのデザインとエネミーが強いんだよな本当
The
に。
LCQ has been dominated by Dojo, and a chance to wrap it up here now with a
ティミーだからこそ組めてる感あるわ。
3 versus 2, still Lou and Senox alive. Can Dupe get back towards Lou? Are they going to be able to get
マジで目つこい。
The damage is being done though, and you can see that Design 4 has given the signal to go. They fly in, the Dojo, they came out swinging, they came out fighting, and they leave with tickets booked to Birmingham.
とりあえずベストプレイズスプリット1プレイヤーこれは見るしかないじゃん。いやもう俺をトイレ行かせる気ないやん。トイレ行かせる気ないやん。
Should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. One of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend.
There's 2 on the rock and then 1 on the left on the box. Focus the guy on the left. You two focus left. You two focus left. Focus left. Both of you.
He's going back. He's going back. He ran back.
64 on him. 64 on him. On me. He walked up on me. 0
Doing us.
Now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done!
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Do you smell it? I smell a third party coming up right behind TSM. They gotta start watching out, or else this fight is just taking way too long. They're getting the trade after those 2 cracks, though. They need to be able to find a fool and send it in.
And Verhoes is gonna call it. He beat Verhoes single-handedly. Knocks 1. Can he get the double? Yes, he does. Verhoes going for the triple kill to kick off the ALGS playoffs in London.
Welcome to the GG7 out here. Verhoes with a hip fire shot. He's looking to take out Alliance, and Alliance is the first squad to go down. But in perfect timing, there's the third party that we were worried about. Reps gets taken out.
And from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds 2 with the 1 clips. He's gonna make Zane, you are a maniac.
What a performance from Zane in the 1 versus 3. Catches them off guard. He avoids TSM. He rotates wide in the way. Zane is still alive. Still shredding as he gets into the top 5.
Zane is insane.
What did you have for breakfast, Zane? I want some as well. It's got to be a full English. Surely J-Ling's into the top 4. And now Zane, the kill leader. Remember, he's been a solo for quite some time. And he's still going. Still headshots, but has to calm it down.
And they are going to make the push. They are going to make their way up. They don't want to wait any longer. They waited for the death box to be out. And they get involved in the fight. And it should be simple from here. There's a lot of damage. Hackers will get the second knock.
Hackers gets the second one. 1 player left alive then on this high ground. Alliance looking to answer back. And Yuki looking to join the fight as well. Finish is going to come in as well, and let me tell you, that's he's not just looking for that armor swap. He wants to let them know that this is still Alliance's playground.
It'll still work so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here.
A little bit of hip fire from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here. But now Hackers goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. Oh! Clutch again! Yuki loves to win those kind of fights.
There you go. Mandy hits the grab with looking for an LOS onto North Epson. Crazy says, I can do it too. It goes up. But China has fallen. Yuki taking damage here. Exhibit out.
He didn't even know. He wasn't even looking at him. Gravity lift to get behind him on the flank. Gets the hit fire shot. And then they got that flare. Two as they drop. North Epson looking to make the comeback. Looking to get a step out here. And they come back.
一回見たことあるのにこれ。
NTH win. Do a little dance. Show it off. APAC North for the win.
一回見たことあるのに体が動かない。全然トイレに行けない。
Meanwhile, the guard is just waiting. The guard is just collecting. SSG still alive. The Skyward dive is up, and the guard is on top. The guard.
ランブー。
This game. Are you kidding me? What can you do? It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1.
あ、見たくないこれ。
He needs to finish up. He wants to get the KP. He wants to get the shields up real quick. He gets the shields up. And the 1v1, he takes a little bit of damage. He's playing off the fence line. He's got that natural cover, and he's looking to engage.
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP and 3 more placement points. It's the CEO versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna fry, doesn't take any damage. Hal is perfect, but Yuki turns it around. No way. Finish the shots, no. Yuki play the knockdown, and Hal's gonna melt him again.
Oh, he's playing He punches him away. He gets the extra space. He punches him again. Duke it out. You just need the fist.
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
He's won.
But he's 1 HP. Was he out of ammo? Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just
やばいマジで体が動かない。一生見れる。
from the low ground, who somehow wins this game. Azazel, last alive. Roy in a 1v1, I think. It's a 1v1 for the Brad. NorCal's out.
Oh, SED, Dreamfire right now. Roy trying to find a pop-up opportunity. He doesn't have a knockdown shield for extra cover.
Oh my goodness! FC Destroy plays the knockdown shield perfectly and wins the 1v1 against Roy. You will on the bank.
Roy J. He's fighting. He's on the right side. Nice.
これ確か FC と戦うやつだよね。
Swing someone. Come inside, Jay. Come inside, swing. No, I got a heal. Come inside, Jay. Run with me. Run with me, Jay.
あれだよね、FC が登ってくるやつじゃなかったっけこれ。これ倒した後。違うっけ別か、それは。別か。オプティックと FC が確か。そうだね、40分が潰したね。潰せるからな、俺は普通に。クリップ集見てたら。腕細っ。あ、来た。ケスウィニー。うわ、何回見ても。
Falls onto the shoulders now of Waltzy. Have you got the nerve, son? Have you got the steel?
もちろん本気でやってんだけどさ、それが最終的にあんな綺麗な見せっぷりなのやばすぎやろ。
Waltzy does it for ANC. Ascend will pick up the win, but that one kill. Exit gone, and maybe now the door is open.
これマンデーよくわかんない90。これ90入ってやばいだろ。
Hold up,
하나 필. 오케이, 할만해 와도. 기다려봐. 너 깨져. 그냥 공자. 나 키트. 필 다 빨고. 발굴 타자. 야, 온다. 오케이. 나 키트. 필이야, 키트 필. 오케이, 나 할 게 없어. 나 하나 좀 줘. 발개필. 올라왔어? 나 죽었어. 발개 나왔어. 여기 어쩌나? 황금 있어. 쏘도 돼. 필.
They're going into this fight, but X on the same page and also playing up the low guard.
これあるじゃん、108クリップやん。
Singularity is no HP, only
でも
shield.
活躍してほしいチームなんてたくさんいるよ。
Artin gets one. Gets the second. Artin in 1v2. Plays the knockdown. Accidentally heals. Artin, the IGL for this team, one of the longest lasting players he's played since Poland.
What's the decision here? He needs to stop him trying to pull off the shield bat real quick here too, but he has the natural cover of the knockdown shield.
This is like a game of, speaking of Dota, this is like a game of Dota. They're playing their resources so well. Artin's gonna heal back up. And there you go. Back to full health. The macro right now for these two players. The intelligence is there.
So we see where it's going, but he didn't through the smoke. A huge PK shot. 1 and a 2, and you're done in the Exo Clan. Win game 4 on World's Edge.
Exo Clan on top.
But Luminosity see them in their sights. They're going to be able to just wait for them.
Did they just take the Horizon Lift to get closer and shoot them
Young
in the
ya
air and then drop on their face? Yes, they did.
Yoga.
Luminosity. We'll set something different. 21 kills, setting a world record, and they're going to push
21 キル
Turn around,
キル数やば24
Game number 5 to put them in first place. Over 20 kills for this team on top of the dub.
ね、僕マジ見えないよな。なんで見えんだろう。
Look how slow this walk-in is, Vicky. We've never seen a finish like this ever. Shady.
でももう一度勝ったやつだ
He's
ね
gonna。flap. He's gonna get deleted from the lobby. Waltzy and MT just hiding. So well played. Singularity on top. Nice PK shot for 99. Elysium. Chile. Vamos.
I have the high ground now, Singularity says. Elysium punching him into the circle. Gets it again. Nice win. Singularity's advantage on the high ground does not come in clutch. It's Moist and their positioning. Wrapping around, getting game number 3.
He's won. Nice kill on you guys. They're fried on the right. They're all in
やべえ、寝るね。
What's closing the gap for me? Direction. I'm stopping. He's won. He's died. This guy. Smoking. The Bang's almost cracked. Sit on him. Both on me. Dead. One more. Is he low?
一試合だけ見よう。一試合だけ見よう。一試合見て寝る。
I'm sheer canceling him. I missed. Thanks, one dead. Nice. I'm here with you, Sweet. I'm swinging the ball. 100 on a 2 of them.
X that are in middle of Geo and NRG. They're the two teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through. And it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
いや、この試合のエナルジーマジすごかったな。20キルだからね、これ。
Geo can do something to stop it. The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just needs 1 kill and they'll be on match point, but they want to win this game. And Sweet takes him down.
NRG will win the game here on Storm Point, and it was nothing short of the NRG Deathborn.
He's on the box ceiling. I got him. Go. Zero now. I'm zeroing above them. Get above this instantly. I'm pushing the guy up top. They're fighting another team.
ちょっと気になるんだけどさ、ネイフンの国籍って何？
TSM need 1
あ、いいや、このクリップはいいや。
1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard
ネイフンのね、国籍がすごい気になるんだよね。
They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need second place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Oh, and How gets the kill? How gets the kill? Needs to be secured. More damage being done by Imperial How. The CEO puts his team on match point.
Match point.
だよね。
But can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's Onyx. Here comes the black hole. Here comes the set.
It's our Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verhulst and Imperial.
いやなんかね、発音っていうのかな、なんかちょっと違和感がすごいあったんだよ、ネイフンの。これベトナムとアメリカのハーフってことだな。顔もアジアとかそのあたりの感じのしてて、アジアとかアフリカ系統の純アメリカ人とはなんかちょっと違いそうだなと思ってんだけど、多分そうだね。ようやく納得したわ。はあ、やばすぎる。お、ひかりさんこんにちは。 DZ アライアンス NRG がまさか L で見れた。本当だよ、本当だよ、やばいよね。最後のさ TSM 見た？最後の TSM 見た？俺 TSM ファンボなんだけどさ、コマ線で TSM の画面見ながら見たのさ、もうマジで感動して泣いちゃった。やばかったよ、本当に。見た？最高、本当に最高、本当に最高。だから俺本当はさ、本当はルーザーズ見る予定なかったんだよ。ルーザーズ見る予定なかったんだけど、興奮しすぎて寝れないの。明日ちょっと早めからさ、用事あるから、もうちょっとしたら寝ないといけないのに、寝れないの。興奮しすぎて。マジでやばい。ほんまにやばい。いや、もう寝れないの、マジで。We play for the team in the order for... 誰だ？サイクスなの？これ何のチームこれ？ We play for the order... 移行してたことなのかな。オプティックから ESA に行って C9 ってことでいいのかなこれ。ってなると C9？ 1000か。この2人では絶対ない。スカーリーが1000。どういうことこれ。俺が理解しないのか。いや、でも経歴的には合ってるわ。確かに。ラスト3チームでどこ？これが最新ってことか。これが最新だ。これが最新で、そうだ。順番的にはそうだわ。C9 だったんだけど、アルブラが急に入ってきて ESA に行って、そこからオプティックっていう。やばい、トイレしないと。これどこだよ。これはこの人だよ。これはこの人。ユカ日本人、アルブラアメリカ、ザイニューアメリカ。で、こう、キックがブラジルのチームだから、サウスアメリカのさ。ってことは知らないこの人。消去法。ヒカリさんはどのチーム好きなの？ほらね、言ってたでしょ。消去法だよ、消去法。俺はもうバチバチの TSM。これはね、この人だよ。今のベックスとか、スレイヤーズはまた別だな。マタフェとタイラーがベックスで絶対ありえない。移籍したのタイラー。それはちょっとご存じないですね。移籍したのタイラー。マジか。普通に当たったと思ってないけどな。やばい、寝れねえよ、興奮して。誰だよこれ。 者はマジでわかんねえよな。あ、全然答え見なかったわ。T まさかここまでやると思わなくて T 道場を応援したいかなって。だったらなおさらルーザーズ見ないとじゃん。最後まで見んのもしかして最後まで見るの最後まで見るんだったら多分朝の7時ぐらいまでやるけど。俺は寝るよ。俺は1試合見たら寝るよ。さすがに用事があるからちょっときつい。あ、そうだ、道場ミナーだ。そうだ、ごめん。そうだ、道場も確定したの最後の試合。そうだ、ごめん。そうだ、もう TSL しか感知なさすぎてやばいごめん。そうだ、道場最後暴れたんだ。TSL に隠れてるけど道場も暴れたんだわ。いいね、道場。ケースウィンのクリップからの全員のクリップからの春のクリップ、全部同じ大会なんだなこれ。一旦トイレ行ってくるわ。やばい。これ以上見てたら興奮すぎて漏らしちゃう。おむつ入ってんから行ってくるわ。
dropped down into that Elimination 2 bracket where 10 more squads were waiting for them for one final opportunity, a chance at etching their names in the ALGS history books. This is going to be a bracket to remember. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I'm joined by the wonderful Spider Tiff and Dia to get this series started. How hyped are you to see how this plays out?
Honestly, I am super hyped, but the issue is I don't want to see more teams go home. Dia and I were just in the casting booth casting over a lot of the teams that dropped down into the elimination round 2, and it's do or die for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really tough competition here, Dia. What do you think of it?
I'm excited to get closer to finding out who the best in the world is. Whenever we get to competitions like the playoffs, and especially like champs, the most exciting part of it is at the end when we finally get to crown a victor. I will say, though, I'm not envious of the teams that are going to find out that they didn't make the cut.
Yeah, this is arguably one of the worst parts of the competition, where we have to send some of the best in the entire world home, and it does not get any easier anytime we do this. But if somehow you guys missed the insane series we just had before this, let's give a quick review, Dia. Talk us through the first 4 matches, because it was a great way to kick things off.
Now, this series did have the advantage of starting on Storm Point, which tends to be the crazier map, right? Sentinels finally picking up a victory as well, specifically after they had, I will say, had picked up a victory in group stage, but didn't do it convincingly. This one felt a whole lot better for them, and for Dreamfire to follow that up was really to make their presence known in the long term. Group stage is one thing. Once we get to the elimination rounds, it's even better. My prediction, LG Chivas had a pretty good time in the 3rd match as things pulled towards them, but in the 4th match, when we were Big Farms again, it wasn't them that came out on top. Instead, Alliance reared their heads and made their bid for the finals. So, Tiff, did they get there in match 5?
I mean, it's kind of crazy. You talk about everything pulling south, and the zones just kept going, but it was Oxygen Esports who took advantage of the first Northern Thermal Station zone, but jumping back over to match 6. This was, lo and behold, the battle of launch site, and as teams filtered into that building, it was started by Esports to be the left
いいね。それも確かにあり。俺はゼロが嫌いだからダークゼロが嫌いなんだけど、ジンとザインは好きなんだけどね。でも確かに展開的にはめちゃくちゃ面白いわ。 はい主人公、はい主人公、主人公。ガチで泣いたわ本当に。ひかりさん、もしよければ、もしね、もし仮に明日どこの人の配信にいないって言うんだったら、よければ来てください。俺もやるんで、一緒に盛り上がりましょう。深夜だからあんま声出せないけど、いやー、日本でやってほしい。日本でやったら行くけどね、俺。チケットいくらぐらいするんだろう、ALGS の。
I do think it says a lot that Blackhand managed to get first place without finding a win, and it has me both very excited for them and very concerned, as winning is ultimately what lets you go home with first place on match point. I think Blackhand are an incredible team, but their end game needs to be there tomorrow, and with only 24 hours to
Year
change
2
that,
のチャンピオンシップのチケッ
to now
ト。
play in the elimination bracket, find that answer. I don't know what sort of Blackhand we're going to get on Sunday.
And we still have to talk about the fact that those top 10
安くねチケット。
get those additional points heading into the finals. That's something we harp on a lot for how important those additional points can really be.
It's a very good point.
プレミアム入場優先席があるとか、指定席ではない。
What do those 10 teams get from winners bracket? What is that advantage? Well, for first place, you get those 10 starting points.
ってことは、
match point threshold tomorrow is 50 plus a win. You are starting off on such a powerful footing.
わあ、これ迷うな。
Get the advanced starting points doesn't necessarily guarantee you a trophy. We've seen crazier things happen.
これめちゃくちゃ迷うね。ホテル代がかさむけど、まあいっか。これ4日間チケット買って、俺、住み込むわ、会場に、日本に来たら。で、一番前行くわ。いや、これ見て、このメンツ。アライアンス、ダークゼロ、フナティック、ノーセプション、NRG、オニック、パイオニアーズ、パロボレックス。コンプレスではまああれか E6、フェイズ、FC デストロイ、アイアンブラッドゲーミング、SF、センチネル、X セット。レベル高くない今回。レベル高すぎるよね。濃いねマジで。かわいいこの服。あんま見ない人だねこの人。かっこいいよこれ。かっこいいよ。かわいいノクターナル。サイクス。いや頑張れXセットマジで。マジで頑張れ。ちなみに俺が決勝行ってほしいっていうチームは NRG、X セット、アライアンス、センチネル、フェイズ、KCP、COL、E6、フナティックです。残り1枠はまあ自由に言ってください。これもさ、会場に近いホテルって言われてもさ、絶対高いもんね、これ日本だとしても。これすごい。リクイッドがいるのすごいね。リクイッドって今いないからね。リクイッド X セットだからね今。C9 だってないし。C9 はね、廃止されました。あんまり結果を残せなかったんで廃止しました。廃止になりました。C9 の APEX 部分は。そうね、すぐ予約しないと。速攻予約だよ。
and we haven't said it yet, but I can't leave them unspoken about. For me, the squad that I'm keeping my eyes on is Dark Zero. Okay, there are so many
カンプするホテル近くにあるかなそれ。
I don't think I could even envision a match point finals that they are not in. Yes, it was a tough
ジェーンは頑張れ。 ジェーンは好きなの。ジェーンは好きなの。この左の人だけ隠しとけば俺はもうこのチーム好きだから。よし。どうしてもゼロが好きじゃないんだよな。
I'm sure we could have talked about so many other squads. It was definitely hard to nail down, but on top of choosing our ones to watch, we had to predict who we thought was going to be taking this series home. I'm interested to see what everybody said. I stuck with DZ, not only my team to watch, but who I think is taking the whole series home. Tiff.
フナティックの勢いがすごいからな。俺結構ダークゼロこける気がする。こけるっつっても入りはするんだけど、多分そんなパッとしない気がする。ゼロそんな嫌いなんだ。うん。嫌い。嫌い。エーペックス女子やん。
Everybody knows that I love Rampart, but the prediction does go beyond that. I'm looking forward to seeing
ダークゼロ、センチュル、アライアンス、パイオニアズ、センチュル、A6、フルテック。フナティックが一番多いね。どこだろうな。勝手に予想してみようぜ。ルトスターとか。あー、見れねえな、うまく。今のチーム。チーム、これで見れねえかな。1位予想しようぜ。多分ね、アライアンスではない、まず。今回調子悪い、アライアンス。フナティックは今日試合しないから分かんないんだよね、調子が。
Thank you so much, Glitter. Welcome everybody. Here we have our elimination bracket round 2. This is where we get to see who is going to face.
俺意外とね、NRG 来るんじゃないかなと思う。どう？来る気がするんだけど、NRG。何食わぬ顔してきそうじゃない？スイート。まあ、俺の手にかかれば、まあ、ファンに道着だけハラハラさせたいからねとか言いそうな感じじゃない？俺 NRG 来る気がする、1位。あとは、まあ、あとは船だな、やっぱり。フナティック。かなぁ。ダークゼロ俺多分本当にこける気がするんだよな。お、ザズィやん。でしょさ、ヒカリさん、この人の顔見てね。エラーリスポノットサクセスフルリーサンタンで今の顔見た？リングって人だよね、確かパルワレックスの。違う、ノーセプのリングか。今の人の顔よく覚えててね。似てない？知ってる？お笑い芸人のザズィに。似てない？俺もう最初初めて見た時からさ、ザズィやんと思いながら。ノーセプションのチームメンバーみたいなの多分出てる。ザズィって人。モンスーン。モンスーン頑張れ。リンザズィいそうなんかそういう選手。俺今度からリンザズィって呼ぼう。最高のネーミングセンスやん。
I mean, you know, Dojo, they kept us guessing on World's Edge in our previous series. I think one of the most interesting things I've seen as a difference between an
日本人もわかんねえんだよな。
8-game series and a 6-game series is that you have a little more freedom to mix it up and try something different. And we saw that, with those other teams, you know, Dojo being like, all right, we'll throw a few games over to them, or maybe try and knock Alliance down, and then we'll mess with X out up the top. And look, at least one of those that worked.
You mentioned how we see some of these teams feel much
K3 に移してほしいな。マスコットを早く見たい。
that actually mentioned that was Monsoon. You know, 6 games, it's a little tight right here, but we got 8 games in total to work with.
特に注目するチームいないよね。別にいいよね。あ、エッジからだ。うおー、エッジからだ。よかった。最後の1試合エッジでよかった。スポイルやっぱりエッジの方がいいよね。
I think the best Apex he has played this weekend was immediately after the song release. So what I'm wondering is, does he have an album waiting in the wings? And it's like every time they start the series, we drop a new banger, a new single, and all of a sudden.
まあ俺も本配信だけでいいかな。決勝は TSM とマップと本配信の3窓でいきます。
Carry some of that energy going into today with the rest of complexity. They did have some time to look at how that previous bracket was ran, how these teams may have been struggling if we saw some 50-50s early on.
マジで決勝楽しみ。あ、やばい。やばいやばいやばいやばい。決勝に TS 見るってことがもう決まったしね。もうやばい。やばいやばいやばいやばい。ほんまにやばい。楽しみすぎる。 素晴らしいね ALGS 超興奮してるわ。
I mean, you think back, right? TSM, their redemption in game 8.
Wow.
I mean, they wouldn't have got there if we were still running a 6-match series. So it's really interesting how that changes things up. Let's have a look at our Legend Select phase here as teams start to lock in their choices for our first match on World's Edge.
Now, Gino, we were talking about it behind the scenes.
超ニコニコよ。
Into the different
本当に。
compositions that we've been exposed to.
よし、始まるぞ。
To Stormpoint and the success rate for our team so far. How are you feeling right now? We're seeing a lot more inclusion of the Bloodhound too.
Yeah, Bloodhound's been there throughout the
さ
tournament.
て、特になんか面白いピックの人はいないかな。MDY ホワイトがジブピックしてるのがちょっと面白いね。それが気になるぐらいかな。あとはもう別に。
So interesting, and then Team Singularity out here rocking the Wraith. Love to see the diversity that we can have in these lobbies with so many of our pros. Let's not waste any more time, guys. Game number 1 in the elimination bracket, round 2 has just started, and there's a
トムヤム君とサス戦ってんね。
FC
FC デストロイやって。よし。
Already losing out on 1 though. Huge having the Devo, I mean, off the rip like that.
これはやっぱり日本人も応援してますよ。
I mean, you always get so scared. You're like, oh yeah, maybe I picked up a P2020. You start hearing the wind up of the Devo coming at you off drop. That is a scary, scary thing. May as well be Halloween at that point. But FC Destroy, they're going for the full kill here.
とりあえず格差差は取れそうだね。
Do Tom Young Kung try and bring this back? I mean, it's hard. As you said, double blues.
There's a difference in comp though when you think about the Newcastle, aside from the fact that they have the number advantage. Now, Dong-Young-Kun having to play this as a 2-man, though, the beam with the volts.
You can see the Catalyst reinforced doors are a big deal at this point. They dictate the space that you can play in. One comes back now.
大丈夫だ。よし。
Can't capitalize on that, and FC Destroy with the early
めっちゃ後ろの人喜んでるよ、この人。レイザーラも RG みたい。
Was maybe expecting if we could perhaps see some more 50-50s go down around.
ちょっと怖かったね、今一瞬。
Maybe just split looting. I know that complexity.
一瞬ヒヤッとしたけど、さあアンチはフェイス。 フェイズに船も強いね。あとアライアンスがちょっと辛いかな。OK。
I think everything else is sort of playing out as we expected it there. And as you can see, the ring will be pulling very much north to Climatizer.
And FaZe already has that set of information too. They have not just the ring beacon, but as well as the survey beacon too. Sentinels on top of the rotation playing on that north side.
Yeah,
this is also a little bit of a buff to X.
早くエビアク更新してくんねえかなって。TSM の試合。もうずっとそれしか考えてないわ。
So this means that XZ can take the entirety of Skyhook, making up for losing out on some of that smart loot over in the PvE zone.
俺さ、いつも思うんだけどさ、フェイズバンが使う必要あんのかな。3人パッドだよね、フェイズって確か。バンが使う必要あんのかな。っていつも思ってんだよね。バンが使われるのはしょうがないとして、自分たちからバンが使っていくのってどうなんだろう。まあその車線管理とかはバンが強いけどさ。このジブ使ってんのがいいよね、また今の環境で。さあダークゼロ。いやダークゼロどっちでもいいな。ちょっと上がってほしいかも俺、ダークゼロ。嫌いだけど、いやどっちでもいいな。どっちも面白いね。落ちたら落ちてさ、波乱っていう意味で面白いしさ、上がったら上がってさ、やっぱ来ると思ってお前ら叩き潰してやるってなれるじゃん、TSM からしたら。全く俺関係ないけどね。俺ら見てるだけだからなんもないんだけどさ、ジン落ちてんじゃん。見た今、ジン落ちたぞ。これやばいぞ。ちょっとさ、ちょっと見たい。
Right now, but playing up this car as a solo is not the ideal space that you want to be in if you are Dark Zero playing for your life in this tournament. Same could be said about KCP right here.
ちょっと見たい。ゼロの反応。やばい、パイオニアが。いや、良くないな、初戦。KCP も俺結構応援してるんだよね。マギーにしてくると好きなから意外といいのかな、ジブ。いや、俺いいと思うんだよね、ジブ。ジブドームってさ、ホライゾンウルト貫通するっけ？ドーム関係なく吸い込んでくるっけ？ホライゾンって。だから、ジブ環境じゃなくなったんだよね。ホライゾンいるのかなーって感じ、ジブは。でも採用するのもあれだと思うけどね、俺。思ったよりダークゼロが詰められないからゼロの悲鳴が聞けないかもしれない。こっち見るか。
Yeah, the phase.
Four teams in the vicinity down here. Complexity and sure, they're the two teams close to each other. They're engaging right now. But start a fight on it.
ルーデがピンノタ落としてね。ピンノタってどこだ？落としたけどアンチ移動に使ってね。いよいよ。あ、SAF とも戦ってんのか、これ。勝者で。
Keeping their tournament dreams alive here, getting some extra KP at the beginning of this first game.
これ CUL 大きいね。1ポイント稼げたの。いじめられてんな。しょうがないけど場所的に。
watching the edge there, you can expect it to continue going that side, probably to the northeast where Sentinels are sitting. I wouldn't be surprised to see it end up
やばい、スナイプが落ちてる。これさ、これボルズでいいの？これって。ブラハーめっちゃ上手い人でいいの？合ってるかな？この構成強いね。完全に防衛やん。ね、成績今どうもしてですねみたいな。そしたら自分採用しても面白そうだけどね。あー。きついかな、全員。ただあれなのかな、やっぱり他キャラの優先度が高すぎるのかな。ジブ使うぐらいだったらホライゾン、ジブ使うぐらいだったらカタリスト、ジブ使うぐらいだったらバンガーみたいな感じでさ、強いっちゃ強いんだけどキャラパワーとして追いついてないのかな、ジブは。意外と生きてんね、ダークゼロ。意外と生きてんね。多分ジブの代わりに器用なバンガなんだと思う。ジブは良くも悪くも器用貧乏だからね。爆発力はあるけど1回のミスが大きすぎるからね、ジブは。片方が強すぎる。うん、そう。前だったらそこに視野だったからね。だって片方の視野を使わない人の意味が分からなかったもんな、1個前は。でその前だったら視野ホラバルね。おお、趣味落としてね。今こそさ、片ホラのもう一つで自由枠でいるけどさ、ちょっと前なんてそれ以外の構成使ってるのなんでって感じだったもんね。結局強いチームはシアバルバンシアバルホラだったもんね。だ今はここ最近で一番面白いメタだと思うよ。カタリストは見飽きたけど、そこの残りの一枠にブラハとか入れてるチームいたりさ、ジブ入れてるチームとかいたり、どこだっけな、 MD1 ホワイトだっけ、どっか忘れたけどレブナントも入れてたね。ゴーネクスだっけ、覚えてねえな。よし、いいぞアライアンス。ザイニューがこんながっくりすることあるかよ。これさ、X セットあたりが来そうじゃない、ダークゼロのところに。NRG でしんどそうだから来そうじゃない、ダークゼロのところ。もうさ、地味にダークゼロの位置がいい場所なんよな。取りに来るチームも多そう。何それ、隠してるの？俺にはこのシールド落とす行為がよくわからないんだけど、誰が解説して俺に。どういう意味が残りには。なんかゼロのさ、バンガのスキンめっちゃ気持ち悪くね。なんか手の色見て、モンモンモンモンモンって。 パルボレックスも悪くない位置にいるんだけど、アンチが次入んないからな。プロの動きで分かるわけない。すいません。何か深い意味があるんだよ。そのアーマー置いてるさ、油断した時にさ、謎のフォーカス食らってみてほしいよね。アーマーあったらもしかしたら逃げれたのかもしんないねみたいな。パラボレックスがアライアンスに攻撃されてね。ごめん、これは悪いけど、これはちょっと悪いけど、俺はアライアンス応援するよ。よし。フナティックは応援してるけど、パラボレックスはあんま知らないんだよね。日本チームでも本当知らないからな。そのこと言ったら基本的に NA になっちゃうか。応援するチーム。で日本人でさ、コンプレクシティを応援してる人絶対コアだよ。絶対コアでしょ。やばい、コンプレクシティ頑張ってほしいって。そうそう聞かないぞ。まあそのコンプレクシティが今死にかけてるんですけど、はい。まずそうです。あ、死にました、コンプレクシティ。お、リンゾジいるやん。ヒカリさん、リンゾジいここに。もう俺はもうリンゾジいって言うから。ゼロ狙うね、キル。あ、あかん、リンザジ落ちてるわ。あ、リンザジ落ちたわ。ノーセプション落ちた。ノーセプションにエクセットもしちゃったな。え、なんでゼロ生きてんの？もうよくね？あー、これ来るね、ゼロ。あ、意外と切れない。意外と切れなかったわ。あれ？おばい。ダークゼロの音量が消せないんだけど。ああ、消せた。よしよしよしよし。どうなったよ、ちょっと見てみるか。NRG、ここ E6、フナティック、シンギュラリティ、フェイズ、アライアンス、MDY ホワイト、エンターフォース、お肉が死んで、これなんだ。センチネルズか。これ、船 NRG がいい場所にね。船 NRG とセンチネルが移動次第では悪くない位置にいると思う。まあ、NRG が強いね。ただ NRG が2人しかいないんだよな。フナティックも1人しかいないね。ああ、これわかんねえぞ。これセンチネル強いんじゃね？そしたら。ここら辺に移動できたチーム強いね。じゃあ拡大します。あれやん、そしてね。フェイズが暴れたんだけどフレックスが落ちちゃったか。さすがにフレックス起こせないね。
is almost a good result for FaZe.
You know who could avoid all this chaos? It's Sentinels who were taking their time to rotate into where that next circle was.
うわ、車線すごい。
Coming in at the same time. Team Singularity move their way forward. Artini with
なんかさ、カタリス環境さ、何起きてるか一番分かんなくね、今の中で。フナティこうしたね。俺はセンチネルだと思ってる。今回優勝するの。スイートキル取ってるね。エビディオハイドインターフォース倒して。E6 と MDY ホワイトが戦ってるのか。ただ中にいるのが E6 か。これ E6 厳しいんじゃないかな。シンギュラリティ倒した。ただギルドもキル取ってるぞ。ギルドが MDY ホワイトの一人倒してる。フライスノーマジか。エズ E6 とセンチネル NRG か。NRG 勝ってほしいけど、てかここ正直どこ勝っても俺嬉しいな。さあどう動くか。アンチ的に一番きついのが NRG だから、本当に NRG がどう動くかで決まってくるね。あとはそれぞれのチームが NRG を逆の方に行かせるように。こうなってくると E6 かな。ああ E6 だねこれは。おおよくそれ落とすな。今ね3対2対1でセンチネルが2v3どうなる。まあさすがにか。俺のスケンチームでよかった。攻守に取れてんのが。さあ順位見ますか。ルーザーズラウンド2。E6 が1位、NRG がすごかったね今回。センチネルが3位、フェイズ、MD はホワイト、オニック、アライアンス、シンギュラリティ、フナティック、SF、エンターフォース、FC、パローレックス、パイオニア、ダークゼル、エクセッター、ノーセプション、コブセティ。やべどうしよう。やべどうしよう。どうしよう。もう一戦見る時間的にもう一戦ならいける。もう一戦見るのは大丈夫。もう一戦いくかね。NRG すごかった。何より NRG デュオだったのがすごいわ。取れるところのキルポをちゃんと取ってたイメージだ。
get into a better spot while other teams inside the building that we saw the chaos in over by the east side of Climatizer, all the teams are busy fighting each other. Here you have the stats from E6. So again, it was 9 KP with that dub. Love the extra points that they can work with here. But yeah, we also saw how close it was in our previous bracket. You have to keep up. They have to keep up this consistency.
かっこいいこれ。あ、それダウンロードしてこう。
To see, and all the extra pressure actually helped out NRG push onto Sentinels while E6 was the other side of the sandwich.
Yeah, we saw this part. We didn't see that knuckle cluster to start with, so that's already got
戦ってたね。こことこれは別に一緒とは限らないか。 E6 がそこを飾ってるね、ここ。寝なくて大丈夫。大丈夫。俺の明日の寝起きに期待。あ、K3 だ。かわいい。かわいいな、ついに。いや、NRG だよ、これすごいのは。NRG だよ、これすごいのは。E6 の車線があったとはいえね、センチネルに対しての2対3で勝ってるからね、センチネル。E6 は当たり前のことをしただけなのよ、最終リングで。NRG が詰めてくれたおかげで。NRG ってマジでやべえの。すごかったなぁ。
Phase 2 in that fourth place spot with 4KP, MD by White. We saw early action from them, 5KP. On the second page here, start a fight. We saw them definitely taking those fights all the way by Geyser. Mid-game, they were able to accrue 4KP. Not getting the placement points that they wanted. Then going down, Dark Zero, even with Zero playing.
でもさすがに良くなってきた。
Didn't get the KP, or rather the placement.
さすがに TSM 優勝じゃねえ。気が早すぎだろ。TSM がチャンピオン取った時の興奮が収まってきたわ。こいつ見たおかげで。深夜に見るもんじゃねえな、これ。ザズィ。スウィニーいくつだっけな。スウィニー28ぐらいだよね、確か。あ、28歳だ、やっぱり。かわいい、スウィニー。かわいいよね。さあ、翻訳誰かあげてないかな。
Alright guys, that was match number 1 in the books. Don't go anywhere because on the other side of this break we got game number 2 on World.
あげてないな。ちゃうねん、俺はコマ線の視点を見たいんだよな。いや、そう、時間も時間だからね。まあ、個人的にマジで気になるのはダークゼロだよ、ほんと。嫌いだけどやっぱり気になるよ、このチームは。本当は強いからね、めちゃくちゃ。むしろ予選、だって予選1位通過だよね、ダークゼロって確か。グループステージ。ほら、圧倒的なんだよ。見て。17ポイントも差が開いてるのに。まさかのルーザー。X セットもか、そしたら。波乱です。ダークゼロ。ダークゼロと TSM お互いに主人公ムーブ刻んでるわ。
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD ブラックって何なんだろう、調べてみよう。
Are Apex fans to give these teams the energy that they need in our second round of elimination bracket here? E6 just took game number 1 on World's Edge. We got game number 2 coming to you.
何の会社これ？何これ？ストレージだね。容量だ。外付け容量だこれ。WD ブラックって。抜けるぞ。まさかあるか。いやまさかあるぞ本当に。冗談抜きでちょっとありえそうなの怖いよ。
What was the cutoff for our last series we saw? I think it was somewhere between 40 and 44.
43 or around there,
yeah, low 40s, right? So when you've done half of that in your first match here, Vicky, I mean, that's phenomenal. E6 going to be feeling great at this point.
Talk about NRG and the pressure on some of these teams right now.
俺はさすがにいやーどうだろうな。まあそこも含め楽しみだね。ダークゼロはどうなるか。やっぱり気になるよ。
The team that lands over by Climatizer, who had the positional advantage off the start and the information. We can't ignore the fact that they believe they had a crafter, a rain beacon, and a survey beacon on top of that. Feeling pretty happy. There's smiles on their faces here. Throwing on the other side in the middle. All right, I mean, time to wake up. We gotta get locked in here. We are moving on to game number 2. It's not looking like it's another day at work here for him. We're able to get a good amount of KP after that game alone. They were able to get 4 KP aside from that 4th place finish, but it was about the rotation.
お二人は寝なくて大丈夫ですか？もうこの時間やけど。俺はこの試合見たらやめる。さすがに。もうダメ。もう本当に寝る。さすがにもう寝る。起きれなかったら大変やからね。今のうちに目覚ましつけとこう。とりあえず10時にセットして10時5分、10時10分、10時15分、10時20分にセットしたわ。これで起きるやろさすがに。これで起きなかったら俺多分人生やってけねえぞ。
I know we were going to talk about the pressure on them in that first game there, Vicky. Just before they got taken out, still haven't worked out what
まだ起きれるかな。まあ無理はしないでください。
But the question I was wondering was, do they have enough belief in themselves, right?
ひかりさんもね、いつまで見るかわからんけど、無理はしないでください。
I'm not sitting there in the chair. Maybe this is finally getting to them. They've been to the elimination bracket round 2 at least once before and made their way through. Can they do it again? We expect them to, but I mean, with the amount of amazing teams that we have in this lobby right now, it feels like it's still a question mark.
It always is at the beginning.
今日大丈夫か？明日きついな。そうだね。普通の人はそうだよね。俺今大学2年だからさ今まだ休みないよ。余裕ぶっこいで見てれるわ。全員成功しろ。もう一回。グナスキいけ。もう下手くそすぎやろグナスキ。センスのかけらもなかったわグナスキ。
It doesn't matter if it happens in scrims, mate. You got to do it on the stage. Look, okay. So the one other thing I'll say is I believe we are getting into the lobby very soon here. Is that E6, massive first game. As we talked about, Vicky, they've got so many of the points they need to get through to the finals now, right? At some point, if XN continue to not perform, E6 can absolutely send it at them for as many games as they want and try and take over Skyhook West. E6 for a long time, they've tried to treat Trials as its own POI, but if they get access to Skyhook West as well, that's a big deal.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy. If they could run with that momentum, and with Exit doing very lackluster already at the very beginning.
始まるぞ。キャラピックしてる。さあ、今日はラスト試合。俺の中ではラスト試合。しっかり見るか。
Had gotten down in 14th. Taking a look at Surdell with the Newcastle pick too. We've been seeing a little bit more Newcastle creep its way in. FC Destroy. We've seen them from the beginning here too. Not being on.
面白いピックしてるのはまあないか。レブナント？いたな今。X セットだ X セット。
Feeling like a raid boss for real. We were talking about it earlier on. And it lacks utility to help bridge the team.
バグやないかい。もうさ、キャラピック画面でさ、バグっていうのなんなんなんなんマジで。さあ、トムヤム君と FC でそれ。いや、トムヤム君のアーマー強いな、これ。FC が紫白白か。アーマーはこっちの方が弱いけど。まだ許容範囲まだ許容範囲だね。青青なら。入れ。あ、ダメだ。こっち、トムヤム君だったわ。入っちゃダメだわ。あー、やばい。ハマドリ倒されてる。あ、でも、今2対2。2対2。これ悪くないぞ、FC。SC 悪くないぞ。しかも起こしてる起こしてる起こしてる起こしてる起こしてる起こしてる。いや、あー、よしよしよし。これ大きいね。そしたら紫青がこの衝動ファイト勝ったの大きいぞ FC。じゃあアンチ見るか。今回のアンチはまたさっきより中心に寄りだけど、だとしてもまた逃げで無理やり起こすやつです。ほんとそれマジでやばいわ。しかもただ起こすだけでってさ、全開してたぜ。全回復してたからやばいよね、入荷する。さあ、落とせるか。パルボレックスアーマーがあんま強くないね。コンプレクシティとアイアンブラッドゲーミングか。あー、コンプレクシティ無理かな、これは。あー、厳しいっすね。厳しい立ち上がりっすね、コンプレクシティ。なんかずっと下だったけど、今回ずっと上。それな、TSM のストーンポイントの時も上でやってくれよ。今度 SF だって。SF とアイアンブラッドゲーミングだ。ただ SF の人やられちゃったな。 もうさ、アイアンブラッドキング強いよね。おー。なんすかなんすか運営さん。いいね、いいダメージ入った。
Outside of the 10 meters where the black hole will pull you in for right here and avoiding getting touched by that thermite.
マジでさ、ストーンポイント八百長ってぐらい下になるもんね。あ、ダークゼロと KCP が当たってるわ。ザイニュがグナスキ落としちゃうさ。ただ格殺までは入ってないかな。
It was the rotation right out of there too. Nice loot that they're already running away from. 30-30 though.
マジでさ、ストーンポイントのさ、右上アンチ俺 あそこ好きなんだけどさ、全然なってくんないもんね。いや、そうそうそう、マジで操作してると思う。いや、思うっていうのも変だけど、マジで操作あり得るレベルで下になるんだよな、ストーンポイント。
Reset though. They got the reset, so they'll be able to travel together as an entire three-man squad that is up to health. But yeah, like you mentioned, Certified is also going in that same direction. We're going to see them meet up right now.
Yeah, the mirroring here from IBG and start the fight.
これ当たるんじゃね ?SF とアイアンブラッドゲーミング。リベンジマッチ SF の。
Will that lock them inside? Do IBG use that to push, or do they use that to try and make their way further into?
あと思ったけど全然引いたわ。
That choke and that slight lip of a high ground here on top of the fact that they have some rocks to play around to keep themselves out of their line of sight, but they see that Certified have called it quits. They're going to be rotating on the other side and going to be going through that choke point north of where Lava Siphon is, where we saw Onyx actually disengage from too. So IPG will have a clearance now in this rotate as they go right through Geyser. So we can expect so many other teams here.
そうだな、明日
The only teams that we have here on the south side is IPG, Certified, Onyx.
明日見れたとしても、明後日普通に学校だもんね。学校なり、仕事なり。よし、全員倒してる。あ、でもエクセットと KCP かよ。いや、エクセット良くないね。
Dell with the castle wall in case anything should go wrong. Maybe even a third party can lock that angle off.
決勝日本の使用率低そうだね、そしたら。
I don't think KCP are going to give this up. I think they're going to run XZ down.
Why not here if you're them here too? They're going to be able to chase right after them. Nasky on Fun's tail while Noctis running away, trying to split up here too on the other side of the rock, so that way they don't have any focus fire in one direction. But having to restabilize with KCP chasing right after them, they're out for blood.
Look at this, every shot from the 30-30 that comes through hurts. That one will put Nocturnal down. He's trying to hide there up on the crane, but he can't exit. Down and out.
いや、エクセットやばいな。
Nasky shooting up from the skies. It's got the gold extended heavy mag and extra loot at his feet thanks to Exet.
This is crazy, Vicky. Exet. We would expect them to get through to that final.
ダークゼロ。FC センチネル
Not only in the winners bracket, but it's been a rough start here on World's Edge, and that means they've got 6 games left to try and turn it around.
Crazy to see how crazy this lobby is in general. FC destroyed, taking the space on the bridge, having that slight height, but even better, will have their bags cleared until more of these teams that are playing outside the circle see where the circle's moving.
知らないチームが多いな、やっぱり。どうしても。この2チームわかんないもん。シングラリティか。名前聞いたらわかんないけどさ、選手だけ見てもわかんないんだよな。
Right, no doubt. We need that for DDM now. We need one of these.
Every time we see all the zone squads locked away, finding their spots, and there's everyone who's like, "No, we feel like fighting. We're just gonna go over to Olaf and sort out our differences."
The only thing I'm noting here is Artini still has the White Evil Shield, though. So Team Singularity have taken their time. They have been taking some shots. Teams in the skirmish. Ooh, G7 in the hands of Kixium. going back and forth. You hear the Beast of the Hunt that was activated on the other side. That's IBG looking to engage already as Singularity are backing away.
怖いね、この人。
Oh no, absolutely not. I don't even know. I won't even.
めっちゃ息についたね。
Bloodhound's a very cool character. Absolutely love it. But when you hear the noise of the Beast of the Hunt, is equivalent to just hearing a predator just kind of creep up and pounce. And that's what IBG was trying to do. They had the black
え、
hole.
この人見て。
Looks to just disengage.
9999だよ、武器。
Singularity have the height.
なんでどういうつもりで9999なんだろう。ガチで9999でいくのか。弾持ちやばくない？そしたら。他の人、ライターの系武器持ってないじゃん。お、9999。
that we're seeing from IBG. Singularity giving up this building though also means that they decided to prioritize the height here and holding the circle position. With the smoke, they're going to be able to inch forward. Here comes the engage, a gravity lift on top of that from Singularity. Our team throws out the black hole to try to help out Elysium, drops down from the sniper tower and playing off the slip with the black hole on the other side. Unfortunately went over the sniper tower and now calling in the evac.
Dark Zero just got a knock, by the way, from, I'm going to say, 250 meters away. They are
そうだよね。ジンだよね、今落としたの。ジンどこにいんの？遠いところにいなかった？
just in case you're wondering why the fight slowed down for a little bit.
That's as they drop down here too. Gold R9 in the hands of Gifu. Backing away here with the 30-30.
いやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいや。今のフォーカスやばかったね。ダンダンダンダンダンダンダンダン。
Call it South America, IBG. In a sandwich down here between both of those teams. Singularity, they've had a rough time trying to finish this one off, and they may go down.
Maybe actually some room here to breathe for Ben. If he can try to get this res while the fight is happening from start of fight on the rooftop against IBG, who is running away. That's the duo left here too from IBG while they try to split up.
入ったけどあれはしてないね。お、ナイス。わからん。シンギュラリティも SF も。会場も一切湧いてないからな。残念なことに。ダークゼロ、セル足りないぞ。ジンがセルなくなっちゃった。
Look, we said it was a similar circle to last time, and it is, but it's a little bit further down. So it's going to be probably ending under Dark Zero somewhere here. They're getting some good shots. That's Sentinels, who once again have taken up, you know, one of those priority positions. Little house there, quite defensible with the Catalyst in tow.
Bunkering down in this building is important too when you're rocking the Catalyst because it allows you to play into that final circle composition too, especially seeing where the circle may play.
いやダークゼロさ、さっき落ちそうって話とかになったけど、ストーンポイント強いからな。とか言ってもストーンポイントで落としてんのか、言ってしまえば。わかんねえな、マジで今回。がっつり来たより、てかさっきと同じだね、マジで。アンチ見て。さっきとほとんど変わんないんだけど、アンチ。こんなことある？
Seeing that phase was granted another circle in their favor, they can play inside of this building. Love to see this here too. They are going to be able to change up the weapons currently.
Yeah, you can see that. I'm not sure if they dropped the Prowler to a friend, but either way.
ゼロたちはそろそろ武士が枯渇してきそうだね。
Actually, quite a contentious attachment of late. I've been hearing, you know, a lot of players say it's incredibly powerful, maybe even too powerful for one single attachment. But at this point, with how many Bangalores you see in the lobby, it's almost a must-have if you see one of those to pick it up.
With the Kraber in his hands, looking down from above. Zero holding this high ground here with alongside the rest of Dark Zero, though. He with the Kraber. Tries to get the finish on top of it. The smoke has been coming out. And with the Digi, he tosses out the Thermite. They're trying to get as much KP as they can to make up for the last game.
ただキルポは入らずか。
Zero is a menace with the Kraber, one of the most deadly marksmen on your stage right now. Every single time you pick up that care package weapon, it will be shuffled over to the IGL and DZ.
The 30-30 is bringing through. Alliance is holding onto this high again. The catwall being called up. Yuki having to be careful. Zero gets another one in the finish onto Raki, using the Kraber in the feed.
ゼロでゼロクレーブ抜いてるぞ。
Might think it's a bit of a waste. There's not much ammo to try and get those downs, but every KP matters. Remember, Dark Zero are only here because they missed out one KP last series.
Gotta make up for it here, and this is where the chaos comes out as the circle closes in. Start of fights. I mean, watch out. Playing outside the circle, Onic Esports get called out. MDY Whites now with their rotate.
ゼロだいぶ抜いてるわ。
And they're about to get on top of the building that's
一気に今2キルポ入ってる。
Dark Zero now on that fence line. See the Newcastle from afar. Still with the Kraber in hand. He uses the Thermite to try to funnel them outside the Newcastle wall. And this is the chaos that I was expecting. Your Sentinels, MDY Whites, sharing them with another team on the other side. It was IBG who go down. Ziggy the last one from that team that was alive.
Yeah, the buildings down here to the right-hand side are important for the moment. Teams may have been banking on being able to stay in them a little bit longer than they have. As you can see, MD White on the underbelly at the moment, while Sentinels stay on the inside. If they don't sort out their differences soon, both of them might be going down on the rotate.
I mean, especially with Dark Zero being on the other side, but look who's also looking at them. It's Enter Force 36 in the building right to their east. MDY White restabilizing.
見てこのアンチ。ほとんど変わんないさっきと。さっきとほとんど変わんないよ。
I like this, Sentinels. They need to be proactive.
ダークゼロが関与しに来たぞ。
Have they done it even a little bit too late? Because as you can see, Dark Zero ready for some more KP to come their way.
This is the fight that they were looking. They were waiting to see if they
これはイージーキルポだね。ダークゼロにとっては。
They could definitely work with this. MDY White get eliminated as Jen now has taken out RK and Sentinels in trouble. Only one left as they try to run away.
ただアンチをどうするかだよ。ここからはダークゼロは。パイオニアを打っちゃった。
Where is their next position? This is a brutal rotate.
Sliding down from the hill, sending up creeping barrage. See the team take a shot over through the catwall. They get away.
Catwall, very useful, Jen. One of the best to use that util. Oh, there's the down onto Saku. You can see the ultimate going crazy on the side.
やべえな。あ、でもザイン落ちてる。
They're trying to create some space with this Kraber. They need to do that to get into the next circle, but
いやー、バゼロ見た。
Oh, but he gets Saku at the very least with that circle closing in two. Playing off the fence line though, as Zero gets knocked. Jen still
あー、でも落ちたか。
barely as Pulverex capitalize. It's Alliance on the rooftop, bringing all the damage.
なんかゼロすごいなやっぱり。やっぱ強えわあいつ。
Very useful way to avoid that ultimate. There are so many teams in this building right now. Pulverex, they're down the south. Element 6 up the north. Everyone else, once again, crammed into our favorite climatizer esports.
ごっちゃごちゃしてんな。
Holding that position on the other side of the fence line, they're out of the chaos core right now until these other teams in the building are forced to funnel out. Depending on where the circles will be pulling on the outskirts of where you see Fnatic looking at, you can see the pings from Yuka.
And look at this, 7 teams in the one building. You can see where the zone is ending. Pulverex and Element 6, they'll just dance around the fences. The crates out there, use some smokes as well.
これ E6 2連チャンピオンありえるな。
Rotate through this, especially seeing that Alliance is on the rooftop. You have to avoid being in their line of sight. Hold on to that catwall, but then you give up that catwall early on with so many teams still left in this building and in this final circle. 9 squads left. Fnatic having limited shield cells too.
ねえ、また E6 っぽいよねこれ。
Got to use every tiny angle you can now. Grenades are going to be raining out. What? There's no point leaving them in your backpacks. That's such an early catwall, though. I mean, it's pretty much your most important part of utility at this point in the game, and Fnatic have had to use it immediately.
いや、ここにまだ8部隊いるのがすごいな。フェーズ落ちて。アライアンスもそろそろきつくなってきたね。ノーセッポした。リンザ上手だぞ。いや、カオスだな。あ、今のめっちゃ怖くね。こんなまた大事な時に落ちるのかと思ったわ。いや、わかんないぞ。K3 に E6 落ちてる。NRG？ これ。NRG？ NRG だこれ。なんで NRG 勝ってんの？どういうこと？え？そう E6 とパルベだと思ったの俺も一緒 E6 とパルベだと思った。NRG なんてだよ。おい説明してくれ。俺に説明してくれ。NRG 勝手に説明してください。どう動いたの NRG は。全然わからない。
And that's after getting what, second in that previous game too on top of that. So finishing off
ファイナルサークル見せて早く。
on top of also getting that KP with all the teams funneling outside that building in another northern circle by Climatizer, while also making that rotation once again from their POI in staging. The calls from Sweet for these last two games have been on point. This also allows them to have a little bit of room being built within the first two games. Just for right now, between themselves and the rest of this lobby, even with E6 taking that previous dub, it's the consistency right now. The energy
先にバトルファイ見るか？
Yeah, I mean they're up to 37 points, Vicky. That is a startling result after two matches. I mean, startling in terms of how many points it is. Some would say probably not a startling result considering how good NRG are. But
1回にいたのね NRG。あー、ここか。粘ったんだ。そうだね。粘るよね。できる限り粘って、外出て、Q で飛んで、ホライゾンルートで仕掛けて、
against Catalyst. Not only were they approaching from that slight high ground with the gravity lift, but with the black wall on top of it too.
Yeah, and then you see also how important it is having Nathan there on the Watson.
そうですか。そうきますか。ただアライアンスが、いや、NRG 強いわ。さあ見ますか。チャンピオンシップス。
Amazing play here from NRG taking the win. 8 kills, 7 assists total. This team following up amazingly with one another.
これいまいちね、どっから見るかわかんないんだよね、これ。ここなんだけどさ。
For so long, even when we saw Yuki in trouble at one point, the catalyst wall allowing them to reset. Hockey's cleaning up with the 30-30 in his hand. We saw how much he was able to put down the pressure.
1 NRG。さっきの試合ってさ、ボーダーいくつだった？ウィナーズのボーダーが42、43。これ NRG でほぼ確で決勝だね。 NRG ほぼ確 E6 もまあ行くんじゃないかな。アライアンスもここからはまだ分かんないね。センチェル、パロレックス、SF、MDY、ホワイト、FC、フェイズ、オニック、ダークゼロ、フナティック、エンターフォーサー、アンブラッド、パイオニア、あ、やべえ、パイオニアが、シゲリ、ノンセプ、エクセット、コンプレクシティ、トムヤム君。日本チームはパロレックスか。いや、ダークゼロ、わからんぞ、マジで。ちょっとこれ闇じゃない？これ闇じゃない？俺は見てはいけないものを見た気がする。やめておこう。見てはいけないものを見た気がするわ。いや、X セットが厳しいな。1ポイント。まあまあ、まだわかんない。8分の2終わっただけ。全然ここからまだ巻き返しはある。ってなわけで、一応お開きにしますか、ここは。いや、おもろかったな、マジで。明日もちゃんと見よう。お疲れ様です。ひかりさん、もしよければ明日もよろしくお願いします。もしよければでいいんで。では、お疲れ様です。